Welcome to our journey through the fascinating world of forensic science. Over the next few hours, we'll explore over 100 facts about how science helps solve crimes, uncover truth, and bring justice to those who need it. So settle in, get comfortable, and let our voices guide you through these intriguing stories of evidence, discovery, and the dedicated professionals who piece together the puzzles left behind at crime scenes. Every science has its origins, and forensic science is no exception. The field as we know it today emerged from centuries of gradual discovery, sudden breakthroughs, and the dedicated work of pioneers who saw connections between science and justice that others had missed. Let's begin our exploration at the very foundation, with the discoveries and principles that made modern forensic investigation possible. In 1880, a revolutionary technique emerged that would forever change criminal investigation: fingerprint analysis. The ability to link incidents to suspects through their fingerprints represented a major breakthrough in the forensic landscape. Before this development, identifying criminals relied heavily on eyewitness testimony, physical descriptions, and photographic records, all of which had significant limitations. People could disguise their appearance, witnesses could be mistaken, and photographs required that the suspect had been photographed before. But fingerprints were different. They couldn't be changed. They couldn't be disguised. And most importantly, as Sir Francis Galton's groundbreaking research would confirm, fingerprints serve as unique individual identifiers. No two people, not even identical twins, share the same fingerprints. The ridges, whorls, loops, and arches that mark the tips of our fingers form in the womb and remain unchanged throughout our lives. Galton, a British scientist and cousin of Charles Darwin, didn't merely observe that fingerprints differed from person to person. He conducted rigorous statistical analysis, calculating the probability that two individuals might share identical fingerprints. His calculations showed the odds to be astronomically small, effectively impossible. He also classified fingerprint patterns into categories, creating a systematic approach to comparing and cataloging them. This wasn't just theoretical science. The technique had immediate practical applications. Within years of its development, fingerprint analysis began to be used by police forces to identify criminals. The method was portable, required minimal equipment, and could be learned without extensive scientific training, though expertise certainly improved with practice and experience. The first recorded use of fingerprints to solve a crime came remarkably quickly after the technique's development. In 1902, in the town of Necochea, Argentina, a case emerged that would demonstrate the power of this new forensic tool. A woman named Francisca Rojas is believed to be the first criminal found guilty using fingerprint evidence. The crime was horrific. Rojas's 2 children had been murdered, and she claimed that a neighbor had committed the act. She had injuries herself, which seemed to support her story of an attack. Local police initially believed her account and arrested the neighbor she had accused. But Inspector Eduardo Alvarez, who had been trained in the new fingerprint identification techniques, examined the crime scene more carefully. At the scene, he discovered bloody fingerprints on a door frame. These weren't smudged or partial prints, but clear impressions left in blood. Alvarez carefully documented these prints, then took Rojas's fingerprints for comparison. The match was unmistakable. The bloody fingerprints at the crime scene belonged to Francisca Rojas herself. Confronted with this irrefutable physical evidence, Rojas confessed. She had murdered her own children because her lover didn't want to be involved with a woman who had children. She had then injured herself and fabricated the story about the neighbor to deflect suspicion. Without fingerprint evidence, an innocent man might have been convicted, and the true killer might have gone free. This case demonstrated something profound about fingerprint evidence. It was objective. It didn't rely on human memory or perception. A witness might be confused, frightened, or dishonest. But fingerprints, properly collected and analyzed, told an unchanging truth about who had been present at a scene. The implications rippled through law enforcement worldwide. If people left identifiable marks simply by touching surfaces, then crime scenes were filled with potential evidence. A burglar might wear a mask and say nothing, leaving no one who could identify them by sight or voice. But if they touched a window, a doorknob, a drawer, they left behind proof of their presence. Of course, fingerprint evidence alone doesn't prove guilt. It proves presence, or at minimum, it proves that a particular surface and a particular finger came into contact at some point. A fingerprint in a victim's home might belong to the killer, or it might belong to a friend who visited days earlier. Context matters. But within proper context, fingerprints became one of the most powerful tools in criminal investigation. 7 decades after fingerprinting revolutionized forensic science, another discovery would prove equally transformative, though its forensic applications wouldn't be realized immediately. In 1953, James Watson and Francis Crick discovered the unique structure of DNA. The elegant double helix that carries genetic information in nearly every cell of our bodies. This discovery became perhaps the most famous in the history of forensic science, though Watson and Crick were not thinking about crime solving when they made it. They were molecular biologists trying to understand the fundamental mechanisms of heredity. How do parents pass traits to children? How do cells know which proteins to make? How is genetic information stored, copied, and transmitted? Their model of DNA structure, with its paired bases forming a twisted ladder, answered these questions and opened entire new fields of biology and medicine. But it would take decades before the forensic implications became clear. The same properties that make DNA perfect for storing genetic information also make it perfect for identification. DNA's structure is remarkably stable, allowing it to persist in biological samples long after they're left at crime scenes. Its sequence varies from person to person in predictable ways, creating a genetic signature unique to each individual, with the exception of identical twins who share the same DNA sequence. And most crucially, DNA is present in blood, semen, saliva, skin cells, hair roots, and virtually every biological material a person might leave behind. The scientific breakthrough of 1953 laid the foundation for DNA fingerprinting, which is now used to identify suspects, exonerate innocents, solve paternity disputes, and identify disaster victims. A drop of blood the size of a pinhead, a single hair with its root attached, saliva on a cigarette butt or drinking glass, skin cells left on a steering wheel, any of these can contain enough DNA for analysis. Modern DNA analysis can work with samples so small they're measured in picograms, trillionths of a gram. Techniques have become so sensitive that investigators can sometimes obtain DNA profiles from items that have merely been touched, extracting genetic material from the microscopic skin cells we constantly shed. But sensitivity brings challenges as well as opportunities. The same techniques that can identify a criminal from trace evidence can also detect innocent contamination. A lab technician's DNA in a supposedly pristine sample. A police officer's DNA transferred to evidence during collection. A crime scene investigator's DNA finding its way onto surfaces through secondary transfer. These concerns make proper evidence handling and laboratory protocols absolutely critical, which brings us to our next foundational principle. Between the development of fingerprinting in 1880 and the discovery of DNA structure in 1953, Another crucial principle emerged that would guide all forensic investigation. In the early 20th century, a French scientist named Edmond Locard formulated what would become known as Locard's exchange principle. The principle holds that the perpetrator of a crime will bring something into the crime scene and leave with something from it, and that both can be used as forensic evidence. This concept is usually expressed most succinctly as every contact leaves a trace. Think about what this means. When you walk into a room, you leave traces of yourself behind. Fingerprints on surfaces you touch. Fibers from your clothing that fall or rub off. Hairs that shed. Skin cells that slough off constantly. Dirt from your shoes. Perhaps DNA in saliva if you speak, cough, or sneeze. At the same time, you pick up traces from the environment. Fibers from furniture you sit on. Pollen or dust from the room's atmosphere. Soil if you walk across a floor. Pet hair if there's an animal present. Now imagine a crime, particularly a violent crime involving physical contact between perpetrator and victim. The exchange intensifies. The attacker's fibers transfer to the victim's clothing. The victim's blood may splatter onto the attacker's clothes or skin. Hair may be pulled out during a struggle, with the victim's hair ending up on the attacker or vice versa. The attacker may track the victim's blood out of the scene on their shoes, leaving a trail. The victim may scratch the attacker, capturing the attacker's skin cells and DNA under their fingernails. Locard's principle provides the theoretical foundation for criminalistic investigation. It explains why processing crime scenes so carefully matters. It justifies the meticulous collection of trace evidence. It guides the examination of suspects' clothing, vehicles, and homes, because evidence of their presence at the crime scene may still cling to them. The principle also works in reverse. Just as a criminal brings traces to a scene and takes traces away, the scene itself holds evidence of what occurred there. Blood spatter patterns show where people stood and moved. Bullet holes reveal trajectories. Disturbed furniture indicates struggles. Broken glass can show whether a window was broken from inside or outside. Burn patterns demonstrate how a fire spread. This is usually regarded as the basis for criminalistic investigation, and it remains as valid today as when Locard first articulated it over a century ago. Modern forensic science has simply gotten better at detecting these traces, analyzing them, and interpreting their meaning. What Locard recognized was that isolation is impossible. We live in a physical world where contact creates change. Every interaction between people and objects, between objects and environments, leaves physical evidence. The criminal who believes they've left no trace simply hasn't encountered investigators with the tools and knowledge to find what they inevitably left behind. These four elements, fingerprinting as a method of unique identification, DNA as a genetic signature, the scientific discoveries that made DNA analysis possible, and Locard's principle that contact always leaves traces, form the foundation upon which all modern forensic science rests. They represent different types of knowledge, practical techniques, molecular biology, and theoretical principles. But they share a common thread. They all provide objective, scientific methods for answering questions about what happened, who was present, and what physical evidence can tell us about events we didn't witness. As we move forward in our exploration, we'll see how these foundational concepts play out in practice. We'll examine the crime scene, where Locard's principle manifests in countless forms of physical evidence. We'll look at the many types of trace materials that transfer during contact. We'll explore how fingerprints are found, enhanced, and matched. We'll delve into the incredible power and complexity of DNA analysis. We'll investigate specialized techniques for analyzing everything from bullets to bloodstains, from soil to skeletal remains. But all of it, every technique and technology we'll discuss, builds upon this foundation. The recognition that individual people can be uniquely identified, that physical contact leaves detectable traces, and that patient, scientific analysis of physical evidence can reveal truths about past events with a certainty that human testimony alone can never achieve. Imagine a crime scene. Police tape flutters in the breeze. Investigators in protective suits carefully document every detail. But what happens to the evidence after it's collected? This is where one of the most critical concepts in forensic science comes into play: the chain of custody. The chain of custody is a recorded means of verifying where evidence has traveled and who handled it, creating legal integrity and authenticity of all evidence. Think of it as a meticulous diary for every piece of evidence collected at a crime scene. From the moment an investigator picks up a fiber, a bullet casing, or a blood-stained cloth, that item's journey must be documented with absolute precision. Each person who handles evidence must be identified. Every transfer from one person to another must be recorded. All periods of custody must be properly accounted for and logged with dates, times, and signatures. This creates an unbroken chain from the crime scene to the courtroom. Why is this so important? Because if this chain is broken, if there's even a small gap in the documentation, if evidence passes through unknown hands or sits unaccounted for even briefly, the defense can argue that the evidence may have been contaminated, tampered with, or even planted. In such cases, judges may rule that the evidence is inadmissible in trial. Years of investigative work can be undone by a single missing signature or an unexplained time gap in the evidence log. Consider a murder investigation. A detective collects a knife from the crime scene, bags it, labels it, and signs the evidence log. That knife is transported to the evidence room by an officer who also signs for it. When a forensic scientist needs to examine it, they sign it out, document their analysis, and sign it back in. If the case goes to trial months or even years later, the prosecution must be able to show exactly where that knife was and who handled it at every moment from collection to courtroom presentation. The chain of custody transforms physical objects into legally defensible evidence. It's the difference between a fiber being just a fiber and a fiber that can help convict a criminal in a court of law. Without this careful documentation, even the most damning physical evidence becomes legally worthless, unable to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. This emphasis on documentation reflects a broader truth about forensic science. It's not enough to find evidence or analyze it correctly. The entire process must be transparent, reproducible, and defensible. This is science in service of justice, which means it must meet both scientific standards and legal standards simultaneously. Now that we understand how evidence maintains its integrity, let's explore the breadth of forensic science itself. Forensic science is not a single field, but rather a vast constellation of specialized disciplines, each focusing on different types of evidence and requiring unique expertise. Consider firearms analysis, also known as forensic ballistics. Experts in this field examine bullets, cartridge cases, and the weapons themselves, determining whether a particular gun fired a particular bullet. They study the microscopic marks left on projectiles as they travel down a barrel, marks as unique as fingerprints because no two gun barrels are manufactured exactly alike. Then there's tool mark examination, where specialists analyze the unique impressions left by screwdrivers, pliers, crowbars, and other implements used to break into homes, pry open safes, or cut through locks. Like firearms, tools bear manufacturing imperfections and damage from use that create distinctive marks when they're applied to softer materials. DNA analysis has become perhaps the most well-known forensic discipline, capable of identifying individuals from microscopic biological samples. We'll explore DNA in great depth later, but for now, it's enough to understand that DNA analysts form one specialized branch of a much larger scientific enterprise. Fire and explosion debris analysis helps investigators determine whether a blaze was accidental or deliberately set, and what accelerants might have been used. These experts can examine charred remains, identify chemical signatures of gasoline or other ignitable liquids, and reconstruct how fires spread through structures. Controlled substances analysis identifies drugs and their chemical compositions. Is this powder cocaine or just baking soda? Is this plant material marijuana or harmless hemp? Is this pill what its markings claim, or something else entirely? These analysts use sophisticated instruments to answer such questions definitively. Trace evidence examination looks at the smallest materials: hairs, fibers, paint chips, glass fragments. These specialists work at the intersection of chemistry, physics, and microscopy, coaxing information from particles barely visible to the naked eye. And then there's wildlife forensics, a perhaps surprising application of forensic science. When endangered species are poached, when animal parts are trafficked illegally, when environmental crimes occur, wildlife forensics experts apply the same scientific rigor to these cases as their colleagues apply to human crimes. They might analyze ivory to determine which elephant population it came from, or identify which specific tree illegal timber originated from. The American Academy of Forensic Sciences recognizes numerous disciplines of primary concern, including criminalistics, engineering sciences, jurisprudence, and odontology, the analysis of teeth and bite marks. Each requires years of specialized training and often advanced degrees. A DNA analyst needs deep knowledge of molecular biology and genetics. A firearms examiner needs to understand ballistics, metallurgy, and the mechanics of weapons. A fire debris analyst needs expertise in chemistry and an understanding of combustion. What's remarkable is that many criminal investigations require multiple disciplines working together. A single case might involve DNA analysts examining blood evidence, fingerprint examiners looking for latent prints, ballistics experts studying bullet casings, and toxicologists testing for drugs or poisons, all contributing their specialized knowledge to build a complete picture of what happened. This specialization ensures that evidence is examined by those most qualified to interpret it, but it also means that modern crime laboratories must either employ experts in many fields or partner with other labs that have the needed specialists. A small-town police department might collect evidence competently but need to send it to a state or regional laboratory for analysis. Large urban crime labs might have specialists on staff but still consult with federal laboratories for particularly challenging analyses. The coordination required is substantial. Evidence must be divided appropriately so that each specialist receives the samples they need. Analyses must be scheduled to avoid destroying evidence needed for other tests. Results must be compiled, compared, and interpreted collectively rather than in isolation. A fiber that matches the victim's carpet becomes more significant when combined with DNA evidence. A fingerprint gains context when considered alongside ballistics evidence that establishes what weapon was used. Among all these disciplines, trace evidence holds a special place. As its name suggests, trace evidence comprises the smallest materials found at crime scenes, often invisible to the naked eye yet capable of telling powerful stories about what occurred. Traditional trace evidence encompasses glass fragments, fibers from clothing or carpets, tape, paints, dyes, human and animal hair, gunshot residue, fire debris, and countless other natural and manufactured materials. Each type requires different collection methods, different analytical techniques, and different expertise to interpret. The goal of trace evidence analysis is threefold: to identify what the material is, to compare it with known samples, and ideally to individualize the source, meaning to determine with high confidence where that specific piece of evidence originated. Consider a hit-and-run case. A pedestrian is struck and killed, and the vehicle flees. At the scene, investigators find tiny paint chips on the victim's clothing. These chips, barely larger than grains of sand, are collected and sent to the trace evidence laboratory. Analysts can examine the paint's chemical composition, its color, and crucially, its layer structure. Modern vehicles have multiple layers of paint: primer, base coat, color coat, clear coat. The specific combination of these layers, along with the chemical signature of each, can narrow down the make, model, and even the year range of the vehicle involved. The paint might reveal that the vehicle was a light blue sedan manufactured between 2015 and 2018, and that it was originally produced by one of 3 manufacturers who used that particular paint formulation. This doesn't identify a specific vehicle, but it transforms an investigation from looking for any vehicle among millions to looking for perhaps a few thousand vehicles that match these characteristics in the relevant geographic area. Now investigators can search DMV records for registered vehicles matching this description. They can review traffic cameras for blue sedans in the area around the time of the incident. They can follow up on tips from the public asking specifically about blue sedans with front-end damage. But trace evidence doesn't work in isolation. Its true power emerges in combination with other evidence types. Those paint chips might lead investigators to a suspect vehicle. Then fibers from the victim's clothing found embedded in the vehicle's damaged bumper, combined with DNA from skin cells on the bumper, create a compelling case. Trace evidence analysis aids in crime scene reconstructions, helping investigators understand the sequence of events, the positions of people and objects, and the nature of contact between surfaces. In this way, the smallest materials can answer the biggest questions. Did the suspect ever touch this doorknob? Did this tool make that pry mark? Was the victim's body moved after death? Let's focus for a moment on one particularly interesting type of trace evidence: textile fibers. Fibers are everywhere in our environment. We wear them, we sit on them, we walk on them. Our homes are filled with curtains, carpets, upholstery, and linens. Our cars have fabric seats and carpet. Even synthetic environments are rich with fibers. And when people come into contact, whether through a handshake, a struggle, or an assault, fibers transfer from one person to another. This is Locard's principle in action. Every contact leaves a trace. What's fascinating about fiber evidence is its persistence. Fibers from a victim's clothing may still be present on a suspect's items for quite some time after the incident occurred. This makes fiber collection crucial even days after a crime has taken place. The transfer of fibers follows predictable patterns. During violent contact, fibers move from one fabric to another. The rougher the contact, the more fibers transfer. A person brushing past someone in a hallway might transfer a few fibers. A person struggling violently with someone during an assault transfers far more. But fibers also shed over time. A suspect might pick up fibers from a victim during an assault, then gradually lose those fibers to their car seat, their home, anywhere they go afterward. When investigators search a suspect's vehicle days later, they might find victim fibers on the driver's seat, having been transferred from the suspect's clothing. This creates both opportunities and challenges for investigators. The persistence of fibers means that evidence can be collected even when there's a delay in identifying a suspect. But it also means that innocent explanations for fiber transfer must be considered. Did the suspect and victim ride the same bus earlier that day? Did they brush past each other in a crowded hallway? Do they work in the same building where similar carpet fibers might be encountered? The strength of fiber evidence lies in numbers and specificity. Finding a single common fiber type might be coincidental. But finding multiple fibers that match in color, type, chemical composition, and manufacturing characteristics creates a much stronger argument that physical contact occurred. Forensic fiber analysts examine specimens under microscopes, noting their color, diameter, cross-sectional shape, and surface characteristics. Natural fibers like cotton and wool have distinctive appearances under magnification. Cotton fibers look like twisted ribbons with a hollow core. Wool fibers have overlapping scales along their surface. Synthetic fibers like polyester and nylon have smooth, uniform surfaces with circular cross-sections, though their exact appearance depends on manufacturing methods. Analysts might use chemical tests to identify the fiber type: cotton, wool, polyester, nylon, acrylic, or one of dozens of other materials. Advanced techniques like microspectrophotometry can analyze the specific dyes used to color the fibers. This instrument measures how fibers absorb and transmit light at different wavelengths, creating a spectral signature that can distinguish between fibers that look identical to the human eye but were dyed with different chemicals. The greater the number of matching fibers found, and the more unusual those fibers are, the stronger the argument that the suspect and victim, or the suspect and crime scene, came into contact. A suspect wearing a mass-produced blue cotton t-shirt might shed fibers found on thousands of other people. But a suspect wearing a rare vintage jacket made from unusual synthetic fibers in an uncommon color pattern? That's a different story entirely. Imagine a suspect wearing a jacket made from a discontinued fiber type, dyed with a particular shade of burgundy using a dye no longer manufactured. If matching fibers are found on the victim, the probability that these came from random environmental contact becomes vanishingly small. The fibers don't prove the suspect committed the crime, but they strongly suggest the suspect and victim were in physical contact, often contradicting a suspect's claim that they never met the victim. As investigators document crime scenes and evidence, they employ technologies that reveal what ordinary vision cannot detect. One of the most powerful of these technologies is ultraviolet photography. Ultraviolet light exists just beyond the violet end of the visible spectrum, at wavelengths shorter than our eyes can perceive. While we cannot see it with our unaided eyes, UV light interacts with materials in ways that can be captured photographically, revealing hidden details with remarkable clarity. In forensic applications, ultraviolet photographs provide more contrast and detail compared to normal lighting techniques, revealing areas of injury that normally cannot be seen with the naked eye. Both reflective and fluorescent UV imaging techniques present wounds in much finer detail than possible with regular digital cameras. Why is this so valuable? Consider a victim of assault who reports being struck repeatedly. Under normal lighting, investigators might see some bruising, but older bruises fade, and bruises on certain skin types may be difficult to photograph. Under ultraviolet light, however, these same injuries appear with startling clarity. Bruises that have faded to barely visible yellow-green under ordinary light may show up as dark, distinct marks under UV. This happens because bruises represent blood that has leaked from damaged vessels into surrounding tissue. As bruises heal, the hemoglobin in this leaked blood breaks down into various compounds, each with different light-absorbing properties. These compounds absorb UV light differently than surrounding healthy tissue, creating contrast that makes the bruises visible even when they've faded from view under normal lighting. This is particularly important in cases of child abuse, elder abuse, or domestic violence, where victims may have injuries in various stages of healing, and where documenting the full extent of harm is crucial for both medical treatment and legal proceedings. A victim might have visible bruises from a recent assault, but UV photography might reveal older bruises that have mostly faded, establishing a pattern of repeated abuse. UV photography also reveals bite marks, ligature marks, and other patterned injuries with enhanced detail. It can show defensive wounds on a victim's hands and arms, where they tried to ward off blows. It can even help establish the age of bruises by the way they appear under different wavelengths of UV light, as bruises change color predictably as they heal, though this aging process is less precise than many people assume. Beyond injury documentation, UV photography serves other forensic purposes. It can reveal alterations in documents, showing where ink has been erased or where pages have been switched. Different inks that look identical under normal light might show dramatically different properties under UV, exposing forgeries or modifications. It can highlight gunshot residue patterns around entrance wounds, showing the distribution of partially burned gunpowder particles and other materials expelled from a firearm's muzzle. These patterns help establish the distance between the muzzle and the target when the weapon was fired. It can even detect certain bodily fluids that fluoresce under UV illumination, glowing brightly when exposed to the right wavelength of ultraviolet light. This overlaps with another crucial forensic technology: alternative light sources. The technique requires specialized equipment, UV light sources and cameras modified to capture UV wavelengths or fitted with special filters. But the investment pays dividends in cases where standard photography fails to capture the full story told by physical evidence. UV photography represents just one application of alternative light sources in forensic investigation. The technology has evolved considerably, and modern alternate light sources, or ALS, have become indispensable tools for evidence collection. Alternative light source technology can detect an astonishing proportion of all trace evidence at a crime scene, with some advanced systems using blue merge technology capable of detecting over 99% of trace materials. Think about that for a moment. Nearly all physical evidence at a crime scene, which might be completely invisible under ordinary lighting, can be revealed with the right wavelength of light. Physiological fluids like semen, urine, and saliva are commonly identified using these tools. Many body fluids contain compounds that fluoresce, meaning they absorb light at one wavelength and emit light at a different wavelength. When investigators shine an alternate light source at the right wavelength, these fluids glow, revealing their locations even after attempts to clean them up. This has profound implications for crime scene investigation. A hotel room might appear clean under normal lighting, perhaps having been cleaned by housekeeping or even deliberately sanitized by a perpetrator trying to destroy evidence. But under an alternate light source, it might reveal a constellation of biological evidence: saliva on a glass rim, semen on bed linens, urine in a corner, blood spatters that were wiped away but left microscopic traces in the grain of wooden surfaces or in the weave of fabric. Alternate light source tools improve evidence collection and enhance visualization of injuries. They help investigators find fingerprints that might otherwise go unnoticed, particularly on difficult surfaces where traditional powder techniques don't work well. They reveal trace amounts of gunshot residue on skin or clothing. They illuminate hairs and fibers against complex backgrounds where they would otherwise blend in. The technology works by illuminating scenes or evidence with specific wavelengths of light, then observing the results through filters that block the incident light while allowing fluorescent emissions to pass through. This creates a dramatic visual effect where evidence literally glows against a dark background. Picture an investigator in a darkened room, sweeping an alternate light source across surfaces. The room appears black except where the beam touches. Most surfaces simply reflect the light. But then, suddenly, glowing spots appear, bright blue-white or yellow-green or orange, depending on the material and the wavelength being used. Each glowing spot represents potential evidence, flagged for collection and analysis. Different wavelengths reveal different types of evidence. Shorter wavelengths in the ultraviolet and blue range work well for certain bodily fluids and some fingerprints. Longer wavelengths in the green, orange, and red ranges might be better for other materials, or for the same materials on different backgrounds. A complete examination might involve scanning a scene with multiple wavelengths to ensure nothing is missed. This is painstaking work. An investigator might spend hours systematically examining every surface in a room, adjusting wavelengths, changing angles, looking at the same areas repeatedly with different settings. But the payoff can be tremendous. Evidence that would otherwise go undetected, evidence that could solve a case or exonerate an innocent person, revealed by careful, methodical examination with the right tools. Alternative light sources are paired with complementary technologies. Infrared luminescence for certain applications. Molecular spectroscopy for chemical identification. Together, these tools transform crime scene investigation from looking for what's obvious to revealing what's hidden. Among all the wavelengths available to forensic investigators, one stands out for its versatility. 450 nanometers, which appears as blue light to anyone who observes it directly, though investigators typically view fluorescent responses through filters rather than looking at the light source itself. A 450 nanometer light source can detect many types of luminescent evidence, including body fluids, bruises, gunshot residue, and hairs and fibers. This makes it one of the most versatile single-wavelength options for forensic investigation, often serving as the first wavelength investigators try when examining a scene. Why is 450 nanometers so effective? It has to do with the way this particular wavelength interacts with the molecules found in biological materials and forensic evidence. Many of these molecules absorb light efficiently at this wavelength and fluoresce brightly in response, emitting light at longer wavelengths that can pass through the filters investigators use. For body fluid detection, 450 nanometer light causes certain components to glow. Semen contains compounds, particularly flavin molecules from seminal fluid, that fluoresce under blue light. Saliva shows similar properties due to various enzymes and proteins it contains. Even urine, which contains various fluorescent compounds depending on diet and medications, often responds well to this wavelength, though less reliably than semen or saliva. Bruises appear differently under 450 nanometer illumination because the hemoglobin breakdown products in bruised tissue absorb and reflect this wavelength differently than surrounding healthy tissue. This reveals the true extent of bruising, including areas where surface healing has made the injury less visible under normal light. The contrast can be striking, turning faint shadows under white light into clearly defined dark regions under blue light. Gunshot residue particles, composed of materials like lead, barium, and antimony, show enhanced contrast under blue light, making them easier to locate on skin, clothing, or other surfaces. This helps investigators determine who fired a weapon or who was in close proximity when a weapon was discharged. Critical information in shooting investigations. Hairs and fibers, which might blend into complex backgrounds under white light, often stand out under 450 nanometer illumination because of their different reflective and fluorescent properties compared to surrounding materials. A carpet might have fibers from a victim's clothing embedded in it, invisible under ordinary light because they're similar in color to the carpet itself. Under blue light, differences in dye fluorescence might make those foreign fibers obvious. Crime scene investigators often begin their examination with a 450 nanometer light source, scanning systematically across all surfaces. What they discover guides their subsequent collection efforts. A surface that appears clean might reveal dozens of hairs under blue light. A floor that seems unmarked might show drag patterns in biological fluids, suggesting a body was moved. A wall might show blood spatter invisible to the naked eye. The portability of modern LED-based alternate light sources means investigators can use them in the field, at crime scenes, in vehicles, anywhere evidence might be found. They're no longer confined to laboratory settings. Early alternate light sources were large, expensive systems that required substantial power sources. Modern units can be handheld, battery-powered, and rugged enough to use in challenging environments. This immediacy helps ensure that evidence is recognized and protected before it's inadvertently destroyed or contaminated. An investigator processing a scene might notice what appears to be a clean floor. Without checking with an alternate light source, they might walk across it, potentially destroying evidence. But a quick scan with blue light might reveal biological evidence, prompting them to establish a more careful path through the scene or to collect samples before allowing further foot traffic. The combination of technologies, the careful documentation through chain of custody, the coordination of multiple forensic disciplines, the application of Locard's principle to recognize that contact leaves traces, all of this comes together at the crime scene. This is where forensic science begins, with careful observation, systematic collection, and the understanding that evidence surrounds us constantly, invisible to ordinary observation, waiting for the right tools and the right expertise to reveal the secrets it holds. The crime scene is not just what we see with our eyes under ordinary lighting. It's also what we can learn to see through technology, training, and careful, systematic investigation. It's what remains after attempts to clean or conceal. It's the physical record of events, written in fibers and fluids, in light and shadow, in traces too small to see but large enough in their implications to determine guilt or innocence, to solve cases that seem unsolvable, to bring answers to those who desperately need them. From the crime scene with its invisible traces revealed by light and careful examination, we turn now to perhaps the most iconic form of forensic evidence: fingerprints. These unique patterns at our fingertips have been solving crimes for well over a century. Yet the technology for finding, enhancing, and matching them continues to evolve in remarkable ways. The modern approach to fingerprint identification relies heavily on the automated fingerprint identification system, known as AFIS. This system uses sophisticated fingerprint recognition algorithms to rapidly and accurately match fingerprints against extensive databases containing millions of prints from known individuals. The accuracy of AFIS is impressive. 10 print card searches, where all 10 fingerprints from an individual are captured and compared against the database, achieve accuracy rates of 99.9% when sufficient image quality is present. This near-perfect accuracy has made AFIS indispensable for background checks, employment screenings, and identity verification. But the system faces different challenges when dealing with latent prints, those partial, smudged, or unclear fingerprints left at crime scenes. A person being fingerprinted for a background check presses clean fingers onto an ink pad or scanner, creating clear, complete impressions. A burglar touching a windowsill leaves whatever portion of their finger happened to contact the surface, possibly smudged by movement, contaminated with dirt or grease, or only partially visible. With latent print searches, even when the suspect's fingerprints are in the database, there's approximately a 25% chance of missing an identification. This might seem like a high failure rate, but it reflects the challenging nature of the evidence rather than flaws in the system. Partial prints, poor quality impressions, or prints from unusual angles may simply not contain enough clear ridge detail for the algorithms to make a confident match. This has important implications for investigations. A failure to produce a hit when searching a latent print against AFIS is insufficient proof that the subject is not in the system. The print might be too poor quality for matching, or it might show an unusual portion of the finger not well represented in the database. Investigators cannot conclude that a suspect has never been fingerprinted simply because their latent print didn't match in AFIS. Despite these limitations, AFIS has revolutionized fingerprint investigation. Before automated systems, comparing a single latent print meant manually examining thousands or millions of fingerprint cards, an impossibly time-consuming task. AFIS can search millions of prints in minutes, returning a list of candidates ranked by similarity. Human examiners then review these candidates to determine if any represent true matches. The system works by analyzing the overall pattern type, the whorls, loops, and arches that characterize fingerprints, then examining finer details called minutiae. Minutiae are the specific points where friction ridges end, split, or form islands. The relative positions of these minutiae create a unique pattern for each finger. When a latent print is entered into AFIS, the system identifies as many minutiae as possible, calculates their relationships to each other, and searches the database for prints with similar minutiae patterns. The more minutiae that can be identified and the clearer they are, the more reliable the search results. Of course, finding fingerprints at crime scenes requires making them visible in the first place, and this is where fingerprint enhancement techniques become crucial. One of the most widely used methods is cyanoacrylate fuming, commonly known as superglue fuming. This chemical method detects latent finger marks on non-porous surfaces by causing polymerized cyanoacrylate ester to deposit on fingerprint residues. The process might sound complex, but the principle is straightforward. When cyanoacrylate, the main ingredient in superglue, is heated and vaporized, those vapors react with the traces of amino acids, fatty acids, and proteins present in latent fingerprints, along with moisture in the air. This reaction produces visible, sticky white material that forms along the friction ridges, creating an image of the entire fingerprint. The developed print appears as white ridges against the darker background of the surface, stable and permanent enough to photograph and preserve as evidence. The technique works particularly well on smooth, non-porous surfaces like glass, plastic, metal, and painted wood. These are exactly the surfaces where traditional powder methods sometimes fail because there's nothing for the powder to adhere to except the fingerprint residue itself. To perform cyanoacrylate fuming, investigators typically place the evidence in a sealed chamber along with a small amount of superglue. The glue is heated, either with a hot plate or specialized fuming wand, causing it to vaporize. The vapors circulate through the chamber, contacting all surfaces. Where fingerprint residue exists, the polymerization reaction occurs, building up white material along the ridge patterns. The process takes time, anywhere from a few minutes to several hours depending on the size of the chamber, the amount of evidence, and the age and quality of the latent prints. Investigators monitor the development, looking for the point where prints become clearly visible but before overfuming causes the white deposits to spread and obscure detail. Once prints are developed with cyanoacrylate, they can be further enhanced with dyes that make them even more visible, or they can be photographed as is. The developed prints are remarkably stable, remaining visible for years, which is important because evidence sometimes needs to be re-examined long after initial processing. Cyanoacrylate fuming has become standard practice in crime laboratories worldwide. It's relatively safe when proper ventilation is used, it's effective on a wide range of evidence types, and it doesn't damage most materials, allowing the same evidence to be examined for other trace evidence types after fingerprint processing. For older prints or those exposed to adverse environmental conditions, an even more sensitive technique exists: vacuum metal deposition. This method involves the sequential vacuum deposition of atomic layers of gold followed by zinc under high vacuum conditions to develop latent fingerprints. The process sounds like science fiction, and in a way, it is. Evidence is placed in a high vacuum chamber where the air pressure is reduced to near zero. A small amount of gold is then vaporized, and in the vacuum, individual gold atoms travel in straight lines, coating all surfaces with an incredibly thin layer of gold, just a few atoms thick. Gold deposits preferentially on the background surfaces rather than on fingerprint residues, creating contrast. Then zinc is vaporized in the same way. Zinc atoms preferentially deposit on the gold-coated background and on the fingerprint residues, creating further contrast and enhancement. The result is fingerprints that appear as dark ridges against a lighter background, often with stunning clarity. Vacuum metal deposition is particularly sensitive for detecting older prints, prints that have been exposed to water or weather, or prints on problematic surfaces where other methods fail. The technique is more expensive and time-consuming than cyanoacrylate fuming, requiring specialized equipment and trained operators. It's typically reserved for high-priority cases or for evidence where other enhancement methods have failed. But when it works, it can reveal prints that would otherwise remain invisible, potentially solving cases that seemed impossible. Both cyanoacrylate fuming and vacuum metal deposition represent chemical and physical approaches to fingerprint enhancement. Another approach is purely electronic, live scan technology, which has transformed how fingerprints are captured from known individuals. Live scan is an inkless electronic system that captures fingerprints in digitized format and transmits them directly to state repositories and databases like those maintained by the FBI. The system uses optical or capacitive sensors that detect the ridge patterns when fingers are pressed against a glass or semiconductor surface. The speed advantage is dramatic. With traditional ink and card fingerprinting, cards had to be physically mailed to processing centers, manually checked for quality, and then manually entered into databases. Results might take 2 to 4 weeks to return. With live scan, fingerprints are transmitted electronically and results can be returned in as little as 3 to 48 hours. The quality advantage is equally important. Live scan sensors immediately detect quality issues and reject unusable print captures, prompting the operator to rescan the finger. This ensures that only high-quality digital fingerprints are transmitted in encrypted files. With ink cards, quality problems might not be discovered until the cards reach the processing center, requiring the entire fingerprinting session to be repeated. Live scan systems also capture additional information: photographs, physical descriptions, and other identifying data, all linked to the fingerprint record. This creates comprehensive digital identity records that can be searched and shared far more efficiently than paper-based systems. The technology has become standard for employment background checks, professional licensing, and criminal booking procedures. When someone is arrested, their fingerprints are captured with live scan and immediately compared against databases of wanted persons and unsolved crimes. This can identify suspects who give false names or have outstanding warrants. From electronic capture, we move to another type of impression evidence: footwear and tire tracks. As shoes and tires are used, their physical features change over time through wear, and this wear is often reflected in imprints or patterns left behind, allowing forensic examiners to use wear patterns along with tread patterns to positively match impressions to specific items. Think about your own shoes. When they're new, the tread pattern is uniform, identical to every other shoe of the same make and model. But as you wear them, that pattern changes. The heel wears down more on one side if your gait is slightly uneven. A small cut appears from stepping on broken glass. A pebble creates a permanent indentation. The tread becomes smoother in areas of high contact. These changes are random and unique. No two shoes, even from the same manufacturer and worn by people with similar gaits, will wear in exactly the same way. This transforms footwear from class evidence, which can only indicate what type of shoe made an impression, to individual evidence, which can link an impression to one specific shoe. Forensic examiners analyze three main characteristics when examining footwear and tire impressions: class characteristics, individual characteristics, and wear characteristics. Class characteristics result from the manufacturing process: the size, the tread pattern design, the spacing of elements. These characteristics can narrow down possibilities to a particular make and model but can't distinguish between different shoes of that type. Individual characteristics arise from unique damage or misalignment: a cut in the sole, a nail hole, a manufacturing defect that affects only one shoe in a production run. These features, when they appear in a crime scene impression, can provide strong evidence linking that impression to a specific shoe. Wear characteristics bridge these categories. Wear is universal. All shoes show it eventually. But the specific pattern of wear is individual, depending on how that particular shoe was used by that particular person. An athlete's running shoes wear differently than an office worker's dress shoes, even if both are the same brand and model. Tire tracks follow similar principles. New tires have uniform tread patterns. Used tires develop unique wear patterns, cuts, embedded stones, and damage that create distinctive features. A tire impression at a crime scene might show a particular pattern of wear on the outer edge, a specific cut in one groove, and a small stone embedded in the tread. Finding a suspect vehicle with tires that match all these features provides powerful evidence. Collecting footwear and tire impressions requires care. Impressions in soil or snow can be photographed and cast using dental stone or similar materials that harden into permanent replicas. Impressions on hard surfaces might be visible as dust prints or contamination prints, and can be lifted using specialized adhesive sheets. Analysis happens at two levels. First, examiners create test impressions from suspect footwear or tires, using the same pressure and movement that would occur naturally. Then they compare these test impressions with crime scene impressions, looking for corresponding features. For footwear particularly, forensic podiatry has emerged as a specialized field. Forensic podiatrists use overlay approaches to compare the morphology of crime scene footprints with suspect footprints, examining the position, shape, and contour of toes and the overall footprint shape. They use both low-tech methods like acetate overlays placed directly on photographs and high-tech digital imaging software that can align and compare images with precision. Linear measurement approaches compare distances and angles between reference points on footprints. The distance from heel to big toe, the angle of the footprint relative to the direction of travel, the spacing between left and right footprints, all of these measurements create a pattern that can be compared between crime scene prints and suspect prints. Most interestingly, Pathology evaluation identifies structural abnormalities or biomechanical features visible in impressions. Does this person have flat feet, a high arch, an unusual gait that causes them to strike the ground differently? These features can appear in footprints, both in the overall shape and in the pattern of pressure distribution. A person with arthritis in their right knee might favor that leg, creating asymmetric footprints where the left foot shows deeper pressure than the right. Someone with a leg length discrepancy might show a longer stride on one side. These subtle biomechanical signatures can help link prints to specific individuals, particularly when combined with other evidence. Barefoot impressions are especially valuable because feet, like fingerprints, have friction ridges that create unique patterns. The arches, balls, and toes of feet all have ridge patterns that can be analyzed and compared. While barefoot prints are less common at crime scenes than shoe prints, when they're found, they can provide identification as reliable as fingerprints themselves. The analysis of footprints also extends to gait analysis, the study of how people walk. Each person's gait is as distinctive as their fingerprint, influenced by factors including height, weight, injuries, and even psychological aspects. Forensic gait analysis examines unique walking characteristics such as stride length, walking speed, body posture, and biomechanics to identify individuals. This becomes particularly valuable when analyzing surveillance footage. Even when cameras are too distant or poorly positioned to capture faces clearly, they might record how someone walks. The rhythm of their steps, the swing of their arms, the angle of their posture, these create a distinctive pattern that trained analysts can recognize and compare. Gait analysis has helped identify suspects in cases where traditional identification methods failed. A robbery captured on surveillance video might show a masked individual whose face is never visible. But if police develop a suspect, that suspect's gait can be compared with the robber's gait. If the match is strong, combined with other evidence, it can help establish identification. The field combines biomechanics, anatomy, and careful observation. Analysts might examine hundreds of frames of video, measuring angles, timing footfalls, noting asymmetries. They might ask suspects to walk naturally while being recorded, then compare these exemplar recordings with crime scene footage. All these impression-based identification methods, from fingerprints enhanced with fuming or vacuum deposition, to electronic fingerprint capture with live scan, to footwear analysis considering class and individual characteristics, to tire tracks showing unique wear, to barefoot prints with their friction ridges, to gait patterns visible in video, all rely on the same fundamental principle: that people leave traces of their presence in predictable, measurable, and ultimately identifiable ways. The friction ridges on our fingers developed evolutionarily to help us grip objects. The patterns our feet make when we walk reflect our unique anatomy and movement. The wear on our shoes tells the story of how we've used them. None of these features were designed for identification purposes, yet all of them serve that function reliably when examined with proper scientific methods. This intersection of biology, physics, and chemistry, combined with careful observation and measurement, transforms the simple fact of our physical existence into evidence. We cannot pass through the world without leaving impressions, literal and figurative, and forensic science has developed increasingly sophisticated methods for reading those impressions, for understanding what they tell us, and for using that understanding to answer questions of justice. From the patterns we leave with our fingers and feet, we turn now to the fluids that flow through our bodies and the traces they leave behind. Blood and other bodily fluids represent some of the most commonly encountered evidence at crime scenes, particularly in cases of violence. The science of analyzing these fluids, known as forensic serology, combines chemistry, biology, and careful observation to extract remarkable amounts of information from even the smallest samples. Forensic serology is the detection, identification, classification, and study of various bodily fluids including blood, semen, saliva, and urine, and their relationship to a crime scene. The field involves immunological and biochemical methods to identify bodily fluid samples, with blood being the most commonly recovered and important piece of evidence in violent crimes. Consider what blood can tell investigators. Its presence confirms that someone was injured. Its location and pattern reveal where the injury occurred and how the injured person moved afterward. Its volume can estimate the severity of injuries. And of course, the DNA within blood cells can identify whose blood it is, potentially linking a suspect to a crime scene or a victim to a location. But before DNA analysis, before confirmatory testing, before any complex laboratory work, investigators first need to find blood. And blood, despite what many people think, is not always obvious. It can be wiped away, diluted, or hidden among other substances. This is where presumptive tests become essential. The Kastle-Meyer test, first described in 1903, uses phenolphthalein to detect the possible presence of hemoglobin by relying on its peroxidase-like activity to catalyze oxidation. When a swab that may contain blood is treated with phenolphthalein reagent and hydrogen peroxide, the swab turns bright pink within seconds if blood is present. This happens because hemoglobin, the protein in red blood cells that carries oxygen, has a structure that can catalyze certain chemical reactions even outside the body. When hemoglobin encounters the Kastle-Meyer reagent in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, it catalyzes the oxidation of phenolphthalein from its colorless form to its pink form. The test is highly sensitive to small quantities of blood, capable of detecting traces invisible to the naked eye. A criminal might wipe down a surface they believe they've cleaned thoroughly, but microscopic amounts of blood remaining in tiny scratches or porous materials will still react to the Kastle-Meyer test. Importantly, samples remain intact for further DNA analysis. The test doesn't consume or destroy the biological material. A swab that tests positive can be sent to the DNA laboratory for confirmatory testing and genetic profiling. This makes the Kastle-Meyer test a valuable screening tool, quick, inexpensive, and preserving evidence for more sophisticated analysis. However, presumptive tests like Kastle-Meyer are not definitive. They indicate that blood may be present, but they can produce false positives. Certain plant materials, chemical oxidizers, and other substances can also cause the characteristic color change. This is why they're called presumptive tests rather than confirmatory tests. They presume blood might be present and guide where investigators should focus their efforts, but they cannot prove blood is present. This brings us to a broader principle in forensic serology. Research shows presumptive tests are generally more sensitive in detecting body fluids than confirmatory tests, with sensitivity at least double that of many confirmatory methods. Presumptive tests have high sensitivity but lower specificity, meaning they're very good at detecting substances that might be blood or other body fluids, but they risk false positives. Confirmatory tests conclusively identify substances with much smaller risk of false positives but require additional equipment and time, and they're often less sensitive, meaning they might miss very small quantities that presumptive tests would detect. The strategy, then, is to use presumptive tests for screening. Test many areas quickly and inexpensively. Where presumptive tests indicate possible blood or other fluids, collect samples for confirmatory testing. This two-stage approach maximizes efficiency while maintaining scientific rigor. One of the most famous presumptive tests for blood is luminol. The luminol process involves spraying a chemical onto surfaces where blood is suspected, making it one of the most publicized forensic tests for blood detection, familiar to anyone who watches crime dramas on television. Luminol works through chemiluminescence, a process where a chemical reaction produces light. When luminol solution contacts blood, even blood that has been diluted or wiped away, the iron in hemoglobin catalyzes a reaction that causes the luminol to glow with a blue luminescence visible in darkness. The effect is dramatic. Investigators darken the room, spray luminol solution across surfaces, and blood traces light up with an eerie blue glow. A floor that appears clean under normal lighting might reveal smeared handprints, drag marks, or spatter patterns glowing in the dark. A wall might show arc patterns where blood was cast off a weapon during repeated blows. Luminol can detect blood even after extensive cleaning attempts. Criminals who believe they've eliminated all traces of blood by scrubbing with bleach or other cleaners often find that luminol still reveals blood proteins in amounts too small to see but large enough to produce the telltale glow. Blood that has soaked into wood grain, grout lines, or carpet padding may be invisible on the surface but still reactive to luminol. The technique has limitations. The glow is temporary, lasting only seconds, so investigators must photograph it immediately. Luminol can react with substances other than blood, including certain metals, bleach residues, and plant enzymes, creating false positives that must be verified. And the test can potentially interfere with some DNA analysis methods, though modern DNA techniques are often robust enough to work even on luminol-treated samples. Despite these limitations, luminol remains valuable for reconstructing crimes. It can show the movement of an injured person through a scene, reveal attempts to clean up blood, and locate blood evidence that would otherwise go undiscovered. It transforms a seemingly clean crime scene into one that glows with evidence, telling stories written in blood that someone tried desperately to erase. Once blood is detected and confirmed, the next question becomes, what can the patterns of bloodstains tell us about what happened? This field, Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, examines how blood behaves when subjected to various forces and how the resulting patterns reveal information about the events that produced them. Blood is a fluid with specific physical properties. It has a particular viscosity, surface tension, and density. When blood leaves the body and interacts with surfaces or air, it behaves according to predictable physical laws. Blood drops falling straight down create circular stains. Blood striking a surface at an angle creates elongated stains with the narrow end pointing in the direction of travel. Blood subjected to force breaks into droplets whose size and distribution depend on the amount of force applied. By analyzing bloodstain patterns found at crime scenes, forensic scientists can determine where victims were located when they received wounds, whether victims were standing or seated when wounds were inflicted, and the position of perpetrators during violent events. Analysts use the direction and angle of spatter to establish areas of convergence and origin, creating a three-dimensional estimate of the victim's location when the blood drops occurred. Imagine a victim struck repeatedly with a blunt object. Each blow creates a characteristic pattern. As the weapon contacts the blood-covered injury, blood adheres to the weapon. When the weapon is raised for another blow, that blood is cast off, traveling through the air and striking surrounding surfaces. These cast-off stains create linear patterns that can reveal the number of blows, the direction of the swings, and the approximate position of the attacker. Blood dripping from a stationary source, like an injured person standing still, creates different patterns than blood from a moving source, like an injured person walking. Dripping blood creates roughly circular stains clustered in one area. Blood dripping from someone in motion creates a trail of stains showing the direction and sometimes the speed of movement. When blood is subjected to significant force, it breaks into smaller droplets that spray outward, creating spatter. The size of these droplets relates to the amount of force. Blood spatter is classified into 3 velocity categories based on the forces involved. Low-velocity impact spatter results from objects traveling less than 5 feet per second and produces large droplets greater than 4 millimeters in diameter. This might occur from blood dripping or from relatively gentle contact with a bleeding wound. Medium-velocity impact spatter occurs when blood is subjected to forces like beatings or stabbings with velocities of 5 to 25 feet per second, creating droplets 1 to 4 millimeters in diameter. This represents the majority of violent crime spatter, the patterns created when someone is struck repeatedly, when arterial blood pumps from wounds, or when blood is forcibly projected by other mechanisms. High-velocity impact spatter from gunshots travels at 100 feet per second or more, creating droplets under 1 millimeter in diameter, sometimes described as mist-like. The extreme force of a bullet passing through blood-filled tissue atomizes blood into very fine droplets that spray in patterns distinctive from other mechanisms. These classifications help analysts understand the events that created bloodstain patterns. Finding high-velocity spatter suggests a shooting. Finding medium-velocity spatter with cast-off patterns suggests a beating with a weapon. Finding only low-velocity drips suggests a stationary bleeding source with no additional force applied. The geometry of bloodstains provides additional information. The angle at which a blood drop strikes a surface affects the stain's shape. A drop hitting a surface at 90 degrees creates a circular stain. As the impact angle decreases, the stain becomes more elongated, with a ratio of length to width mathematically related to the impact angle. By measuring multiple stains and calculating their impact angles, analysts can work backward to determine where the blood originated in three-dimensional space. Lines projected backward from stains converge at an area called the area of origin, essentially locating where the source of blood was positioned when the bloodshed occurred. This reconstruction can answer critical questions. Was the victim standing when shot or already on the ground? Was the attacker taller or shorter than the victim? Did the events occur in one location or multiple locations? These answers can support or contradict statements from witnesses and suspects, establishing timelines and sequences of events. Bloodstain pattern analysis also helps investigators understand what didn't happen. A suspect might claim they found a victim already injured and tried to help them, explaining why their clothes have blood on them. But if bloodstain analysis shows that the blood on the suspect's clothing includes cast-off spatter consistent with swinging a weapon, the claim of merely rendering aid becomes much less credible. The field requires extensive training. Analysts must understand fluid dynamics, geometry, and human anatomy. They must recognize dozens of different pattern types: impact spatter, cast-off, arterial spurting, drip patterns, transfer stains, wipes, swipes, pools, flows, and many others. They must distinguish between patterns that look similar but have different causes. And critically, they must work within the limitations of the science. Bloodstain pattern analysis can indicate what types of events likely occurred, but it cannot always provide definitive answers. Analysts present their findings in terms of possibilities and probabilities rather than certainties, acknowledging that blood behavior, while governed by physical laws, can be influenced by variables not always apparent at the scene. From blood patterns, we can also turn our attention to other bodily fluids and how they're detected at crime scenes. Forensic serology encompasses multiple types of biological evidence, each requiring different detection and analysis methods. Semen, saliva, and urine all appear frequently in criminal investigations, particularly in sexual assault cases. Like blood, these fluids can be tested with both presumptive and confirmatory methods. Unlike blood, they're often transparent or only faintly colored when dried, making them much more difficult to locate visually. This is where alternative light sources prove especially valuable. Many components of bodily fluids fluoresce under specific wavelengths of light. Semen fluoresces particularly well under certain conditions. Saliva shows fluorescence from various enzymes and proteins. Even urine, depending on its composition, may fluoresce. Investigators examining a suspected sexual assault scene might use an alternative light source to scan bedding, floors, and other surfaces. Areas that fluoresce are marked, swabbed, and tested. The initial fluorescence provides a presumptive indication that biological fluid might be present. Chemical tests can then indicate which specific fluid is likely present. Finally, confirmatory tests using immunological or enzymatic methods can definitively identify the fluid type. For semen, the standard confirmatory test detects prostate-specific antigen, or PSA, a protein produced by the prostate gland and present in seminal fluid. The test is highly specific. PSA is not found in significant quantities in other body fluids or substances likely to be encountered at crime scenes. For saliva, tests detect the enzyme amylase, which is abundant in saliva due to its role in digesting starches. While amylase is present in other body fluids and tissues, it's found in much higher concentrations in saliva, and confirmatory tests use threshold levels that indicate saliva rather than other sources. The identification of specific bodily fluids guides DNA analysis strategies and provides information independent of DNA results. Finding semen in a sexual assault case supports the allegation that a sexual act occurred. Finding saliva on a bite mark connects the biology of the injury to potential DNA evidence. Finding urine might indicate fear or loss of control during an assault. The location of bodily fluids tells stories about events. Semen on bedding in a location consistent with consensual activity provides different implications than semen found on a victim's clothing in a location inconsistent with any consensual explanation. Saliva on a drinking glass might be entirely innocent, while saliva on a ligature or gag suggests violent crime. Blood spatter on a suspect's clothing in a pattern consistent with being near a victim during bloodshed provides very different information than a small smear that might occur from touching an injured person during rescue efforts. The patterns, the types of fluids, their locations, their quantities, all contribute to understanding what occurred. Forensic serology represents the foundation upon which DNA analysis builds. Before laboratories can extract DNA and generate genetic profiles, they need to find biological evidence, identify what type of evidence it is, and collect it properly. Serological testing provides this foundation, transforming crime scenes from places where events occurred into repositories of biological evidence waiting to be discovered, analyzed, and interpreted. The progression from presumptive tests to confirmatory tests to DNA analysis represents increasing levels of certainty and information, but also increasing time and expense. A Kastle-Meyer test takes seconds and costs pennies. A confirmatory immunological test might take an hour and cost a few dollars. A complete DNA analysis might take days or weeks and cost hundreds of dollars. This pyramid of testing ensures that resources are used efficiently, with the most expensive and time-consuming analyses reserved for samples that have already been screened and confirmed through simpler methods. And through it all, the biological evidence persists, stable enough to survive in many environments, specific enough to link individuals to locations and events, abundant enough to be found in even brief or minimal contact. Blood flows through our veins, Saliva moistens our mouths, and our bodies produce and shed biological materials constantly. All of this, from the perspective of forensic science, represents potential evidence, traces of our presence written in the very fluids that sustain our lives. From the detection and analysis of bodily fluids, we move now into the microscopic realm where the most powerful tool in modern forensic science resides: DNA. This molecule, coiled within the nucleus of nearly every cell in our bodies, carries the genetic instructions that make each of us unique. And that uniqueness, that individual genetic signature, has transformed criminal investigation in ways that the pioneers of fingerprinting could scarcely have imagined. DNA testing has freed hundreds of wrongfully convicted individuals worldwide by reopening decades-old cases with preserved DNA evidence. DNA profiles from crime scenes can be compared with genetic fingerprints of suspects to find matches, helping to convict the guilty and exonerate the wrongly accused. This dual power, to both condemn and absolve, makes DNA analysis perhaps the most consequential forensic technique ever developed. The exoneration power of DNA cannot be overstated. Imagine spending years, even decades, in prison for a crime you didn't commit. Your appeals have been exhausted. Witnesses identified you. Perhaps other evidence pointed to your guilt, or perhaps you were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time with no alibi. And then, years later, DNA technology advances to the point where biological evidence from your case, carefully preserved in an evidence locker, can finally be tested. The DNA profile doesn't match yours. It matches someone else entirely, someone who perhaps has since been identified through other crimes, someone whose presence at the scene makes sense of evidence that never quite fit your supposed involvement. The truth, written in genetic code, emerges decades late but still in time to restore your freedom. These cases highlight both the power of DNA and the limitations of other evidence types. Eyewitness identification, once considered the gold standard of evidence, has proven remarkably unreliable in controlled studies. People remember faces poorly, especially across racial lines or in stressful situations. They incorporate suggestions from police or prosecutors into their memories without realizing it. They become more confident in their identifications over time, even as those identifications become less accurate. But DNA doesn't forget, doesn't become more confident, doesn't incorporate suggestions. A DNA profile generated today from evidence collected 20 years ago will be identical to a profile generated back then using the same methods. The molecule stability and the mathematical certainty of genetic matching provide a level of reliability that human memory can never achieve. Of course, DNA's power extends beyond exonerations. The combined DNA index system, known as CODIS, developed and maintained by the FBI, stands as one of the largest DNA databases in the world, containing over 14 million offender profiles. This database represents one of the most powerful investigative tools ever created, allowing crime scene DNA profiles to be searched against a vast repository of DNA profiles from convicted offenders, arrestees, and other sources to help resolve suspect-less cases. The scale of CODIS is difficult to comprehend. 14 million profiles, each one representing a unique individual, each one potentially the key to solving an unsolved case. When biological evidence is collected from a crime scene, DNA is extracted and analyzed to create a genetic profile. That profile is then uploaded to CODIS and automatically compared against all 14 million offender profiles. If a match is found, investigators suddenly have a name, a suspect who can be located and questioned, whose activities and whereabouts can be investigated. A burglary with no witnesses and no suspects becomes a case with a specific individual to pursue. A sexual assault where the victim never saw the attacker's face becomes a case with a named perpetrator. A murder with no apparent motive becomes connected to a specific person whose relationship to the victim can be explored. But CODIS serves another function beyond matching crime scene evidence to known offenders. The system enables federal, state, and local crime labs to exchange and compare DNA profiles electronically, thereby linking crimes to each other and to offenders. The database contains several different indexes, including the Offender Index, which holds profiles from convicted offenders, the Arrestee Index, containing profiles from people arrested for certain crimes, and crucially, the Forensic Index, which contains profiles collected from crime scenes. This forensic index allows investigators to link crimes that might otherwise seem unrelated. A burglary in California might produce DNA evidence that matches DNA from a burglary in Nevada. The same person committed both crimes, suggesting a serial offender rather than two isolated incidents. Investigators can coordinate, sharing information and potentially identifying patterns that reveal the perpetrator's methods, movements, and identity. A serial rapist might attack victims in different jurisdictions, leaving DNA evidence at each scene. Before CODIS, these cases might be investigated independently by different agencies who never realize they're hunting the same person. With CODIS, the DNA connections are discovered immediately, allowing agencies to pool resources, identify patterns, and pursue the perpetrator collectively. The linking function works both ways. A crime can be linked to an offender profile, identifying a specific person, or a crime can be linked to other crimes, identifying a pattern even when the offender's identity remains unknown. Both types of matches provide actionable intelligence that advances investigations. The legal and ethical framework around CODIS continues to evolve. Which individuals should have their DNA profiles included? Convicted felons clearly, but what about arrestees who haven't been convicted? What about people accused of minor crimes? Should profiles be retained after acquittal or case dismissal? Different jurisdictions have answered these questions differently, balancing investigative power against privacy concerns. The technical aspects of DNA analysis have evolved remarkably since the technique was first applied to criminal investigations. Modern DNA analysis examines specific locations on chromosomes called short tandem repeats, or STRs, where specific sequences of base pairs repeat variable numbers of times. These locations vary significantly between individuals, and by examining enough of them, analysts can calculate the probability that two profiles match by chance. That probability, in typical cases with good quality DNA and complete profiles, can be extraordinarily small. 1 in billions, 1 in trillions, numbers so large that only a few people on Earth, or perhaps only one person who has ever lived, would be expected to have that particular combination of genetic markers. This mathematical certainty provides the foundation for DNA's power as evidence. But not all DNA samples are created equal. DNA in hair shaft analysis presents particular challenges because hair shafts, unless they include the root, lack nuclear DNA entirely. This is where mitochondrial DNA testing becomes particularly valuable. Mitochondrial DNA, or mtDNA, exists in cellular structures called mitochondria rather than in the nucleus, and it's present in much higher quantities in cells, making it useful when nuclear DNA is degraded or unavailable. Mitochondrial DNA is inherited maternally, passed from mother to all children without recombination. This means that siblings share the same mtDNA, as do maternal relatives across generations. A person shares mitochondrial DNA with their mother's mother, all of their mother's siblings, all of their mother's siblings' children, extending back through the maternal line. This inheritance pattern makes mtDNA less individually distinctive than nuclear DNA. It can't distinguish between maternal relatives, so it's less powerful for identification purposes. But it can still exclude individuals definitively. If a hair from a crime scene has different mtDNA than a suspect, that suspect is excluded as the source. And mtDNA's abundance in cells means it can be extracted from samples where nuclear DNA analysis would fail. Hair shaft analysis specifically benefits from mtDNA because hair shafts, once they've been cut or fallen out, no longer contain living cells with nuclei. But they retain mitochondria, providing sufficient genetic material for analysis. Interestingly, variability in heteroplasmy can be seen between hairs from the same individual due to the developmental origins of individual hair follicles. Heteroplasmy refers to the presence of different mtDNA sequences within a single individual, and this variation can actually help narrow down the specific hair or follicle that produced a sample. Mitochondrial DNA is also essential for analyzing old or damaged biological samples. Bodies recovered after extended periods of burial or exposure to harsh conditions might have severely degraded nuclear DNA but still retain analyzable mtDNA. Disaster victims burned beyond recognition might still have mtDNA available for analysis. Historical investigations, attempting to identify remains decades or even centuries old, often rely on mtDNA because of its stability. From complete DNA profiles in CODIS to mitochondrial DNA in degraded samples, we can also explore the cutting edge of DNA technology, touch DNA. Low copy number DNA analysis, commonly called touch DNA, can examine samples that have simply been touched, following findings that genetic profiles can be obtained from objects like telephone handsets, pens, and briefcase handles using increased PCR cycles to amplify tiny amounts of genetic material. Touch DNA samples often originate from surfaces showing no visible biological material. When you touch something, you leave behind microscopic skin cells. You constantly shed these cells. They slough off your skin continuously as new cells replace them. Most of these cells are too small to see individually, but collectively, they may contain enough DNA for analysis. The amount of DNA recovered varies significantly depending on whether an individual is a good shedder or poor shedder. Some people naturally shed more skin cells than others. Someone handling an object for several seconds might leave abundant DNA behind, while another person touching the same object in the same way might leave very little. This variation creates challenges for interpretation. Touch DNA has solved cases that seemed impossible. A burglar wearing gloves leaves no fingerprints, but when they touch a doorknob or window latch, they leave skin cells even through the glove material, especially if the gloves are worn or porous. Those skin cells might provide a DNA profile that identifies the burglar when all other evidence has failed. But touch DNA also creates interpretive challenges. DNA on a surface doesn't necessarily indicate direct contact. Secondary DNA transfer can occur through simple handshakes and subsequent contact with objects. A handshake represents primary transfer, where DNA moves from one person's hand to another's. Touching objects like bottles, doorknobs, or car doors afterward can lead to secondary transfer, where DNA from the first person is deposited by the second person, even though the first person never touched those objects themselves. Imagine shaking hands with someone, then handling evidence at a crime scene while wearing gloves. Studies examining nitrile gloves worn by crime scene examiners have found they are high-risk vectors for secondary transfer and investigator-mediated contamination. DNA from the handshake could transfer to the gloves, then to evidence, potentially leading to incorrect associations between DNA profiles and crime events. This possibility has profound implications. Finding someone's DNA at a crime scene might mean they were present and touched surfaces. Or it might mean they shook hands with someone who later touched those surfaces. Or it might mean their DNA was transferred through multiple intermediaries, making its presence entirely innocent and coincidental. Interpreting touch DNA requires careful consideration of alternative explanations. How much DNA was found? Where exactly was it located? What opportunities existed for innocent transfer? What other evidence supports or contradicts direct contact? These questions must be answered before drawing conclusions from touch DNA evidence. The sensitivity of modern DNA technology creates these challenges. We can now detect DNA in amounts that would have been undetectable decades ago, which is marvelous for solving cases but problematic for interpretation. The presence of DNA no longer necessarily indicates the meaningful contact that it did when larger samples were required. Beyond standard nuclear DNA analysis and mitochondrial DNA, specialized techniques address specific investigative needs. YSTR profiling tests male-specific DNA to trace direct paternal ancestry, with a Y chromosome passing relatively unchanged from father to son. This technique is particularly valuable in sexual assault cases because it can resolve the male component of male-female DNA mixtures without amplifying female DNA. In sexual assault cases, the victim's DNA often vastly outnumbers the perpetrator's DNA in samples collected during examination. Standard DNA analysis amplifies all DNA present, which means the victim's profile dominates and may mask the perpetrator's profile. YSTR analysis specifically targets markers on the Y chromosome, which only males possess, allowing the perpetrator's profile to be developed even when it represents a small fraction of the total DNA. The limitation of YSTR analysis is that it cannot distinguish between male relatives who share the same YSTR profile. Fathers and sons, brothers, paternal uncles and nephews, all share the same Y chromosome markers. So YSTR analysis can identify a paternal lineage but not a specific individual within that lineage. This makes it less powerful than standard DNA profiling for definitive identification, but still highly valuable for narrowing suspect pools and for cases where male-female mixtures make standard analysis impractical. The ultimate demonstration of DNA's investigative power might be forensic genealogy, a technique that burst into public awareness with the 2018 resolution of the Golden State Killer case. Investigators used forensic genealogy to identify Joseph DeAngelo as the Golden State Killer by uploading crime scene DNA to the public genealogy database GEDmatch, which matched to a probable fourth cousin. This wasn't a direct match like those in CODIS. The DNA profile from the crime scene didn't match DeAngelo's profile directly, because DeAngelo's profile wasn't in any database. Instead, it partially matched a distant relative who had voluntarily uploaded their DNA to a genealogy website, curious about their ancestry. After approximately 4 months of family tree construction and investigative work, researchers narrowed potential suspects to males of the appropriate age and geography, ultimately identifying DeAngelo through DNA comparison. The process involved painstaking genealogical research, building out family trees from the partial match, identifying which branches produced male descendants in the right age range living in the right geographic area when the crimes occurred. This technique leverages the fact that we share DNA with our relatives in predictable amounts. You share about 50% of your DNA with each parent, about 25% with each grandparent, about 12.5% with each great-grandparent, and so on. Even distant relatives share small but detectable amounts of DNA. Forensic genealogy searches rely on this principle. A partial match in DNA databases occurs when two non-matching profiles share rare genetic markers, indicating that a close family relative of the individual whose profile provided the match may have been involved in the crime. Because half of an individual's genetic information comes from each parent, relatives share a significant number of alleles in common, making it possible to conduct familial searches when no exact match exists in the database. The technique has solved numerous cold cases, identifying perpetrators decades after crimes were committed. But it also raises privacy concerns. People who upload their DNA to genealogy websites typically do so for personal interest, not expecting their genetic information to implicate relatives in crimes. The balance between solving serious crimes and respecting genetic privacy continues to generate debate. Some jurisdictions restrict familial searching in criminal databases, allowing searches only for direct matches. Others permit familial searches under specific circumstances, such as violent crimes or when other investigative avenues have been exhausted. The use of public genealogy databases occupies a legal gray area, with practices varying by jurisdiction and continuing to evolve. Beyond identification, DNA analysis can even predict physical characteristics. DNA-based predictions of eye, hair, and skin color can be made using identified genes and predictive DNA markers called single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, with estimated probability values accompanied by case-specific individual error rates. This technique, called forensic DNA phenotyping, analyzes genetic variants known to influence physical appearance. Certain SNPs are strongly associated with blue eyes versus brown eyes, red hair versus other colors, fair skin versus darker complexions. By analyzing these markers, scientists can provide probability estimates for a suspect's appearance. For example, a 95% probability of blue eyes provides investigators with more reliable information than an 80% probability, helping narrow down the number of potential crime scene trace donors. This doesn't provide definitive identification. Many people share the same eye color or hair color, but it can help investigators prioritize suspects or provide descriptions when no other information is available. A case with DNA evidence but no suspect might use phenotyping to generate a description, likely a person with dark hair, brown eyes, and medium to dark skin tone. This narrows the suspect pool and guides investigative efforts. When combined with other information like geographic origin based on genetic ancestry markers, phenotyping can significantly focus investigations. The complexity of DNA evidence interpretation becomes particularly challenging with mixtures, where DNA from multiple people is present in a single sample. DNA mixture interpretation employs likelihood ratios in the form: the evidence is X times more likely when assuming the prosecution's hypothesis than when assuming the defense hypothesis. A likelihood ratio greater than 1 favors the prosecution hypothesis that a person of interest is a contributor to the mixture. A ratio less than 1 favors the defense hypothesis, suggesting an unknown, unrelated individual. The magnitude of the ratio indicates the strength of the evidence. A likelihood ratio of 100 means the evidence is 100 times more likely if the person of interest contributed DNA than if they didn't. A ratio of 1 million means the evidence is 1 million times more likely under the prosecution hypothesis. These numbers provide juries and judges with a quantitative measure of how strongly the DNA evidence supports one interpretation versus another. Mixture interpretation requires sophisticated statistical analysis because DNA profiles from multiple people overlap and interact in complex ways. Determining which genetic markers came from which contributor can be challenging, especially when contributors are unequal, with one person's DNA vastly outnumbering another's. Modern software uses probabilistic modeling to evaluate all possible combinations and calculate likelihood ratios, but the interpretation still requires expert knowledge and careful validation. The applications of DNA analysis extend far beyond human criminal investigation. DNA analysis traces illegal ivory trafficking networks across continents, demonstrating the technique's versatility. Researchers have analyzed over 4,000 elephant tusks from 49 separate seizures between 2002 and 2019 across 12 African nations, successfully establishing familial connections between poached elephants and revealing trafficking networks. Genetic evidence linked ivory seizures from the Ivory Coast along the Atlantic Ocean to Mozambique bordering the Indian Ocean, demonstrating that a small number of smuggling networks are responsible for transporting substantial quantities of ivory. By identifying parent-offspring pairs and sibling relationships among poached elephants, researchers mapped trafficking routes and identified key smuggling hubs. This application shows how DNA's power to identify relationships works at any scale. Just as human familial searching can identify distant cousins, elephant DNA analysis can identify related animals and map the geographic origins of tusks. The same molecular principles apply whether analyzing humans, elephants, or any other species with DNA-based inheritance. From CODIS with its 14 million profiles to mitochondrial DNA in degraded samples, from touch DNA requiring careful interpretation to YSTR analysis of sexual assault evidence, from forensic genealogy solving decades-old cases to DNA phenotyping predicting appearance, from likelihood ratios quantifying mixture evidence to wildlife DNA tracking illegal trafficking. DNA analysis represents the most powerful and versatile forensic tool ever developed. Its applications continue to expand, its sensitivity continues to increase, and its role in criminal justice continues to grow, all built upon the elegant double helix discovered in 1953, now serving purposes its discoverers never imagined. From the microscopic world of DNA, we turn now to a different type of physical evidence: firearms and the distinctive marks they leave on the bullets and cartridge cases they fire. Forensic ballistics deals with the study and analysis of firearms and ammunition as physical evidence involved in criminal or civil cases. And like fingerprints or DNA, the marks firearms create are unique and identifiable. There are 3 subdivisions in forensic ballistics, each examining a different phase of a projectile's journey. Internal ballistics studies the period from ignition until bullets leave the barrel, examining what happens inside the firearm itself when the trigger is pulled and powder ignites. This includes chamber pressure, the acceleration of the bullet down the barrel, and the interaction between the projectile and the rifling inside the barrel. Exterior ballistics, sometimes called external ballistics, examines the behavior of projectile after leaving the barrel. Once a bullet exits the muzzle, it becomes subject to gravity, air resistance, wind, and other environmental factors. Its trajectory curves downward. It may yaw or tumble depending on its stability. Understanding exterior ballistics helps investigators determine shooting distances, angles, and the positions of shooters relative to targets. Terminal ballistics focuses on the impact of the projectile when it hits the target, whether that target is a person, a vehicle, a wall, or any other object. Terminal ballistics examines how bullets penetrate, deform, fragment, and transfer energy to targets. This information helps reconstruct shooting incidents, determine the sequence of shots, and understand the wounds suffered by victims. These three phases work together to create the complete picture of a shooting incident. Internal ballistics explains the marks found on bullets and cartridge cases. Exterior ballistics explains bullet trajectories and the spatial relationships between shooter and victim. Terminal ballistics explains wound patterns and the effects of bullets on various materials. The most fundamental principle in firearm identification is that no two firearms, even those of the same make and model made consecutively by the same tools, will produce identical markings on bullets or cartridges due to unique irregularities in barrel surfaces. When a bullet travels down a barrel, the rifling, those spiral grooves cut into the barrel to spin the bullet and stabilize its flight, scrapes against the bullet's surface. But the rifling isn't perfectly smooth. Manufacturing imperfections, microscopic irregularities, tool marks from the machining process, all create a unique landscape inside each barrel. As the bullet is forced through this landscape at high pressure and speed, these irregularities scratch distinctive patterns into the bullet surface, patterns called striations. These striations are as unique as fingerprints. Two barrels might have the same rifling pattern, the same number of grooves, the same twist rate. But the microscopic striations will differ. And as firearms are used, their barrels wear and accumulate additional unique features. Rust, erosion from hot gases, damage from cleaning rods or firing debris, all add to the distinctive character of each barrel. Forensic investigators use comparison microscopes to position discovered bullets and test fired bullets side by side, visually examining striations against each other to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. The comparison microscope presents two separate images simultaneously, one from each bullet, aligned so that corresponding features can be compared directly. An examiner rotates both bullets, looking for areas where striations align and match. When a sufficient number of consecutive matching striations are found, with no unexplained differences, the examiner can conclude that both bullets were fired from the same firearm. The standard isn't perfection. Microscopic variations always exist. But when the overall pattern of agreement is strong and consistent, identification becomes certain. Cartridge cases provide additional identification evidence. When a firearm is fired, the firing pin strikes the primer, leaving a distinctive impression. The breech face, the rear surface of the barrel's chamber, presses against the cartridge case head under enormous pressure, transferring its unique surface characteristics. The extractor and ejector, mechanisms that remove the spent case from the chamber and expel it from the firearm, leave their own characteristic marks. Each of these marks, firing pin impressions, breech face marks, extractor marks, ejector marks, carries unique characteristics that can link a cartridge case back to the specific firearm that chambered and fired it. In many shooting investigations, bullets are never recovered. They pass through victims and are lost, or they strike hard surfaces and fragment beyond usefulness. But cartridge cases are often found at scenes, ejected from semi-automatic firearms and left behind when shooters flee. The analysis of these cases can identify the specific firearm used even when that firearm has never been recovered. If the same firearm is used in multiple shootings, the cartridge cases will share characteristics linking them together. This can reveal patterns of criminal activity, connecting seemingly unrelated shootings to a single weapon. After identifying that bullets or cartridge cases came from a specific firearm, investigators often need to determine spatial relationships at crime scenes. Bullet trajectory reconstruction uses string, lasers, and angle finders to determine shooting angles and shooter positions. Forensic investigators reconstruct bullet trajectories by projecting straight lines through bullet holes, using simple tools like string and dowels or sophisticated laser systems combined with angle finders. The process begins by locating bullet holes and bullet impacts. Each hole or impact point represents a location where the bullet's path intersected a surface. By examining the hole's characteristics, the angle at which the bullet struck can often be determined. Bullet holes in materials like drywall or wood show elongation when the impact angle deviates from perpendicular. The more elongated the hole, the more acute the angle. The ellipse method analyzes bullet impact holes to calculate impact angles, with accuracy varying based on ammunition caliber, firearm type, and angle of incidence. By measuring the dimensions of an elliptical bullet hole, the impact angle can be calculated mathematically. Then a rod, string, or laser beam is positioned through the hole at that calculated angle, projecting the bullet's path backward through space. When multiple bullet holes are analyzed this way, with trajectory rods or laser beams projecting backward from each hole, these paths often converge at a common area. This area of convergence indicates where the shooter was positioned when firing. The technique works best when multiple shots were fired from the same location, creating several trajectories that intersect. Imagine a drive-by shooting where multiple bullets strike a building. Each bullet hole is analyzed for its impact angle. Trajectory rods are positioned through each hole. Looking at the scene, investigators see that all rods point back toward a section of street where the shooter's vehicle must have been. This narrows down the shooting position, which can then be correlated with witness statements, surveillance footage, and other evidence. The method has limitations. Bullets can deflect when passing through materials or striking surfaces at shallow angles. Bullets can tumble, especially after passing through targets, making their final impact angle different from their original trajectory. Environmental factors like wind can affect exterior ballistics, though this is typically negligible at the distances involved in most criminal shootings. Still, trajectory reconstruction provides valuable spatial information. It can determine whether a shooting was consistent with self-defense claims or contradicts them. A defendant might claim they were standing in one location when they fired in self-defense, but trajectory analysis might show the shots came from a different location entirely. The physical evidence contradicts the story. Beyond bullets and cartridge cases, another form of ballistics evidence comes from the residue firearms produce when discharged. A gunshot residue wipe test detects the presence of distinctive chemicals that are deposited on a person's skin or clothing when a gun is fired, indicating the person recently fired a firearm, was in very close proximity when it was fired, or came into direct contact with the shooter. When a firearm discharges, the primer and powder produce a cloud of particles containing lead, barium, and antimony in characteristic combinations. These particles spray outward from the weapon's muzzle, breech, and ejection port. Anyone firing the gun gets residue on their hands, especially the firing hand. Anyone standing very close to the gun when it fires might also receive residue. And anyone touching a person or object contaminated with residue might pick up secondary transfer. Scanning electron microscopy equipped with energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy is the most powerful forensic tool for determining a subject's proximity to a discharging firearm, with accuracy ranging from 92 to 99%. This technique examines collected particles microscopically, identifying their morphology and chemical composition. Gunshot residue particles have characteristic spherical shapes created by molten droplets cooling in flight, and they contain the specific elemental signature of primer compounds. The test isn't definitive proof of firing a weapon. People who work with firearms, law enforcement officers, soldiers, range instructors, may have residue on their hands from their professions. Residue can transfer from surfaces or other people. And residue can be lost through hand washing, time, or activity. Someone who fires a weapon then immediately washes their hands might test negative, while someone who never fired a weapon but touched a residue-contaminated surface might test positive. Still, the presence of gunshot residue provides valuable investigative information. A suspect who claims they were nowhere near a shooting but who tests positive for residue on their hands has explaining to do. The absence of residue on someone who claims they fired a weapon in self-defense might raise questions about the timing or truthfulness of their account. The collection of gunshot residue must happen quickly, ideally within hours of the shooting. Residue particles are small and loosely attached to skin and clothing. They fall off, blow off, or wipe off easily. Every hour that passes reduces the amount of recoverable residue. Every activity, from touching surfaces to moving around, potentially removes particles. Investigators use specialized kits to collect residue, typically involving adhesive stubs that are pressed against the subject's hands. The stubs pick up particles, which are then sealed and sent to the laboratory for analysis. The back of each hand is sampled, as is the palm and the webbing between thumb and forefinger where residue tends to concentrate on firing hands. The interpretation of gunshot residue evidence requires considering the context. How much residue was found? Where exactly on the hands? What is the subject's background and occupation? How much time elapsed between the shooting and collection? What activities occurred during that time? All these factors influence whether the presence or absence of residue is meaningful. Firearms evidence, from the microscopic striations on bullets to the trajectory analysis showing shooting positions, from the unique marks on cartridge cases to the chemical signatures of gunshot residue, all work together to reconstruct shooting incidents. These techniques can identify specific weapons, link multiple crimes to single firearms, determine shooter positions and victim locations, distinguish entry wounds from exit wounds, establish shooting sequences, and evaluate the truthfulness of statements from witnesses and suspects. The field requires expertise in multiple domains: the mechanical operation of firearms, the chemistry of propellants and primers, the physics of projectile motion, the interpretation of microscopic marks, and the proper collection and preservation of evidence. Firearms examiners typically undergo extensive training, often including apprenticeships with experienced examiners, before working cases independently. And like all forensic disciplines, firearms examination operates within standards and best practices designed to ensure accuracy and reliability. Examiners must document their work thoroughly, explaining the basis for their conclusions. They must subject their findings to peer review when appropriate. They must participate in proficiency testing to demonstrate ongoing competence. And they must acknowledge the limitations of their conclusions, distinguishing between what can be stated with certainty and what remains uncertain or ambiguous. The marriage of careful observation, scientific instrumentation, and logical inference transforms firearms from instruments of violence into sources of truth. The very properties that make firearms effective tools, their precision manufacturing, their consistent operation, their production of high-velocity projectiles, these same properties create distinctive evidence that can be recognized, analyzed, and interpreted to serve the cause of justice. From the physical evidence of firearms and the marks they leave, we turn now to a quieter but equally important form of evidence: documents and the writing they contain. Forensic document examination involves the examination, analysis, and comparison of documents, handwriting, signatures, and other written material to determine their authenticity, origin, or to detect potential alterations or forgeries. Law enforcement should consider forensic handwriting analysis in cases involving forgery, fraud, anonymous threats, ransom notes, and behavioral assessment. Documents serve as records of agreements, transfers of property, communications of threats, and countless other legally significant acts. When the authenticity of a document is questioned, or when the author of a writing must be identified, forensic document examiners apply scientific methods to answer these questions. The field encompasses more than just handwriting. Document examiners analyze typewritten and printed materials, examine paper and ink, detect alterations and erasures, study indented writing, and evaluate documents for signs of aging or artificial aging. But handwriting analysis remains central to the discipline, built on the principle that each person's writing is distinctive and that these distinctive features can be recognized and compared. A major study involving 86 practicing forensic document examiners conducting over 7,000 handwriting comparisons found that highly trained professionals can reliably identify samples written by the same hand, making correct calls most of the time. This large-scale validation study addressed concerns about the scientific basis of handwriting comparison, demonstrating that when performed by qualified examiners using proper methodology, handwriting analysis produces reliable results. The predominant method used is analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification, known by its acronym ACEV. This structured approach ensures systematic examination and reduces subjective bias. During analysis, the examiner independently evaluates questioned and known writing samples to assess whether they are original, naturally prepared, and have sufficient characteristics for comparison. Natural writing exhibits fluency and variation. When people write naturally, their pen moves smoothly, producing consistent letter forms with natural variation in size, slant, and spacing. Unnatural writing, perhaps produced by someone trying to disguise their hand or forge someone else's, shows hesitations, tremor, drawn rather than written strokes, and inconsistencies that reveal the effort to control and modify natural writing habits. Sufficient characteristics means having enough writing to observe meaningful patterns. A single signature might not provide enough features for reliable comparison, but a page of text offers abundant information. The examiner looks for both gross features, like overall slant, letter size, spacing, and baseline alignment, and fine features, like the way specific letters are formed, how strokes begin and end, connecting patterns between letters, and pen pressure variations. During comparison, the examiner places questioned and known samples side by side, systematically comparing corresponding features. Modern examiners often use digital imaging to overlay samples, adjust scale, and highlight specific features. But the fundamental process remains one of careful visual comparison, noting similarities and differences, evaluating which features are significant and which are normal variations. Evaluation involves determining the significance of observed similarities and differences. Some features are highly distinctive and rarely seen in random comparison. Others are common and appear in many people's writing. Finding 10 common features might mean little. Finding 3 highly unusual features that match exactly might be highly significant. The final step, verification, involves having another qualified examiner independently review the analysis. This second examiner performs their own ACE evaluation without knowing the first examiner's conclusion, then compares results. If both examiners reach the same conclusion, confidence increases. If they disagree, the evidence is reviewed more carefully or deemed inconclusive. This methodology addresses the inherent subjectivity in handwriting comparison. While pattern recognition cannot be entirely removed from human judgment, the structured approach, documentation requirements, and verification step provide safeguards against error and bias. Handwriting is influenced by many factors. Education and cultural background affect basic letter forms. Age and health influence writing steadiness and control. Mood and stress can alter spacing and pressure. The writing instrument and surface affect stroke appearance. Speed of writing changes letter formation and connections. All these factors create natural variation within a single person's writing and must be considered during analysis. This is why examiners need substantial samples of known writing, ideally produced under various conditions and at different times. A suspect's normal everyday writing might differ from their careful, deliberate writing, which differs again from their hasty, stressed writing. If questioned writing was produced under stress, like a ransom note written during a kidnapping, comparing it to the suspect's relaxed, normal writing might miss the identification. Examiners sometimes request exemplars, writing samples created specifically for comparison. The suspect is asked to write the same words and phrases as appear in the questioned document, ideally multiple times. This provides directly comparable material while also revealing the range of natural variation in the suspect's writing. But exemplars have limitations. A suspect trying to disguise their writing can alter it deliberately, though sustained disguise is difficult and usually leaves detectable signs. And exemplars created years after questioned writing may not reflect the same writing habits, especially if the person has aged significantly or developed conditions affecting motor control. Beyond handwriting, document examiners analyze other features to detect forgeries and alterations. Ink dating uses two primary methods: the static approach, determining when the ink was manufactured, and relative ink age determination, comparing multiple ink entries on the same document. The static approach exploits the fact that ink formulations change over time. Manufacturers modify their chemical recipes, adding new components or removing old ones. By analyzing the chemical composition of ink, examiners can sometimes determine that it wasn't manufactured until after the document's purported date, proving the document must be backdated or forged. Thin layer chromatography examinations can reveal when questioned entries were written with different ink formulations than unquestioned entries, indicating the document was not written contemporaneously with its purported date. This technique separates ink into its chemical components based on how those components migrate through a thin layer of adsorbent material. Different formulations produce different patterns, like chemical fingerprints. Imagine a will dated 1995 that purportedly shows the deceased making changes in their own handwriting. Chemical analysis reveals that the ink used for those changes contains components not introduced into commercial inks until 2005, 10 years after the will's date and after the deceased's death. The changes must be fraudulent additions made by someone trying to alter the will's provisions. Relative ink age determination compares how different inks on the same document have aged. Fresh ink contains volatile solvents that evaporate over time. By measuring these solvents, examiners can sometimes determine that one ink entry is significantly fresher than others on the same document. If all entries should have been made at the same time, this age difference indicates alteration. These ink dating methods have limitations and aren't always conclusive. Inks age at different rates depending on storage conditions. Documents kept in hot, humid environments age faster than those in cool, dry storage. Exposure to light accelerates aging, and the dating windows are often fairly broad, useful for catching obvious frauds but unable to distinguish entries made weeks or months apart. Typewriters and printers also leave distinctive marks that can be analyzed. Forensic examiners search for individual characteristics including misaligned or damaged letters, abnormal spacing, and variations in pressure applied by specific letters, with certain letters having telltale nicks or spurs that can be compared to suspect typewriters. Databases containing over 3,000 type fonts allow examiners to identify the manufacturer and model of typewriters, which can determine whether the typing instrument existed when a document was allegedly prepared. A document dated 1975 but typed in a font not introduced until 1985 must be fraudulent. Individual typewriters develop unique characteristics through use and damage. A key might become slightly bent, causing that letter to print off-center. The typeface on a letter might chip or wear unevenly. Ribbon advancement mechanisms might become irregular, causing inconsistent ink density. These individual characteristics can link a document to a specific typewriter, not just a make and model. Modern printers leave their own identifying marks. Laser printers and photocopiers create microscopic patterns of imperfections unique to each machine. Some color printers deliberately encode tracking information in patterns of tiny yellow dots, invisible to casual inspection but detectable under magnification, identifying the specific printer and the date and time of printing. The examination of documents also includes detecting alterations and erasures. When text is erased mechanically, the paper's surface is disturbed. Fibers are disrupted, creating visible texture changes under magnification or oblique lighting. When text is erased chemically, the paper's chemistry changes, often detectable under ultraviolet or infrared illumination. Added or altered text may show different ink, different writing instruments, or different writing characteristics. A document that should have been completed in one session but shows signs of being written with different pens suggests alteration. Overwriting, where new text is added over erasures or whiteout, can sometimes be detected through careful examination. One of the most valuable techniques for document examination is the electrostatic detection apparatus, known as ESDA. This device can reveal indentations on pages several layers below the top sheet, even many years after they were made, by applying an electrostatic charge to documents and using charge-sensitive toner. Imagine someone writing on a pad of paper. The pressure of the pen creates indentations not just on the page being written on but on several pages beneath. These indentations are often invisible to the naked eye, but contain detailed information about what was written. ESDA works by placing the questioned document on a porous bronze plate under a sheet of thin polyester film. The apparatus creates an electrostatic charge across the document, and tiny glass beads cascade across the surface, carrying black toner. The toner adheres preferentially to the indented areas, rendering them visible as dark writing against a lighter background. This non-destructive technique reacts to microscopic fiber damage at the document surface created by abrasive interaction with overlying surfaces during handwriting. It can reveal text that was on a page above the question page in a notebook or pad, potentially identifying what was written, when, and by whom. ESDA has solved cases by revealing information criminals thought they'd hidden. A suspect might write a ransom note on a pad, tear off the page, and dispose of it, thinking they've left no evidence. But ESDA can reveal the note's text on pages that remained in the pad, directly linking the suspect to the crime. The technique can also be utilized to develop fingerprints on documents. The indentations that reveal writing can sometimes include ridge detail from fingers that were on the page during writing, providing yet another form of identification evidence. Forensic linguistics represents another approach to document analysis, focusing not on the physical characteristics of writing but on the linguistic patterns in text. Forensic linguists analyze grammar, vocabulary, punctuation, sentence structure, and writing patterns to identify anonymous authors or verify authorship of disputed texts. Everyone has linguistic habits, preferences in word choice, characteristic sentence structures, patterns of punctuation and spelling errors, and regional or educational influences on language use. These create what linguists call idiolect, an individual's unique linguistic fingerprint. Modern tools like JStylo and machine learning algorithms create linguistic fingerprints that have been used to track online threats, identify anonymous trolls, and link suspects to threatening communications. These systems analyze thousands of linguistic features simultaneously, finding patterns too subtle for human analysts to recognize consistently but detectable through statistical analysis. A threatening letter might be compared with writing samples from suspects. The analysis examines vocabulary richness, average sentence length, use of passive versus active voice, frequency of specific parts of speech, patterns of errors, and countless other features. When one suspect's known writing matches the anonymous text across dozens or hundreds of features, the probability that they're the same author becomes very high. Forensic linguistics has identified authors of threatening emails, established that suicide notes were actually forged, verified the authenticity of historical documents, and even analyzed the linguistic patterns in terrorist communications to attribute them to specific groups or individuals. The field combines traditional linguistic expertise with modern computational power, applying algorithms that would be impossible to execute manually but that rest on solid linguistic principles. As more communication moves online and becomes text-based, forensic linguistics grows increasingly important, providing methods to identify authors even when traditional document examination offers no physical evidence to analyze. From handwriting analysis using the ACEV methodology to ink dating detecting fraudulent documents, from typewriter identification linking documents to specific machines to ESDA revealing hidden indentations, from forensic linguistics creating statistical author profiles to the careful examination of alterations and erasures. Document examination encompasses a remarkable range of techniques. All share a common purpose: extracting truth from paper and ink, revealing authorship and authenticity, detecting deception and forgery, and transforming documents from mere records into evidence that can establish facts and serve justice. From documents and the stories they tell, we move now into the realm of chemistry and the analysis of substances that alter human physiology. Forensic toxicology and drug analysis examine what people consume, how those substances affect them, and how chemical evidence can reveal critical information about crimes, accidents, and causes of death. Forensic toxicologists focus on three main areas, each serving different investigative and legal purposes. Post-mortem toxicology helps identify the cause or manner of death, determining whether drugs, poisons, or alcohol contributed to someone's demise. Human performance toxicology aims to determine impairment during a crime, establishing whether someone was under the influence during a traffic accident, workplace incident, or criminal act. And forensic drug testing is used in workplace settings, athletics, and probation or parole supervision, monitoring compliance with drug restrictions. The field involves the scientific analysis of biological samples for toxins such as pharmaceuticals, drugs, alcohol, and poisons. This requires expertise in analytical chemistry, pharmacology, and physiology. Toxicologists must know how substances are absorbed, distributed, metabolized, and eliminated by the body. They must understand how drug concentrations relate to impairment. And they must be able to detect and quantify substances present in tiny amounts in complex biological matrices. Consider post-mortem toxicology. When someone dies unexpectedly, determining whether drugs or toxins played a role becomes crucial. Was this a natural death, an accidental overdose, a suicide, or perhaps a homicide by poisoning? Blood and tissue samples are collected during autopsy and sent to the toxicology laboratory for analysis. But interpreting post-mortem toxicology is complicated by a phenomenon called post-mortem redistribution. Cardiac blood is more susceptible than peripheral blood to post-mortem redistribution, with basic lipophilic drugs having volumes of distribution higher than 3 liters per kilogram being most likely to undergo significant concentration changes after death. What does this mean? After death, as cells break down and tissues decompose, drugs stored in organs can leak into surrounding blood vessels, artificially elevating drug concentrations. The heart, liver, and lungs are particularly prone to this. Drug levels measured in blood drawn from the heart might be 2 or 3 times higher than the levels that were actually present when the person was alive. This creates interpretive challenges. A toxicologist finds what appears to be a lethal concentration of a drug in cardiac blood. But is this the concentration that caused death, or is it artificially elevated by post-mortem redistribution? The cardiac blood-to-peripheral blood ratio, called the C/P ratio, is commonly used to evaluate redistribution, though the liver-to-peripheral blood ratio, the L/P ratio, is proposed as a more reliable marker since tissue drug concentrations are more stable. Toxicologists must consider where blood samples were collected, how much time elapsed between death and sample collection, storage conditions, and the specific pharmacological properties of detected drugs. Some drugs redistribute extensively. Others remain relatively stable. Experience and careful interpretation distinguish true ante-mortem toxicity from post-mortem artifacts. Beyond death investigation, toxicology plays crucial roles in determining impairment in living subjects. Did this driver cause an accident because they were impaired by alcohol or drugs? Was this worker injured because they were under the influence? Was this person too impaired to consent to sexual activity? Blood and urine samples collected from living subjects provide more straightforward interpretation than post-mortem samples because redistribution isn't a factor. But timing still matters. Drug concentrations change over time as substances are metabolized and eliminated. A sample collected hours after an incident might show very different concentrations than were present during the incident itself. Alcohol is the most commonly tested substance in impairment cases. Blood alcohol concentration provides a direct measure of impairment, with legal limits established for various contexts. In most jurisdictions, 0.08 grams per deciliter is the legal limit for driving. Higher concentrations indicate greater impairment, though individual tolerance varies considerably. Other drugs present more complex interpretive challenges. Cannabis metabolites might be detected days or weeks after use in regular users, long after any impairment has resolved. Prescription medications taken as directed might produce positive drug tests even though the person isn't impaired. Interpreting drug concentrations requires understanding the relationship between drug levels and impairment for specific substances, considering tolerance, timing, and individual variation. One particularly useful technique for detecting drug use over extended periods is hair drug testing. Hair drug testing has an extended detection window of approximately 1 month per half inch of hair, meaning a 1.5 inch section captures a 90-day window of drug use. Drugs remain in hair strands for months longer than in bloodstream, making hair-based tests more robust across time and particularly useful for detecting intermittent and lower-frequency drug use patterns. As hair grows, approximately half an inch per month, drugs circulating in blood are incorporated into the growing hair shaft. The drug molecules become embedded in the hair's structure, creating a permanent record of drug exposure. By analyzing different sections of hair, toxicologists can create timelines of drug use. Hair near the scalp represents recent use. Hair farther from the scalp represents use weeks or months earlier. A 3-inch hair sample represents roughly 6 months of history. If the sample shows high drug concentrations in the section farthest from the scalp, declining concentrations in the middle section, and low or absent concentrations near the scalp, this suggests heavy use 6 months ago with declining use over time, possibly indicating an attempt at rehabilitation. Hair testing has limitations. External contamination must be distinguished from actual drug use. Drug residues in smoke or powder can adhere to hair surface without being ingested. Washing protocols attempt to remove external contamination, but this remains a concern. Different hair colors and textures incorporate drugs at different rates, raising questions about racial bias in hair testing. And some drugs are incorporated into hair better than others, making hair testing more reliable for some substances than others. Still, hair testing provides unique information. Unlike urine or blood tests that capture a snapshot of recent use, hair testing reveals patterns over time. This is valuable for employment screening, child custody evaluations, or monitoring abstinence during probation, where understanding long-term drug use patterns is more important than detecting single instances of use. For screening substances at crime scenes or in the field, presumptive color tests provide quick, inexpensive results. The Marquis reagent, composed of formaldehyde and concentrated sulfuric acid, was first discovered in 1896 and produces different color reactions when dripped onto suspected drug substances. MDMA and MDA turn purple to black within 0 to 5 seconds. Amphetamines turn orange to brown. Cocaine and LSD show no color change. These rapid field tests allow officers to make informed decisions about whether a substance warrants further laboratory analysis and whether criminal charges are appropriate. The Marquis test is the primary presumptive test used in ecstasy and opiates testing kits. It's simple enough to use in the field, but sensitive enough to detect drugs in small quantities. A tiny portion of suspected powder or residue is placed on a test surface, a drop of Marquis reagent is added, and the color change is observed. But like all presumptive tests, the Marquis reagent can produce false positives. Some legal substances produce color changes similar to controlled drugs. This is why presumptive field tests guide enforcement actions but don't provide definitive proof. Samples that test positive presumptively must be sent to crime laboratories for confirmatory analysis using more sophisticated techniques. Laboratory confirmatory analysis typically employs gas chromatography mass spectrometry or liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. These instruments separate complex mixtures into individual components, then identify each component by its unique molecular signature. The techniques are highly specific, distinguishing between structurally similar drugs that might produce identical presumptive test results. Quantitative analysis determines exactly how much of each drug is present, information crucial for interpretation. Finding trace amounts of a drug might indicate residual presence from past use. Finding high concentrations indicates recent, heavy use or overdose. The quantitative results, combined with knowledge of the drug's pharmacology and the context of the case, allow toxicologists to draw conclusions about impairment, cause of death, or compliance with drug restrictions. The interpretation of toxicology results requires considering not just what was found and how much, but also the biological matrix, the timing of sampling, the individual's tolerance and medical history, possible drug interactions, and the specific questions the analysis is meant to answer. A drug concentration that's therapeutic in one context might be toxic in another. A level that produces severe impairment in a drug-naive individual might produce minimal effects in someone with high tolerance. This complexity means toxicology reports are not simple positive or negative results but detailed documents explaining what was detected, at what concentrations, in what samples, and with what interpretive caveats. Toxicologists often testify in court to explain their findings, translating chemical data into conclusions relevant to legal questions about impairment, cause of death, or compliance with restrictions. The field continues to evolve as new drugs emerge, analytical techniques improve, and our understanding of drug effects deepens. Designer drugs, created to circumvent existing laws, challenge toxicologists to develop new detection methods for substances that don't yet exist in reference databases. Novel psychoactive substances, marketed as legal alternatives to controlled drugs, require ongoing surveillance and method development. The opioid crisis has focused attention on detecting and quantifying fentanyl and its analogs, powerful synthetic opioids that can be lethal in milligram quantities. These substances require extremely sensitive detection methods because toxic doses are so small. Traditional drug testing methods designed for heroin or morphine might miss fentanyl entirely or fail to distinguish between different fentanyl variants with different potencies and legal statuses. From post-mortem redistribution complicating death investigations to hair testing revealing months-long use patterns, from marquee reagent field tests providing rapid presumptive results to sophisticated mass spectrometry confirming drug identities and quantities, forensic toxicology combines chemistry, pharmacology, and careful interpretation to answer crucial questions about drugs, impairment, and death. The field serves as a bridge between the molecular world of chemical substances and the human world of behavior, health, and legal responsibility, revealing truths written in the very chemistry of our bodies and the substances we consume. From the chemical analysis of drugs and toxins, we turn now to the physical materials that surround us in our environment and the traces they leave behind. Physical evidence encompasses a remarkable variety of materials, from the tools that leave distinctive marks on surfaces, to the glass that shatters in characteristic patterns, to the paint that chips away in layers, to the very soil beneath our feet and the pollen that drifts through the air. Each tool can leave unique striations or patterns influenced by manufacturing imperfections or damage, allowing forensic scientists to make positive identifications by comparing microscopic striations. Tool marks are impressions or abrasions made when tools contact surfaces, often found on windows, doors, and safes at crime scenes. When a burglar uses a crowbar to pry open a door, that crowbar scrapes against the door frame and strike plate, leaving parallel scratches called striations. When a pair of pliers grips a wire or a screwdriver is used to force a lock, similar marks are created. These marks aren't random. They reflect the specific geometry and surface characteristics of the tool that made them. Manufacturing processes create minute imperfections in tool surfaces. A file might have slightly irregular teeth. A cutting edge might have microscopic nicks. A gripping surface might have rough patches or smooth areas. As tools are used, they acquire additional characteristics through wear and damage. A crowbar might develop a burr from striking hard surfaces. Pliers might have teeth that wear unevenly. These features, original and acquired, combine to make each tool distinctive. Forensic examiners create test marks using suspect tools on materials similar to those at the crime scene. A crowbar seized from a suspect might be used to create marks in soft metal or wood. These test marks are then compared microscopically with the crime scene marks. If sufficient corresponding striations are found, matching in both position and fine detail, the examiner can conclude that the suspect tool made the crime scene marks. The comparison requires expertise and proper equipment. Comparison microscopes allow simultaneous viewing of crime scene marks and test marks side by side. The examiner adjusts magnification, lighting, and positioning to observe corresponding features. Like fingerprints or firearm striations, the identification rests on finding sufficient unique characteristics in agreement, with no significant unexplained differences. Tool mark evidence has limitations. Not all tools create marks suitable for comparison. Smooth surfaces or glancing contact might not produce enough detail. Tools can change between the crime and recovery, especially if they're used subsequently for other purposes, potentially altering the distinctive characteristics. And some tools, particularly mass-produced items with smooth surfaces, might not have sufficient individual characteristics to distinguish them from other tools of the same type. Still, when conditions are favorable and tools have distinctive features, tool mark evidence can definitively link specific implements to crime scenes. Combined with other evidence like fingerprints on the tool or the tool's location when recovered, tool marks can provide powerful proof of a suspect's involvement. From the microscopic world of tool striations, we move to the optical properties of glass. The refractive index of glass, a measure of how much light bends when entering the glass, can be used as a basis for comparison between glass samples, with the refractive index being highly specific to the glass's manufacturing process. When light passes from air into glass, it slows down and bends. The amount of bending depends on the glass's chemical composition and density. Different types of glass, window glass versus bottle glass versus automotive glass versus optical glass, have different refractive indices. Even glass from the same general category can show variations based on specific manufacturing details and chemical additives. Forensic glass analysis measures refractive index precisely and compares values between known and questioned samples. If glass fragments found on a suspect's clothing have the same refractive index as glass from a broken window at a burglary scene, this suggests the fragments came from that window. Combined with other evidence, this can place the suspect at the scene. The analysis becomes more complex but also more informative when glass shatters and creates fracture patterns. When glass shatters, it creates radial fractures, lines radiating outward from the impact point, and concentric fractures, circular lines around the impact. These fractures follow predictable patterns described by the 3R rule. Radial fractures make right angles to the rear. This seemingly simple rule reveals which side of glass received impact. When a bullet or stone strikes glass, stress waves propagate through the material. Radial cracks form first, extending outward from the impact. Looking at the edge of these cracks, the side that shows right angles, 90-degree stress marks, is the side opposite the impact. This tells investigators which direction an impact came from. Concentric fractures form afterward, creating roughly circular patterns around the impact zone. The sequence of fracture formation can sometimes be determined by examining where cracks intersect. Cracks terminate when they meet existing cracks, so the crack pattern reveals which fractures formed first, second, third, potentially reconstructing a sequence of multiple impacts. Glass evidence appears in many crime types. Hit-and-run accidents scatter glass fragments from headlights or windows. Burglaries leave glass from broken entry points. Shootings produce glass with bullet holes showing trajectory. Assaults might involve glass bottles broken and used as weapons. In each case, glass fragments and fracture patterns provide information about what happened, how it happened, and sometimes who was involved. Paint evidence functions similarly, with distinctive characteristics that allow comparison and sometimes source identification. Forensic paint analysis can conclusively link a vehicle to a crime scene through detailed examination of paint layers and composition, with forensic analysis comparing paint chips found at the scene with suspect vehicles. Modern automotive paint has multiple layers. A steel body panel receives primer to prevent rust and improve adhesion. Base coat provides color. Additional color coats might be applied for metallic or pearlescent effects. Clear coat protects underlying layers and provides gloss. This layer structure, combined with the specific chemical composition of each layer, creates a distinctive signature for vehicles. When a pedestrian is struck by a vehicle, paint often transfers to the victim's clothing or skin. These paint chips, sometimes barely visible, are collected and analyzed. The layer structure is examined microscopically, revealing how many layers are present and their relative thicknesses. Each layer is analyzed chemically to determine its composition, identifying pigments, binders, and additives. This information can narrow down the make, model, and year range of the vehicle involved. Automotive paint databases catalog the paint systems used by different manufacturers in different years. A chip showing 5 layers with specific chemical signatures might match paint used only on certain Ford models from 2015 to 2017. This transforms the investigation from searching for any vehicle among millions to searching for perhaps a few thousand vehicles in the relevant geographic area. Elemental analysis and thermal analysis techniques can match paint scrapings from collision sites even when sample sizes are extremely small. Modern analytical instruments can work with paint chips smaller than a pinhead, extracting compositional information and comparing it with known samples or databases. The techniques are non-destructive or minimally destructive, preserving evidence for potential re-examination. Paint serves as crucial physical evidence proving vehicle involvement even when visual identification is impossible because vehicles were repaired or repainted after incidents. The paint transfers that occurred during impact remain on victims' clothing or embedded in pavement, providing permanent records of contact that can be matched back to suspect vehicles through their original paint systems. Beyond manufactured materials like tools, glass, and paint, natural materials provide equally valuable evidence. Soil composition is often unique to a specific location due to factors such as local vegetation, geology, and human activity, allowing forensic geologists to establish links between suspects and crime scenes. Soil is remarkably complex. It contains mineral particles from bedrock weathering, organic matter from decomposing plants and animals, microorganisms, pollen, seeds, manufactured debris, and countless other components. The specific combination of these components reflects the soil's location and history. Soil from a riverbank differs from hillside soil, which differs from agricultural soil, which differs from urban soil. Small bits of coal or specific mineral deposits in soil samples can provide additional evidence when matched to crime scene locations. A suspect might claim they were never at a remote dump site where a body was found. But soil on their shoes contains distinctive mineral fragments that occur only in that specific location, contradicting their statement. Forensic geologists compare soil samples microscopically and chemically. Color, texture, particle size distribution, mineral composition, organic content, all provide comparison points. More sophisticated analysis might include identifying specific mineral types, detecting trace elements, or analyzing pollen content. Particle size analysis demonstrates this power. Laser granulometry measures particle sizes in soils from 0.04 to 2000 micrometers and can discriminate between samples based on particle size curves and statistical distributions. When combined with chemical and mineralogical analysis and knowledge of underlying geology, particle size analysis can narrow down search areas and determine soil provenance to within a few hundred meters or less. Imagine a kidnapping where a victim is held at an unknown location before being released. Soil recovered from the victim's clothing is analyzed. The particle size distribution, mineral composition, and pollen content create a signature that matches only a small area within the search region. This focuses ground searches and investigative efforts, potentially leading to the location where the victim was held. Pollen provides particularly distinctive markers because pollen production varies by plant species, and plant species distribution varies by geography, season, and elevation. Pollen can act as a botanical fingerprint to help identify regions where events occurred or where suspects have been, with forensic palynology referring to the use of pollen and spores as evidence in legal cases. Pollen grains are microscopic, durable, and produced in enormous quantities by wind-pollinated plants. They adhere to clothing, skin, and vehicles. They become embedded in soil. And crucially, pollen of different species can be distinguished microscopically based on size, shape, and surface features. An experienced palynologist can identify pollen to genus or even species, then use that identification to infer location. In some cases, DNA analysis can actually link a leaf to a single tree, and pollen found on items can help narrow down suspect lists. A suspect claims they were nowhere near the victim's rural property. But pollen analysis reveals grains from a rare ornamental tree species on their clothing. The victim's property has one of the few specimens of that tree in the region. The pollen evidence contradicts the suspect's alibi and places them at or near the victim's location. The seasonal aspect of pollen adds temporal information. Different plants pollinate at different times of year. Finding pollen from spring-blooming species on evidence collected in summer indicates the item was exposed to that environment during spring. This can verify or contradict timelines, establish when vehicles travel through certain areas, or demonstrate that evidence was present at locations during specific seasons. Stable isotope analysis provides another method for identifying geographic origins. Stable hydrogen and oxygen isotopes in human hair and nails reflect drinking water sources that vary predictably with geography, allowing forensic scientists to estimate where individuals lived. Multiple isotope analyses can be combined, such as oxygen isotopes for water location and strontium isotopes for food source regions, to narrow down geographic origins with greater precision. Water sources in different geographic regions have distinctive isotopic signatures because of precipitation patterns, evaporation rates, and water source types. People drink local water, and the isotopes from that water are incorporated into growing hair and nails. By analyzing these isotopes, scientists can determine where someone lived during the period that hair or nail was growing. This has proven valuable in identifying victims whose identities are unknown. A body might be found with no identification and no matches in missing persons databases. But isotope analysis of hair suggests the person spent recent months in a specific geographic region. This focuses the search for their identity and may reveal that they were reported missing hundreds or thousands of miles from where their body was found. Strontium isotopes work similarly but reflect diet rather than water. Strontium in soil is taken up by plants, which are eaten by animals or people. The strontium then incorporates into bones and teeth. Because strontium isotope ratios vary geographically based on underlying geology, analyzing these ratios reveals where someone obtained their food, which usually means where they lived. Combining multiple isotope systems provides powerful discrimination. Oxygen isotopes might suggest someone lived in one of several regions with similar water sources. Strontium isotopes might narrow this to one of those regions with distinctive geology. Carbon and nitrogen isotopes might add information about diet type, further refining the geographic estimate. Together, These analyses can pinpoint geographic origins much more precisely than any single method. From tool marks preserving the unique characteristics of implements, to glass refractive indices and fracture patterns revealing impacts and directions, to automotive paint layers identifying vehicle types, to soil composition reflecting specific locations, to pollen serving as botanical fingerprints, to stable isotopes recording geographic origins in human tissues. Physical evidence from our environment tells rich stories about contacts, locations, and origins. These materials surround us constantly, unremarkable in daily life but remarkable in their ability to preserve and reveal information about events and movements, becoming silent witnesses that forensic science can interrogate to serve the cause of justice. From the natural world of soil and pollen and the physical world of tools and glass, we turn now to the increasingly important realm of digital evidence. In our modern age, where nearly everyone carries powerful computers in their pockets and our lives are documented through electronic devices, digital forensics has become essential to criminal investigation, revealing types of evidence that simply didn't exist a generation ago. Digital forensic experts can extract GPS data from a suspect's smartphone to determine their location at a specific time, while also examining files and code on computers to find evidence of security breaches or stolen data. They can recover deleted messages or files and link suspects to digital devices through metadata and user activity logs. Think about what your smartphone knows about you. Every location you visit while carrying it, recorded through GPS coordinates with timestamps. Every text message you send or receive, even if you delete it from the phone's display. Every photograph you take, embedded with metadata showing when and where it was captured. Every website you visit, every app you use, every search query you enter. Your phone is a comprehensive record of your activities, relationships, and movements. This creates enormous investigative potential. A suspect claims they were at home when a crime occurred across town, but their phone's GPS data shows their location moving from their home to the crime scene area during the relevant time period. The alibi crumbles in the face of digital evidence. Or consider a case of corporate espionage. An employee is suspected of stealing confidential information and providing it to a competitor. Examination of their work computer reveals that they accessed sensitive files shortly before their resignation. Metadata shows the files were copied to a USB drive. The computer's internet history reveals they uploaded large files to a cloud storage service. Digital forensics reconstructs the theft even though the employee deleted their activities and cleared their browsing history. The recovery of deleted data represents one of digital forensics' most powerful capabilities. When files are deleted from computers or phones, they typically aren't immediately erased. Instead, the space they occupy is marked as available for reuse. Until new data overwrites that space, the old data remains recoverable using forensic software tools. This means suspects cannot easily destroy digital evidence simply by deleting it. Threatening messages, incriminating photographs, financial records documenting criminal activity, all may be recoverable even after deletion. Forensic examiners create exact copies of digital storage, then use specialized software to scan for deleted but still present data, reconstructing files and communications that suspects believed they'd eliminated. The examination extends beyond obvious user data. Metadata, information about data, reveals when files were created, modified, accessed, who accessed them, what device was used, and sometimes what edits were made. This metadata can contradict claims about document creation or modification. A contract allegedly signed months ago might have metadata showing it was actually created last week. Financial records supposedly maintained contemporaneously might reveal they were all created on the same date, suggesting fraud. User activity logs maintained by operating systems and applications create timelines of computer use. What programs were run, when, for how long? What files were opened? What devices were connected? What network communications occurred? These logs, often invisible to users and not easily deleted, provide detailed records of activities that can corroborate or contradict statements from suspects and witnesses. Digital forensics also examines network communications. Email headers reveal routing information showing where messages truly originated, potentially unmasking anonymous or spoofed communications. Internet browsing histories show what websites were visited and when, potentially revealing research into criminal methods, communication with co-conspirators, or accessing content related to crimes. Cloud storage and social media add complexity. Evidence might not reside on the suspect's physical devices, but on remote servers controlled by corporations. Obtaining this evidence requires legal processes, search warrants or subpoenas compelling service providers to produce account contents. The evidence, once obtained, can be extensive. Every message ever sent, every photo uploaded, every location check-in, comprehensive records of online activities spanning years. Mobile devices present particular challenges. They're designed to be secure, with encryption protecting contents from unauthorized access. Forensic examiners must overcome these protections, using various techniques depending on the device type and security settings. Some examinations require specialized hardware that interfaces directly with device chips. Others exploit security vulnerabilities or use credentials obtained through legal processes. The encryption debate continues. Strong encryption protects privacy and prevents unauthorized access to sensitive personal information. But it also protects criminal evidence from lawful searches. Balancing privacy rights against law enforcement needs remains contentious, with technology companies, privacy advocates, and law enforcement agencies holding different positions on whether devices should be designed to allow lawful access under appropriate legal authority. While digital forensics extracts evidence from devices and data, another modern technique enhances existing visual evidence. Digital video forensics techniques enhance CCTV footage by adjusting contrast, brightness, sharpness, and frame rate to clarify details that are otherwise difficult to see. Forensic video analysis establishes timelines by cross-referencing footage with nearby cameras, tracks movements across multiple locations, and employs facial recognition software on enhanced footage to identify suspects. Surveillance cameras are ubiquitous in modern environments. Businesses, residences, traffic intersections, public transportation, all monitored by cameras that record continuously or on motion activation. This footage provides visual documentation of crimes and movements, but the quality is often poor. Low resolution, poor lighting, compression artifacts, fast-moving subjects, all degrade image quality. Forensic video enhancement applies algorithms to improve visibility. Contrast adjustment makes dim objects more visible against backgrounds. Sharpening filters enhance edges and details. Deinterlacing and frame rate adjustment reduce motion blur. These enhancements don't add information that wasn't captured, but they make existing information more perceptible to human observers. The results can be dramatic. A grainy, dim image of a license plate might be enhanced until numbers and letters become legible. A face partially obscured by shadow might be clarified enough for recognition or comparison. A fast-moving suspect captured as a blur might be processed to show identifying features like clothing or gait. Video analysis also examines timing and sequence. Crimes often occur in areas covered by multiple cameras. A suspect might be captured on a store's exterior camera, then on a street camera a block away, then on another business's camera. By examining timestamps and comparing footage, analysts establish timelines and track movements. Where did the suspect come from? Where did they go? What route did they take? How long did they spend at various locations? This tracking can identify vehicles associated with suspects. A person walking might be hard to follow across large areas, but if they enter a vehicle, that vehicle can be tracked across multiple camera systems. License plates, make and model, distinctive features like damage or modifications, all help identify and follow vehicles through urban environments dense with surveillance. Facial recognition software, while controversial, can be applied to enhanced footage to identify suspects when images show sufficient facial features. The software compares facial geometry captured in video with databases of known individuals, returning potential matches that human examiners then review. The technology has limitations and error rates, particularly with poor quality images or certain demographic groups, but it provides investigative leads that might otherwise be unavailable. Beyond video enhancement, specialized analytical techniques address specific evidence types. Gas chromatography mass spectrometry stands as the current gold standard method for analyzing fire debris to determine if an accelerant is present, though this instrumentation is expensive and requires samples to be brought back to the lab for analysis by skilled technicians. Arson investigation requires determining whether fires were accidental or intentionally set using accelerants like gasoline, kerosene, or other ignitable liquids. Fire debris, materials collected from burn scenes, is analyzed to detect residues of these accelerants. But fire debris is complex, containing burned building materials, plastics, and countless other components that complicate analysis. Gas chromatography separates complex mixtures into individual components based on how they move through a column under controlled temperature. Mass spectrometry then identifies each component by its molecular weight and fragmentation pattern. Together, GCMS provides both separation and identification, definitively determining whether accelerant residues are present and identifying what type of accelerant was used. The analysis requires expertise because fires themselves produce compounds that can be confused with accelerants. Petroleum-based products in buildings, burned plastics, and other materials create patterns in GCMS data that analysts must distinguish from actual accelerant residues. Training and experience allow analysts to recognize true accelerant signatures among the complex background of fire debris components. Newer portable mid-infrared quantum cascade laser systems can now detect accelerants like gasoline, diesel, and ethanol directly from vapor measurements of fire debris samples without complicated sample preparation. These portable systems allow analysis at fire scenes rather than requiring transport back to laboratories. They're faster and simpler than GCMS, though not yet as widely adopted or accepted. The advantage of field portable systems is immediacy. Investigators at fire scenes can test suspicious areas immediately, determining whether accelerants were used while the scene is still secured and fresh. This guides evidence collection and investigative strategies in real time rather than waiting days for laboratory results. For explosive residues, ion mobility spectrometers provide field portable detection. Investigators use ion mobility spectrometers, handheld chemical detection devices, to identify explosive residues that may be present around blast sites. These devices work by ionizing sample molecules and measuring how quickly they move through an electric field in a drift tube. Different molecules move at different rates, creating distinctive signatures that identify explosive compounds. Post-blast explosive residues can be analyzed using infrared spectroscopy, gas chromatography/mass spectrometry, energy dispersive X-ray analysis, and Raman spectroscopy, with results searchable against national databases maintained by the FBI and ATF. The databases contain reference spectra for known explosives and explosive formulations, allowing identification even of improvised explosives or less common military explosives. Explosive residues persist after detonations, embedded in debris, adhering to surfaces, or deposited at distances from blast centers. Collection requires systematic searching and sampling, but the residues, once recovered, provide definitive information about what explosive was used. This can link explosions to specific devices, identify bomb makers who use characteristic techniques or materials, and establish whether commercial or military explosives were involved. The combination of chemical analysis techniques creates comprehensive capabilities for analyzing fire and explosion debris. Each technique has strengths and limitations. GCMS provides definitive identification but requires laboratory analysis. Portable systems provide immediate results but may be less specific. Using multiple techniques, confirmatory analysis following presumptive field tests ensures both timely investigative information and definitive forensic conclusions. From GPS data pinpointing locations to recovered deleted files revealing hidden evidence, from metadata contradicting claims about document creation to enhanced surveillance footage identifying suspects, from GCMS detecting accelerants to ion mobility spectrometers identifying explosives, modern forensic techniques leverage technology to extract evidence unimaginable in earlier eras. The digital traces we leave continuously, often unknowingly, the visual records captured by ubiquitous cameras, the chemical signatures remaining after fires and explosions, all become evidence when examined with appropriate scientific tools, revealing truths about our activities and intentions that we thought were hidden, deleted, or destroyed. From the high-tech world of digital forensics and modern analytical instruments, we turn now to one of forensic science's most fundamental questions. What happens to the human body after death, and what can these changes tell us about how and when death occurred? Death investigation combines medical expertise, careful observation, and scientific understanding of biological processes to extract information from the deceased, providing answers that the living cannot give. Although autopsies are sometimes inconclusive, they are the benchmark for determining the cause of death, and they frequently reveal injuries and conditions that would otherwise remain unknown. The forensic pathologist performs histological examination, microscopic analysis of tissue samples, in cases having no reasonable explanation of the cause of death following gross autopsy performance, scene evaluation, and toxicology analyses. Autopsy, from Greek words meaning to see for oneself, involves the systematic examination of a deceased person's body to determine cause and manner of death. Cause refers to the injury or disease that initiated the sequence of events leading to death. Gunshot wound, heart attack, drug overdose, blunt force trauma. Manner refers to the circumstances surrounding death. Natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. External examination comes first. The pathologist documents the body's condition, noting lividity, rigor mortis, temperature, injuries, identifying marks, and state of preservation. Measurements are taken. Photographs document everything. Every detail is recorded because seemingly minor features might later prove significant. The internal examination follows a systematic approach. The Y-shaped incision extends from each shoulder to the bottom of the breastbone, then down to the pubic bone, penetrating to the rib cage and completely through the abdominal wall. Following this incision, Ribs are sawn off to remove the sternal plate and expose internal organs, which are then detached and removed as a single organ block for examination. This organ block, often called Ghon's complex or the pluck, is then dissected systematically. Each organ is examined externally, then sectioned to reveal internal structure. The heart is opened to examine chambers, valves, and coronary arteries. The lungs are sliced to reveal their internal architecture and any abnormalities. The liver, kidneys, spleen, stomach, intestines, all are examined in turn. The pathologist looks for disease, injury, and abnormality. Blocked coronary arteries indicating heart disease. Cirrhotic liver suggesting chronic alcohol abuse. Tumors that might not have been diagnosed during life. Hemorrhage indicating traumatic injury. The internal examination reveals the body's secrets, exposing conditions that external appearance might hide entirely. The head is opened last in most protocols. An incision across the scalp from ear to ear, behind the crown, allows the scalp to be reflected forward over the face and backward over the neck. A oscillating saw cuts through the skull, removing the calvarium, the skull cap, to expose the brain. The brain is carefully removed, examined externally, then sectioned to reveal internal injuries or diseases. Tissue samples are collected for microscopic examination, testing that happens later in the laboratory. The pathologist selects representative samples from major organs and any areas showing abnormality. These samples are preserved in formalin, then processed into thin slices mounted on glass slides. Under the microscope, cellular changes invisible to naked eye examination become apparent. Heart muscle might show microscopic evidence of old or recent heart attacks. Lungs might reveal infection or changes from chronic disease. The microscopic examination often provides crucial details about disease processes or injuries. Toxicology samples are collected, blood and tissue sent for analysis of drugs, alcohol, and poisons. The results might take days or weeks to return, but they provide essential information about whether chemical substances contributed to death. Combined with the autopsy findings, toxicology results help determine both cause and manner of death. The autopsy report documents all findings and provides the pathologist's conclusions about cause and manner of death. These reports can be extensive, running many pages, describing everything observed in detail. The conclusions rest not on single findings but on the complete picture created by external examination, internal examination, microscopic analysis, toxicology results, and the circumstances surrounding death. But before the autopsy, often at the death scene itself, investigators observe changes that help establish time of death. The early post-mortem phase, 3 to 72 hours after death, is most frequently estimated using the classical triad: rigor mortis, muscle stiffening, livor mortis, blood pooling, and algor mortis, body cooling. Rigor mortis, the stiffening of muscles after death, follows a predictable pattern. It typically begins within a few hours post-mortem, peaks around 12 hours, and generally disappears 36 hours after death in a process known as secondary flaccidity. The progression isn't uniform. Small muscles of the face and jaw typically stiffen first. Stiffening then progresses downward through the body, eventually affecting all skeletal muscles. The mechanism involves biochemistry. Living muscles use ATP, adenosine triphosphate, for contraction and relaxation. After death, ATP production stops while ATP consumption continues briefly. Once ATP is depleted, muscles can no longer relax after contracting. Chemical bonds between muscle protein filaments become permanent, creating the stiffness characteristic of rigor mortis. Environmental factors influence rigor's timing. Cold temperatures delay onset and prolong duration. Warm temperatures accelerate both onset and resolution. Physical exertion immediately before death depletes ATP stores more rapidly, potentially causing earlier onset. Body build affects the degree of rigidity, with well-muscled individuals showing more pronounced rigor than frail individuals. The resolution of rigor, secondary flaccidity, occurs as muscle proteins begin breaking down through putrefaction. Bacterial action and enzymatic autolysis digest the proteins holding muscles rigid, gradually restoring flaccidity. This process continues until all muscles have relaxed again, typically by 36 hours but variable depending on conditions. Livor mortis, also called lividity, represents another predictable post-mortem change. Blood, no longer circulated by the heart, settles to the lowest parts of the body under gravity's influence. During the first 2 hours after death, there is an early indication of lividity, becoming quite clear and noticeable in 2 to 5 hours. Lividity can be altered if the body is moved within the first 6 hours, but after 6 hours of death, the lividity becomes fixed and permanently stains the body regardless of movement. Lividity appears as purple-red discoloration in dependent areas, body parts in contact with supporting surfaces or lowest in position. A body lying on its back shows lividity along the back, buttocks, and posterior legs. A body on its side shows lividity on that side. Areas compressed by tight clothing or in contact with firm surfaces might not show lividity because pressure prevents blood accumulation. The fixing of lividity has investigative significance. If a body is found on its back but shows fixed lividity on the front, the body was moved after death. It must have lain face down during the first 6 hours post-mortem, long enough for lividity to fix in that position, then was turned over afterward. This indicates the body was moved, possibly to conceal evidence or mislead investigators. The color of lividity can indicate certain causes of death. Carbon monoxide poisoning produces bright cherry red lividity because carbon monoxide-bound hemoglobin has a distinctive color. Cyanide poisoning might show pink lividity. Most deaths show the typical purple-red color, but variations can provide toxicological clues even before formal testing. The third member of the classical triad is algor mortis, the cooling of the body after death. Living bodies maintain temperature around 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit through metabolic heat production. After death, this heat production stops and the body equilibrates with environmental temperature. The cooling rate depends on many factors. Body size and composition, with larger bodies cooling more slowly than smaller ones. Clothing and coverings, which insulate and slow cooling. Environmental temperature and air movement, with cold, windy conditions accelerating cooling. Whether the body is in water, which conducts heat much faster than air. The body's temperature at death, which might be elevated from fever or hypothermic from exposure. A rough rule of thumb suggests bodies cool approximately 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit per hour, but this is highly variable and becomes unreliable in many circumstances. More sophisticated methods involve measuring body temperature at standardized sites, typically the liver using a long thermometer inserted through the abdominal wall, then applying nomograms that account for environmental conditions. The limitation of temperature-based time of death estimation is substantial. After the body reaches environmental temperature, no further information can be extracted from cooling. And the variability in cooling rates means estimates often have wide error margins, perhaps plus or minus several hours. Temperature provides useful information in the early post-mortem period, but becomes less reliable as time passes. These three changes, rigor, lividity, and cooling, provide complementary information. A body showing early rigor, unfixed lividity, and elevated temperature likely died within hours. A body with full rigor, fixed lividity, and body temperature near environmental temperature likely died 12 to 24 hours ago. A body with resolved rigor, fixed lividity, and temperature equal to environment likely died at least 36 hours ago, though possibly much longer. But these are estimates, not certainties. Temperature is the most critical factor affecting decomposition rate, accounting for an estimated 80% of decomposition progression. Bodies exposed to lower ambient temperatures require more time to reach each stage of decomposition compared to those in warmer conditions, emphasizing the importance of cooling guidelines to preserve forensic evidence. Think about a body outdoors in winter versus summer. Winter conditions might preserve the body for weeks with minimal decomposition. Summer heat accelerates all processes dramatically. What takes a week in cold conditions might take a day in hot conditions. This temperature dependence makes time of death estimation challenging without knowing temperature history. Refrigeration of bodies discovered in delayed circumstances helps preserve evidence. Once decomposition advances, tissue changes destroy information. Organs become unsuitable for microscopic examination. Fluids become contaminated with breakdown products that interfere with toxicology. The body's condition deteriorates to the point where determining cause of death becomes difficult or impossible. Beyond the early post-mortem phase, decomposition progresses through recognizable stages. The stages of decomposition include autolysis, cellular breakdown, bloat, gas accumulation, active decay, advanced decay, and skeletonization, with each stage affected by environmental conditions such as water content, soil pH, insect activity, and oxygen availability. Autolysis begins immediately at death. Without circulation, cells are deprived of oxygen. Cellular metabolism shifts to anaerobic processes that produce acidic byproducts. These acids damage cell membranes, allowing digestive enzymes to leak from cellular compartments. The enzymes begin digesting the cells themselves, breaking down proteins and other molecules. Different organs undergo autolysis at different rates. The liver and pancreas, rich in digestive enzymes, show early autolytic changes. The brain, with its high lipid content and enzyme activity, also decomposes rapidly. Other organs follow more slowly. These timing differences reflect each organ's biochemistry and enzyme content. Bloat occurs as bacteria, no longer constrained by immune system, multiply and spread through the body. Intestinal bacteria particularly proliferate, producing gases as metabolic byproducts. These gases, primarily hydrogen sulfide, methane, and various organic compounds, accumulate in the abdomen and thorax, causing visible bloating. The body's abdomen distends. Tissues swell. Pressure from gases might force fluids from the nose and mouth. The bloating eventually ruptures skin, releasing gases and fluids. This transition leads to active decay, where mass loss occurs rapidly. Soft tissues break down quickly as bacteria and, if accessible, insects consume them. The body deflates as gases escape. Fluids drain away. Tissue liquefies and disappears. Advanced decay follows, with most soft tissues gone and mainly resistant materials remaining. Cartilage, tendons, and dried tissues persist longer than organs and muscles. The body appears desiccated and skeletal, though soft tissue remnants remain. Finally, skeletonization occurs as the last soft tissues disappear, leaving only bones, teeth, and hair, materials resistant to bacterial decomposition. The timing of skeletonization varies enormously. In hot, humid, insect-rich environments, it might occur in weeks. In cool, dry, or buried conditions, it might take years. Forensic taphonomy focuses on these environmental effects to estimate post-mortem interval and understand the circumstances surrounding death. Temperature, moisture, insect access, scavenger activity, burial versus surface exposure, all affect decomposition rate. Understanding these effects allows forensic scientists to estimate time since death even when bodies are discovered in advanced decomposition, though the estimates necessarily become less precise as time passes. From the detailed autopsy examination with its Y-incision and systematic organ analysis, to the classical triad of rigor, lividity, and cooling providing early post-mortem timing, to the stages of decomposition progressing from autolysis through skeletonization, death investigation relies on understanding what happens to bodies after life ends. These changes, while universal, vary in their timing and expression based on individual and environmental factors, requiring expertise and experience to interpret correctly. The deceased cannot speak, but their bodies tell stories, written in cooling curves and muscle stiffness, in blood settling and tissue breakdown, stories that forensic pathologists and investigators learn to read with remarkable precision. From the basic principles of early post-mortem changes, we move now into more specialized and precise methods for determining time since death, particularly as bodies decompose beyond the early phase where rigor, lividity, and temperature provide useful information. When days, weeks, or months have passed since death, other indicators become necessary, and forensic science has developed remarkable techniques for extracting temporal information from even heavily decomposed remains. Forensic entomology, the study of insects associated with death, provides perhaps the most accurate method for estimating time since death after the classical triad becomes unreliable. Forensic entomology is accurate to a day or less when determining elapsed time since death after 72 hours, and may be the only method available at that point. The estimation of time of death by entomological data after 24 hours is more accurate than medical examiners' estimation based on soft tissue examination. This remarkable accuracy stems from the predictable life cycles of insects that colonize bodies. Different insect species arrive at bodies in predictable succession. Each species completes its life cycle at predictable rates depending on temperature. By identifying which species are present and what developmental stage they've reached, entomologists can calculate backward to determine when insects first colonize the body, which closely approximates time of death. Blowflies are remarkable for their keen sense of smell, allowing them to locate a body in as little as 10 minutes. These insects are the first to arrive at a body and are commonly used to work out a minimum post-mortem interval, more commonly known as the time of death. Their speed of arrival is extraordinary. A person might die outdoors, and within minutes, blowflies detect the chemical signals of death and arrive to lay eggs. The eggs hatch into larvae, commonly called maggots, which feed voraciously on decomposing tissue. The larvae progress through 3 developmental stages called instars, molting between each. First instar larvae are tiny and difficult to see. Second instar larvae are larger and more active. Third instar larvae are the largest, sometimes over an inch long, and consume tissue rapidly. After reaching full size, third instar larvae stop feeding and enter a wandering phase, leaving the body to find suitable pupation sites. They burrow into soil or hide in crevices, transforming into pupae. Inside the pupal case, the larva metamorphoses into an adult fly. Eventually, the adult emerges, completing the cycle. Each stage takes a predictable amount of time at a given temperature. At 70 degrees Fahrenheit, the complete cycle from egg to adult might take 2 weeks. At 85 degrees, it might take 10 days. Below 60 degrees, development slows dramatically. Above 95 degrees, it may be impaired. Temperature is critical for accurate estimation. Forensic entomologists collect larvae from bodies, preserving some in alcohol for identification and keeping others alive to rear in controlled temperature conditions. The preserved specimens are identified to species and their developmental stage determined microscopically. The living specimens are reared until they emerge as adults, confirming species identification. Temperature data from weather stations near the death scene is compiled for the relevant time period. Using this data and knowledge of insect development rates at various temperatures, entomologists calculate how long insects would have needed to reach the observed developmental stage. This calculation provides the minimum post-mortem interval, the minimum time since insects colonized the body. The estimate is called a minimum because insects might not have found the body immediately. A body indoors might not be accessible to flies for hours or days. A body in a sealed container might never be colonized. But under typical outdoor conditions, colonization happens quickly, making the entomological estimate closely approximate actual time of death. The temperature within maggot masses can exceed ambient temperatures by 10 to 20 degrees Celsius, with some masses reaching internal temperatures of 40 degrees or higher due to metabolic activity from hundreds to thousands of larvae. Temperature gradients within masses show edge-to-center differentials up to 5.2 degrees, and the elevated heat accelerates larval development and decomposition rates. This mass heating effect complicates calculations but also provides information. Large maggot masses generate substantial metabolic heat, creating their own microclimate. Larvae in the center of the mass experience higher temperatures than ambient, developing faster than ambient temperature alone would predict. Entomologists must account for this when calculating development times. The heat also accelerates decomposition directly. Tissue in contact with hot maggot masses breaks down faster than tissue elsewhere on the body. Bodies with extensive maggot activity decompose more rapidly than would be predicted from environmental temperature alone. Understanding these effects allows more accurate interpretation of decomposition state and time estimates. Different insect species arrive in predictable waves called succession. Blowflies arrive first, within minutes to hours. As decomposition progresses and chemical signals change, other species arrive. Flesh flies might come after blowflies. Beetles arrive as tissues dry. Wasps might parasitize fly larvae. Moths colonize dried remains. Each species has its characteristic arrival window. By identifying which species are present and which are absent, entomologists can place the body within the succession timeline. If blowflies and early beetles are present but later arriving species are absent, death likely occurred within a certain window. If only late succession species are present, death occurred much earlier. The technique requires expertise. Insect identification to species level requires taxonomic knowledge and often microscopic examination of specific anatomical features. Understanding development rates requires access to published research data, often conducted with specific populations in specific regions. Weather data must be obtained and properly interpreted. Calculations must account for day-night temperature fluctuations and the thermal characteristics of maggot masses. But the payoff is substantial. Cases weeks or months old, where traditional methods provide no useful time of death information, can be dated to within days through entomological analysis. This narrows investigative windows, corroborates or contradicts witness statements, and provides critical temporal context for other evidence. As decomposition progresses further, bodies may undergo unusual preservation under specific environmental conditions. Adipocere, also known as grave wax, forms in wet, oxygen-poor conditions and can preserve body tissue, facial features, and injuries for decades, aiding in identification and cause of death determination. Bodies with adipocere can appear much more recent than they actually are, making time of death determination extremely difficult and sometimes leading to confusion about whether deaths are recent homicides or historical cases. Adipocere forms when body fats, primarily triglycerides, undergo chemical transformation in the absence of oxygen. Bacteria that can function without oxygen break down fats into fatty acids. These fatty acids then undergo hydrolysis and hydrogenation, transforming into a waxy, soap-like substance that's chemically stable and resistant to further decomposition. The substance is grayish-white or yellow-white, with a greasy, waxy texture. It forms most readily in tissues rich in fat, particularly subcutaneous fat, adipose tissue around organs, and in cheeks and buttocks. Under ideal conditions, adipocere can form within weeks. Under less favorable conditions, it might take months. The preservation it provides is remarkable. Adipocere maintains the general shape and contours of the body. Facial features remain recognizable. Injuries are preserved, including fine details like stab wounds or ligature marks. This allows identification and cause of death determination in bodies that would otherwise be unrecognizable due to decomposition. But adipocere creates dating challenges. A body extensively converted to adipocere might look relatively preserved despite being dead for years or decades. Traditional decomposition staging doesn't apply. Entomological evidence might be absent because the adipocere formation excluded insect activity. Without other dating methods, determining when death occurred becomes difficult. Saponification represents an extreme form of adipocere formation. Saponification occurs when bodies are submerged in warm, wet environments with unusually high alkaline pH levels and unusually low oxygen levels, causing body fats to chemically transform into soap-like substances. Unlike traditional mummification requiring dry conditions, soap mummies form in water-saturated environments where microorganisms are halted while fats convert to adipocere, with true soap mummies being quite rare. The term soap mummy is somewhat misleading. These aren't true soaps in the chemical sense of salts of fatty acids produced by reaction with alkali. They're more accurately described as extensive adipocere formation. But the popular term persists because of the soap-like appearance and texture of the transformed tissue. Soap mummification requires specific conditions rarely encountered. The combination of water immersion, alkaline environment, and low oxygen doesn't occur frequently in nature. Bodies recovered from alkaline lakes or certain burial environments might show this transformation. The result is dramatic, with the body converted to a firm, pale, soap-like mass that can persist indefinitely. At the opposite extreme from wet preservation, natural mummification can occur in dry conditions. The most important factors for natural mummification are dry air, good ventilation, solar radiation, and high temperatures, which cause the decomposition process to cease and preserve the body. Aridity and air circulation are the leading environmental factors that allow bodies to desiccate before bacterial decomposition can progress, creating naturally preserved remains. Desert environments provide ideal conditions. Hot, dry air draws moisture from tissues rapidly. The desiccation occurs faster than bacteria can multiply and consume tissue. The result is a dried, preserved body resembling the intentionally mummified remains from ancient Egypt, though natural mummification produces less consistent results. Attics, crypts, and other enclosed but ventilated dry spaces can also produce natural mummification. Bodies in these environments desiccate slowly but thoroughly, preserving not just bones but also dried soft tissues, skin, and sometimes internal organs. The preservation can last centuries, with naturally mummified bodies occasionally discovered during building renovations or investigations of old structures. Mummification preserves evidence of injuries and disease. Fractures remain visible in dried tissue. Organ pathology might be identifiable in preserved structures. Even tattoos and scars remain visible on preserved skin. This makes mummified bodies valuable for historical and forensic investigation despite their age. For bodies in moderate conditions, neither extremely wet nor dry, advanced techniques provide time since death estimates. The forensomics approach combines metabolomics, lipidomics, and proteomics to estimate post-mortem interval, with different biomolecules decomposing at varying rates to expand the potential range of estimation. Metabolites are ideal for short PMIs, while proteins are better for longer PMIs, with samples showing shorter PMIs, up to 834 days, demonstrating declines in proteins and lipids compared to fresh samples. This multi-omics approach recognizes that different molecular classes break down at different rates. Small molecules like metabolites degrade quickly, making them useful for estimating recent deaths. Larger molecules like proteins are more stable, providing information about deaths weeks or months old. Lipids fall between, offering intermediate-term information. The technique requires sophisticated analytical instruments, mass spectrometers capable of identifying and quantifying hundreds or thousands of molecules simultaneously. Samples of decomposing tissue are analyzed, and the molecular profiles are compared with databases of known decomposition patterns. Statistical models translate the molecular signatures into time-since-death estimates. The range of estimation extends far beyond traditional methods. While the classical triad provides useful information for perhaps 3 days, and entomology extends this to weeks or months, molecular decomposition analysis can potentially provide estimates for years. The precision necessarily decreases as time extends, but even rough estimates prove valuable for remains discovered long after death. Temperature and humidity conditions around where a body was found are the most important meteorological factors for timing a murder, according to forensic meteorologists. Additionally, when temperatures rise, criminal activity increases, with the United States seeing significantly higher crime rates in cities when temperatures are appreciably above average. This temperature dependence affects all biological processes, decomposition included. Forensic meteorologists can reconstruct temperature and humidity conditions for specific locations and times using historical weather data. These reconstructions help refine time-of-death estimates by providing the temperature history needed for accurate interpretation of decomposition state or insect development. The relationship between temperature and decomposition rate is exponential, not linear. A 10-degree temperature increase roughly doubles decomposition rate. This means bodies in summer heat might progress through decomposition stages in a fraction of the time required in winter cold. Without accounting for temperature, visual assessment of decomposition state can lead to wildly inaccurate time estimates. From blowflies locating bodies within 10 minutes and their larvae providing day-accurate time estimates, to maggot masses generating heat that accelerates their own development, to adipocere preserving bodies in wet environments for decades, to natural mummification in dry conditions, to multiomics molecular analysis extending estimation ranges to years, to meteorological data refining temperature-dependent calculations, forensic science has developed an impressive array of techniques for answering one of death investigation's most crucial questions. When did this person die? Each technique has its appropriate time range and environmental conditions. Used together, they provide temporal information across timescales from hours to centuries, transforming decomposing remains into clocks that, though imperfect, still mark the passage of time since life ended. From the decomposition of soft tissues and the insects and environmental conditions that mark time's passage, we arrive at what ultimately remains when all else has fallen away: bones. Skeletal analysis represents forensic science's ability to extract remarkable amounts of information from remains that might seem to tell no stories at all. When soft tissue is gone, when DNA is degraded, when all other evidence has vanished, bones still speak to those trained to listen. When primary identifiers like DNA, fingerprints, or dental records are unavailable, forensic anthropologists can achieve positive identification through skeletal means including frontal sinus morphology, surgical devices, dental anatomy, callus formation, and skeletal variation. Forensic anthropologists assess the entire skeleton, with an emphasis on the skull, pelvis, and long bones, to create a biological profile including age at death, biological sex, and height during life. The biological profile represents the foundation of skeletal identification. Before determining who a person was, investigators must first determine what kind of person they were. Male or female, young or old, tall or short, what ancestry. These characteristics narrow the pool of possible identities from all missing persons to those matching the profile. Sex determination examines sexually dimorphic features, skeletal characteristics that differ between males and females. The pelvis provides the most reliable indicators because of its role in childbirth. Female pelvises are wider and shallower than male pelvises, with a broader sciatic notch and a wider subpubic angle. The pelvic inlet is more circular in females, more heart-shaped in males. The skull shows more subtle sex differences. Male skulls tend to be larger and more robust, with more pronounced muscle attachment sites. The mastoid processes, bony projections behind the ears, are typically larger in males. The brow ridges above the eyes are more prominent. The overall skull shape tends to be blockier in males, more graceful in females. These are tendencies, not absolutes. Variation exists within each sex. Some females have robust skeletal features. Some males have gracile features. But examining multiple features collectively allows confident sex determination in most adult skeletons. The accuracy exceeds 95% when the pelvis is well preserved. Age determination uses different indicators depending on age range. For children and adolescents, tooth development and eruption provide precise estimates. Specific teeth erupt at specific ages with relatively little variation. Long bone growth and epiphyseal fusion, the joining of bone growth plates to bone shafts, follow predictable schedules from birth through early 20s. For adults, age estimation becomes less precise. The pubic symphysis, where the two halves of the pelvis meet, shows progressive changes in surface morphology through the lifespan. Young adults have ridged, billowed surfaces. Middle-aged adults show smoother surfaces with some erosion. Elderly adults show irregular, eroded surfaces. These changes allow age estimation to within a decade or so. The sternal end of ribs, where ribs connect to the breastbone, shows similar age-related changes. Toothwear provides rough age estimates, though highly variable depending on diet and dental care. Cranial suture closure, the fusion of skull bones, was historically used for aging but has proven unreliable and is now largely abandoned. The combination of multiple age indicators provides more accurate estimates than any single method. Even so, adult age estimation carries substantial error margins, often plus or minus 10 years. A skeleton estimated as 40 years old at death might actually have been anywhere from 30 to 50. Stature estimation uses the mathematical relationship between long bone length and total body height. Different populations show different relationships, so ancestry determination is important for selecting appropriate formulas. Measurements of the femur, tibia, humerus, or radius are plugged into regression equations that predict height. The estimates include error ranges, typically several inches. A femur length might predict a height of 5 feet 8 inches, plus or minus 2 inches, meaning the person was likely between 5'6" and 5'10". This narrows possibilities but doesn't provide precise height. Ancestry estimation examines features that vary between geographic populations. Skull shape and facial structure show the most useful characteristics. Nasal aperture shape, eye orbit form, jaw projection, overall skull proportions, all show population-level variation. The analysis attempts to determine whether skeletal features are most consistent with African, European, Asian, or Native American ancestry. This remains one of forensic anthropology's most controversial areas. Ancestry categories are social constructs that don't map perfectly onto biological variation. Individuals of mixed ancestry might show features from multiple groups. And focusing on ancestry risks reinforcing outdated racial concepts. Modern anthropologists approach ancestry estimation cautiously, acknowledging both its investigative utility and its conceptual limitations. With the biological profile established, identification requires matching the profile to missing persons and using individualizing features to confirm identity. Frontal sinuses, air-filled spaces in the forehead bone, show unique shapes and sizes. X-rays or CT scans of the skull can be compared with ante-mortem medical images. If the sinus patterns match, identification is confirmed. Surgical devices provide even more definitive identification. Hip replacements, knee implants, spinal hardware, all bear serial numbers traceable to specific surgeries and patients. Finding a surgical device in remains allows immediate identification through medical records. Dental anatomy offers multiple identification points. Tooth fillings, crowns, root canals, missing teeth, unusual spacing or rotations, all create patterns that can be compared with dental records. Dental identifications are highly reliable when adequate records exist for comparison. Healed fractures create characteristic callus formations, areas of bone remodeling visible radiographically. Someone with records showing a healed arm fracture can be identified if skeletal remains show matching callus formation. The location, size, and shape of healing patterns serve as identifying features. Even without specific individualizing features, skeletal variation sometimes provides identification. Unusual bone formations, extra or missing bones, size variations, arthritic changes, all create skeletal signatures that might match documented conditions in medical records. Skeletal trauma analysis reveals not just identity but also what happened to the person. Forensic anthropologists analyze fracture characteristics to determine trauma type, with blunt force creating compression and bending fractures, sharp force producing linear incisions and chop marks, and ballistic trauma showing internal/external beveling and radiating fractures. Fracture patterns also reveal the minimum number of impacts, direction of force, and events surrounding death. Blunt force trauma from objects like hammers, bats, or falls creates depressed fractures where bone is pushed inward. Radiating fractures extend outward from the impact site. Concentric fractures circle the impact. The pattern reveals the impact location and can sometimes indicate the size and shape of the weapon. Sharp force trauma from knives, axes, or machetes produces clean cuts in bone. The width and depth of cuts indicate blade dimensions. The angle of cuts suggests attack direction. V-shaped cuts indicate stabbing. Chopping marks show broader, deeper injuries. The number and location of marks reveal the violence's nature. Ballistic trauma shows characteristic beveling. Entrance wounds have internal beveling, with the hole larger on the internal bone surface than external. Exit wounds show external beveling, with larger holes on the outside. This distinguishes entry from exit and establishes bullet path direction. Radiating fractures from bullet impacts can reveal sequence when multiple gunshots occurred. Fractures terminate when they meet existing fractures. By examining which fractures cross which others, anthropologists can determine shot order, reconstructing the sequence of violence. The analysis distinguishes perimortem trauma, occurring at or near the time of death, from post-mortem damage occurring after death. Fresh bone fractures differently than dry bone. Perimortem fractures show sharp edges, angled fracture surfaces, and sometimes plastic deformation where bone bent before breaking. Post-mortem fractures show square edges, right-angled fracture surfaces, and no plastic deformation. This distinction is crucial. Not all skeletal damage resulted from the events causing death. Bodies might be damaged during recovery, during decomposition, or by animal scavenging. Distinguishing trauma that caused or accompanied death from later damage is essential for accurate death investigation. For mass disasters or graves containing multiple individuals, specialized techniques help recovery and identification. Forensic archaeologists employ specialized excavation techniques for mass graves, with exhumation potentially taking weeks or months to derive forensically defensible conclusions. The stratigraphic excavation method preserves the context and integrity of remains, though in mass burials, trenches are sometimes dug parametrically for better access, which can destroy grave walls and mix artifacts from different strata. Archaeological excavation techniques translate directly to forensic contexts. Systematic excavation in controlled layers, careful documentation of spatial relationships, screening of soil to recover small bones and artifacts, all ensure maximum information recovery while maintaining chain of custody and evidential integrity. Mass graves present particular challenges. Bodies might be commingled, making it difficult to determine which bones belong to which individual. Bodies might be in various states of decomposition or skeletonization. Some might be clothed, others not. Personal effects might be scattered or absent. The excavation proceeds slowly and methodically. Each bone's position is documented before removal. Photographs and maps record spatial relationships. Soil samples are collected for later analysis. The goal is to reconstruct not just individual identities but the entire depositional event, understanding how and when the grave was created. When disasters strike, killing many people simultaneously, disaster victim identification becomes essential. Disaster victim identification, or DVI, relies on fingerprints, dental records, and DNA profiling as key identification methods, particularly when remains are fragmented or degraded. Visual recognition is rarely possible in major disasters, and physical indicators such as tattoos, scars, or surgical implants may also provide unique identification evidence. Major disasters, airplane crashes, building collapses, tsunamis, create scenes with dozens or hundreds of deceased victims, often severely injured or burned beyond visual recognition. Families desperately seek information about loved ones. Authorities must identify remains to provide closure and handle legal matters. The DVI process follows established protocols. Ante-mortem data, information about missing persons, is collected from families, dentists, and medical providers. Fingerprints from the person's home or workplace might be obtained. Dental charts from dentists provide records of dental work. DNA reference samples from family members establish genetic profiles. Post-mortem data collection examines remains systematically. Fingerprints are taken if finger pads survived. Dental examinations document all present teeth and dental work. DNA samples are collected from muscle or bone. Physical descriptors, height estimates, age estimates, identifying marks, all are recorded. The matching process compares ante-mortem and post-mortem data. Fingerprints provide fastest identification when available. Dental comparisons are highly reliable when adequate ante-mortem records exist. DNA provides definitive identification but takes longer to process. In modern disasters, DNA has become the primary identification method because it works even with fragmentary remains. A small piece of bone or tissue suffices for DNA extraction. The profile can be compared with reference samples from relatives, establishing familial relationships that confirm identity. Modern imaging technology has revolutionized death investigation, allowing examination without invasive procedures. Post-mortem computed tomography is now the primary radiological imaging modality used in death investigation in numerous jurisdictions worldwide, capable of detecting fractures, precise locations of foreign bodies, and many other injuries and pathologic conditions through three-dimensional image datasets. CT scans can also be used for radiological identification of deceased individuals through comparison with ante-mortem medical images, particularly when DNA comparison is not possible due to the absence of relatives. Virtual autopsy utilizes cutting-edge imaging technologies such as computed tomography and magnetic resonance imaging as an adjunct or alternative to traditional invasive autopsy, with forensic imaging having been employed for post-mortem purposes since the late 19th century. A non-invasive CT scan can alert forensic pathologists to specific infectious diseases and provide significant forensic value for both the autopsy process and legal proceedings. The technology creates detailed three-dimensional reconstructions of bodies without making incisions. Bones are visualized completely. Fractures are revealed and can be examined from any angle. Foreign objects like bullets, knives, or surgical implants are located precisely. Internal bleeding and organ damage are visible. Gas patterns indicating decomposition or putrefaction are apparent. For some cases, virtual autopsy might replace traditional autopsy entirely. Religious or cultural objections to invasive procedures are respected while still obtaining necessary information. Bodies in advanced decomposition that would be difficult to examine invasively can be scanned successfully. Remains that need to be preserved for later examination or burial can be scanned non-destructively. The images serve as permanent records, available for review years later without needing to re-examine bodies. Multiple experts can evaluate the same images independently. Three-dimensional reconstructions can be created for courtroom presentations, helping juries understand injuries and causes of death. From biological profiles created from skeletal measurements to trauma analysis revealing violence's nature, from archaeological excavation techniques recovering mass graves to disaster victim identification using multiple methods, from CT imaging creating virtual autopsies to individualizing features confirming identity. Forensic anthropology and skeletal analysis extract remarkable information from what might seem like mere bones. The skeleton, far from being empty remains, carries within its structure a lifetime of information, from childhood development through adult activities to the final moments of death, all written in bone and waiting for experts to read its story. From the examination of skeletal remains and the stories they tell, we turn now to some of forensic science's more specialized and unusual applications. These fields might not be as widely known as DNA analysis or fingerprinting, but they demonstrate the remarkable breadth of forensic science and its ability to extract information from the most unexpected sources. Whether patterns, microscopic algae, trained dogs, even the way people walk, all become evidence in the hands of specialists who know how to interpret them. Forensic meteorology analyzes historical weather station data, radar imagery, satellite observations, and surface measurements to determine weather conditions at specific times and locations for litigation purposes. In criminal cases, forensic meteorologists have discredited alibis by showing that weather conditions contradicted suspects' claims, such as proving it was raining rather than snowing during an alleged snowboarding incident. Consider the power of weather data to verify or refute statements. A suspect claims they were snowboarding at a mountain resort during the time a crime occurred, providing this as their alibi. But meteorological analysis shows that temperatures at the resort were too warm for snow, that precipitation fell as rain rather than snow, that the resort's webcams show brown slopes rather than snow-covered ones. The alibi crumbles when confronted with objective weather data. Or imagine a hit-and-run accident where a driver claims they hit the victim because visibility was poor due to fog or heavy rain. Meteorological analysis examines whether observations from nearby stations, radar data showing precipitation patterns, visibility measurements from automated sensors. If these data show clear conditions with good visibility at the accident time and location, the driver's explanation becomes less credible. Forensic meteorologists compile data from multiple sources. Weather stations record temperature, humidity, wind speed and direction, precipitation, and atmospheric pressure at regular intervals. Radar systems track precipitation location and intensity. Satellites provide visual and infrared imagery showing cloud cover and storm systems. All these data sources combine to create detailed reconstructions of past weather conditions. The reconstructions can be remarkably specific. Not just, it was raining, but precipitation intensity was 1/4 inch per hour, visibility was reduced to half a mile, wind gusted to 25 miles per hour from the northwest. This specificity allows detailed evaluation of whether weather conditions support or contradict claims about what happened. Temperature and humidity conditions around where a body was found are the most important meteorological factors for timing a murder, according to forensic meteorologists. We've discussed how temperature affects decomposition rate, but forensic meteorologists take this further, providing hour-by-hour temperature and humidity data for the days or weeks since death presumably occurred. This data allows much more accurate interpretation of decomposition state or insect development. Rather than using average temperatures, Calculations can use actual temperature fluctuations, accounting for warm afternoons and cool nights, for weather fronts that brought temperature changes, for microclimate conditions specific to where the body was found. Additionally, forensic meteorology reveals broader patterns. When temperatures rise, criminal activity increases, with the United States seeing significantly higher crime rates in cities when temperatures are appreciably above average. This correlation, observed consistently across decades and locations, helps investigators understand temporal patterns in crime and might provide context for when crimes were likely to have occurred. The mechanisms behind this temperature-crime correlation remain debated. Warm weather brings people outdoors, increasing opportunities for both crimes and conflicts. Heat affects mood and aggression. Seasonal patterns in employment and school schedules create different social dynamics. Whatever the mechanisms, the pattern is real and measurable. Another way weather influences human behavior and thus crime. From atmospheric conditions, we turn to aquatic evidence. The diatom test is based on the principle that diatoms, microscopic algae, can be detected in organs of drowned victims if they aspirated diatom-rich water into the lungs before death. The small size and morphology of diatoms allow easy percolation through the alveolo-capillary barrier with subsequent entry into the bloodstream and diffusion to peripheral organs during the preagonic state of drowning. Diatoms are single-celled algae with cell walls made of silica, essentially glass. These walls are ornately structured with species-specific patterns of pores, ridges, and chambers visible under microscopy. Diatoms exist in virtually all water bodies, from oceans to rivers to puddles, with different species preferring different environments. The drowning mechanism involves water entering the lungs as the victim struggles for air. If the water contains diatoms and the victim's heart is still beating, those diatoms can pass from lungs into the bloodstream. The microscopic algae circulate to organs throughout the body, where they lodge in small blood vessels. Because diatom cell walls are silica, they persist after death and can be recovered from organ tissue. The test involves digesting organ tissue, typically from liver, kidney, or bone marrow, using strong acid and heat. Soft tissue dissolves, but silica-walled diatoms remain. The digested sample is filtered, concentrated, and examined microscopically. If diatoms are found in organs, particularly in bone marrow which is well protected from external contamination, this supports drowning as the cause of death. The test distinguishes drowning from bodies deposited in water after death. If someone dies from other causes than is placed in water, diatoms might be present in lungs from passive water entry but won't be in peripheral organs because circulation had ceased. Finding diatoms in organs indicates circulation was functioning when water entered lungs, confirming drowning. All diatoms detected in drowned animals matched their respective drowning medium, with positive results explained by ante-mortem penetration of diatom-containing water into the lungs. The highest diatom numbers are observed in organs when the drowning medium has high diatom density, suggesting a relationship between diatoms recovered from water samples and diatom density in organ tissue samples. This matching principle adds another layer of evidence. Not only does finding diatoms in organs support drowning, but the specific diatom species can indicate where drowning occurred. Freshwater and saltwater have different diatom species. Different water bodies have different diatom populations based on their chemistry, temperature, and nutrient levels. If a body is found in a river but diatoms in organs match lake species rather than river species, this suggests drowning occurred in a lake and the body was later moved to the river. If a body found in freshwater shows marine diatoms in organs, drowning likely occurred in saltwater with the body subsequently moved. The diatoms provide not just cause of death but location information. The technique has limitations. Not all drownings produce positive diatom results, possibly due to rapid death, very cold water, or low diatom density in drowning medium. Contamination during sampling can produce false positives, though finding diatoms in bone marrow makes contamination unlikely. And some researchers question the method's reliability, citing studies with conflicting results. Still, when properly conducted and interpreted cautiously, diatom testing provides valuable drowning evidence. Another specialized forensic technique employs animals rather than instruments. Studies have demonstrated that well-trained human remains detection dogs have an accuracy rate between 95 and 98% when locating fresh and aged human remains. Research also shows these dogs demonstrate remarkable sensitivity with positive predictive values of 90 to 100%, negative predictive values of 90 to 100%, and overall accuracy of 92 to 100%. These dogs, often called cadaver dogs, are trained to detect the scent of human decomposition. The scent is complex, composed of hundreds of volatile organic compounds released as bodies decompose. Different compounds predominate at different stages, creating scent profiles that change over time. But trained dogs can detect these compounds at concentrations far below human detection thresholds and distinguish human decomposition scent from animal decomposition. The training process is extensive and specialized. Dogs are exposed to human remains scent in various contexts and decomposition stages. They learn to alert when detecting the target scent, typically by sitting, lying down, or barking at the scent source. Training continues through their working careers, maintaining skills and expanding scent recognition. In searches, handlers work dogs systematically across areas of interest. The dogs indicate when detecting decomposition scent, and handlers mark these locations for further investigation. The dogs might indicate surface remains obvious to human searchers, or they might indicate subsurface remains, bodies buried feet underground but still releasing enough scent molecules to be detected. The dog's accuracy is remarkable but not perfect. False positives occur, perhaps from animal remains, contaminated soil, or environmental factors the handler doesn't recognize. False negatives are possible if conditions prevent scent from reaching the dog, if remains are deeply buried or sealed in containers, or if the dog is fatigued or distracted. But properly trained and handled, cadaver dogs provide search capabilities unmatched by technology. They can search large outdoor areas far faster than human searchers could excavate or probe. They can detect remains in locations that might seem unlikely, focusing search efforts where they're most likely to be productive. They've located remains in cases where traditional search methods failed, bringing closure to families and evidence to investigators. The dogs also detect remains underwater. Specially trained water search dogs work from boats, detecting scent rising to the water surface from submerged remains. The scent molecules rise through the water column and volatilize at the surface where dogs can detect them. This allows search teams to focus dive operations rather than searching blind in murky water. Finally, we come to a type of evidence that requires no tools at all, just careful observation. Each person's gait is as distinctive as their fingerprint, influenced by factors including height, weight, injuries, and psychological aspects, making it a valuable biometric identifier for security and forensic contexts. Gait biometrics analyzes unique walking characteristics such as stride length, walking speed, body posture, and biomechanics to identify individuals. Everyone walks differently. We might not consciously notice these differences, but they're substantial and consistent. Stride length, The distance covered in a single step varies by leg length and walking habit. Some people take long strides, others shuffle with short steps. Walking speed varies from person to person and affects gait characteristics. Body posture while walking, leaning forward or back, shoulders hunched or squared, creates distinctive silhouettes. Arm swing, foot placement, hip rotation, all vary individually. Injuries and conditions affect gait permanently. Someone with arthritis in one knee favors that leg, creating asymmetric gait. Past injuries that healed imperfectly leave lasting effects. Limb length discrepancies create characteristic walking patterns. Back problems affect posture and stride. All these factors combine to create each person's unique gait signature. Psychological factors matter too. Confidence affects how people carry themselves. Mood influences walking speed and posture. Personality traits show in movement style. These psychological components combine with physical factors to create distinctive patterns. Gait analysis for identification typically uses video footage. Surveillance cameras that captured crimes might not show faces clearly but still record how people move. Forensic gait analysts study this footage, measuring stride parameters, timing steps, analyzing posture and movement. They might create stick figure representations that distill movement to essential components, removing details like clothing that can change. Then they compare crime scene gait with known samples from suspects. The suspects might be recorded walking naturally multiple times to establish their characteristic patterns. The comparison looks for correspondence in multiple parameters. Do stride lengths match? Does walking speed align? Are postural features similar? Does movement rhythm correspond? The technique has limitations. People can alter their gait somewhat intentionally, though substantial disguise is difficult to maintain. Injuries between the crime and comparison affect gait. Different footwear changes movement. And the accuracy of gait identification, while good, doesn't approach fingerprint or DNA levels of certainty. Gait analysis typically provides investigative leads and supporting evidence rather than definitive identification. But in cases where other identification methods fail, where surveillance footage shows masked or distant suspects, gait analysis has helped identify perpetrators. Combined with other evidence, clothing, vehicles, timing, gait can contribute to establishing identity and placing specific individuals at crime scenes. From meteorologists reconstructing weather conditions to test alibis, to diatoms in organs proving drowning and suggesting locations, to trained dogs detecting human remains with remarkable accuracy, to gait analysis identifying people by how they walk, these specialized forensic techniques demonstrate science's versatility in serving justice. They remind us that evidence exists everywhere in forms we might not initially recognize, waiting for specialists with the knowledge to find it, analyze it, and interpret what it reveals about events we're trying to understand. From the various techniques and technologies of forensic science, we turn our attention now to some of the specialized professionals who work at the intersections of different fields. Not all forensic work involves analyzing physical evidence in laboratories or examining bodies in morgues. Some forensic professionals bring expertise from entirely different domains, applying skills from finance, nursing, and other professions to serve the cause of justice in ways that might not immediately seem forensic but prove essential to investigations and prosecutions. Forensic accountants specialize in collecting, analyzing, and evaluating financial records to uncover evidence of financial crimes such as fraud or embezzlement, and often serve as expert witnesses in court cases. They played crucial roles in uncovering major corporate frauds, including the Enron scandal and Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme, demonstrating how financial analysis can expose crimes that might otherwise remain hidden beneath layers of complex transactions and deliberately obscured records. Financial crimes often leave no physical evidence in the traditional sense. No fingerprints, no DNA, no bloodstains. Instead, the evidence exists in ledgers, bank statements, invoices, contracts, emails discussing transactions, and the patterns these documents reveal when analyzed by someone who understands both accounting principles and criminal schemes. Consider embezzlement, the theft of money by someone entrusted with its management. An employee with access to company accounts might steal through various methods. They might write checks to themselves or fictitious vendors. They might manipulate payroll records to receive extra payments. They might create false invoices for goods or services never provided, then pocket the payments. Each method leaves traces in financial records, but those traces might be subtle and dispersed across thousands of legitimate transactions. Forensic accountants examine these records systematically, looking for anomalies and patterns. Payments to vendors with no contract or supporting documentation. Invoices with sequential numbers from supposedly unrelated companies. Bank deposits that don't correspond to recorded income. Lifestyle expenditures that exceed legitimate income. Round number payments where real transactions typically show specific amounts with cents. These red flags guide deeper investigation. The analysis might span years and thousands of transactions. Forensic accountants reconstruct money flows, tracking how funds moved between accounts, identifying diversions from legitimate paths. They calculate losses, documenting how much was stolen and where it went. They create timelines showing when thefts occurred, potentially revealing patterns or triggers. In fraud cases, the schemes can be enormously complex. The Enron scandal involved deliberate misrepresentation of the company's financial health through off-balance sheet partnerships and accounting manipulations designed to hide debt and inflate profits. Forensic accountants untangled these complex structures, revealing how money actually flowed and how financial statements misrepresented reality. Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme, one of history's largest frauds, paid returns to early investors using money from later investors rather than from legitimate investment profits. The scheme required constant influx of new money to continue. Forensic accountants reconstructed the entire operation, tracking billions of dollars through accounts and demonstrating that no legitimate investment strategy could have produced the claimed returns. Their analysis proved fraud definitively. Forensic accountants must understand not just accounting but also human behavior and criminal psychology. How do embezzlers think? What methods do fraudsters use? How do people rationalize stealing money entrusted to them? This understanding helps identify red flags and focus investigations efficiently. Their work product often becomes evidence in criminal trials or civil litigation. They prepare detailed reports documenting their findings, showing calculations, and explaining conclusions. They testify as expert witnesses, helping juries understand complex financial evidence. Their ability to translate complex financial concepts into clear explanations makes them invaluable in white-collar crime prosecutions. The field requires strong analytical skills, attention to detail, and persistence. Following money trails through complex corporate structures or international transactions demands patience and systematic methodology. It requires understanding business operations, tax laws, banking regulations, and corporate finance. Many forensic accountants hold both accounting credentials and specialized forensic training. From financial crimes, we turn to a very different type of specialized professional. Sexual assault nurse examiners conduct thorough medical examinations, gather and preserve forensic evidence, document injuries on body map diagrams, take photos, collect DNA swabs, and observe patient behavior during forensic exams. In addition to performing forensic exams, SANES provide holistic nursing care for patients during traumatic times, which can significantly impact how survivors leave the hospital. Sexual assault examinations require unique combinations of medical, forensic, and interpersonal skills. The patient has experienced trauma and may be frightened, embarrassed, or emotionally overwhelmed. The examination itself can feel invasive and may trigger distressing memories. Yet thorough evidence collection is crucial for potential prosecution, requiring careful, systematic examination and sampling. SANE nurses receive specialized training beyond their nursing education. They learn anatomy and physiology relevant to sexual assault. They study injury patterns and how to recognize and document them. They practice evidence collection techniques, learning how to properly collect, preserve, and document biological evidence while maintaining chain of custody. They understand legal requirements and how their findings might be used in court. The examination begins with medical assessment. Is the patient injured? Do injuries require immediate treatment? Is there risk of pregnancy or sexually transmitted infection? Medical needs are addressed first, before or during forensic evidence collection. The forensic examination follows protocols designed to maximize evidence recovery. The patient's clothing is carefully collected, each item packaged separately to prevent cross-contamination. Clothing might contain perpetrator DNA from contact, body fluids, fibers, or other trace evidence. Body mapping documents all injuries, noting location, size, color, and characteristics. Bruises, abrasions, lacerations, bite marks, any injuries are systematically recorded on standardized forms with anatomical diagrams. Photographs document injuries from multiple angles, with and without measurement scales, under various lighting including alternative light sources that might reveal injuries invisible under normal lighting. Swabs collect biological evidence from various body sites where contact with the perpetrator might have occurred. Oral, vaginal, and anal swabs collect semen or saliva. Skin swabs from neck, breasts, or other areas collect DNA from touching or kissing. Fingernail clippings or scrapings collect material that might have been captured if the victim scratched the attacker. Each sample is carefully labeled, dried if necessary, and packaged separately. Reference samples from the patient, blood, or saliva are collected for DNA comparison. These allow laboratory analysts to distinguish victim DNA from perpetrator DNA in mixed samples. Throughout the examination, the SANE maintains communication with the patient, explaining each step, requesting permission, allowing breaks when needed. The goal is to conduct a thorough forensic examination while minimizing additional trauma and maintaining patient dignity and autonomy. SANE nurses also observe and document patient behavior and statements. How is the patient coping emotionally? What do they say about the assault? These observations might be relevant to investigation and prosecution, but more importantly, they guide appropriate support and referral for counseling and victim services. The role extends beyond the examination itself. SANES often testify in court, explaining their findings and the significance of injuries or evidence. Their credibility and professionalism influence how juries perceive evidence. Their ability to explain medical and forensic findings in accessible language helps juries understand complex evidence. The emphasis on providing holistic care distinguishes SANEs from purely forensic examiners. They recognize that patients are people experiencing crisis, not just evidence sources. The care and compassion shown during examination can significantly affect recovery. Patients who feel supported, believed, and treated with dignity during SANE examinations often report better outcomes and more willingness to participate in prosecution. Many communities have established SANE programs specifically to improve sexual assault response. Before SANE programs, sexual assault examinations were often performed by emergency physicians with limited forensic training and little time to spend on detailed examinations. Evidence collection was sometimes incomplete or improperly performed. Patients sometimes felt their trauma was minimized or that they were treated as crime scenes rather than people. SANE programs address these problems by creating specialized, trauma-informed response. Dedicated examiners with appropriate training perform thorough examinations. Evidence quality improves, strengthening prosecutions. Patient experiences improve, supporting healing and increasing reporting and prosecution rates. The development of SANE programs represents forensic science's recognition that evidence exists within the bodies of living victims, and that collecting this evidence requires not just technical skill but also compassion, communication, and trauma-informed care. The role combines nursing, forensics, victim advocacy, and expert testimony, creating a specialized professional who serves both justice and healing. From forensic accountants following money through complex financial structures to expose fraud and embezzlement, to SANE nurses conducting sensitive examinations that gather crucial evidence while providing compassionate care, these specialized professionals demonstrate that forensic work extends far beyond traditional laboratory and field investigation. The intersection of specialized professional knowledge with forensic purposes creates roles that might not traditionally be considered forensic but prove essential to investigating crimes, gathering evidence, and supporting justice. Whether analyzing spreadsheets or examining assault survivors, these professionals apply their specialized skills to serve truth and justice, expanding forensic science's reach into domains that might seem removed from crime scenes and evidence but prove crucial to understanding and prosecuting crimes. From the specialized professionals who bring expertise from other fields into forensic science, we turn now to a more sobering topic: forensic methods that have been questioned, challenged, or even discredited. Not every technique used in criminal investigations has proven scientifically sound. Some methods that seemed promising or were widely accepted have failed under rigorous scrutiny. Understanding these controversies is essential to appreciating both forensic science's power and its limitations, and to recognizing that not all evidence is equally reliable. The use of bite mark evidence began around 1870 with the Ohio versus Robinson case, involving 5 distinct bite marks on the victim's arm that matched the suspect's dentition. Forensic odontology is a valuable investigative tool in the identification of bite marks, which are often found on victims of homicide, sexual assault, child abuse, and assault and battery. For over a century, forensic dentists testified in court that bite marks on victims could be matched to suspects' teeth with high certainty, leading to numerous convictions based substantially or entirely on bite mark testimony. The premise seemed logical. Everyone's teeth are arranged differently. Spacing, rotations, chips, missing teeth, all create unique patterns. When someone bites with enough force to leave marks on skin, those marks should reflect the biter's dental pattern. By comparing marks with suspects' dental impressions, experts claimed they could identify biters or exclude innocent people. But bite marks on human skin present enormous interpretive challenges that weren't fully appreciated initially. Skin is elastic, stretching, and distorting during biting. The same teeth might produce different patterns depending on bite angle, force, and whether the victim was moving. Skin changes after injury, with swelling and bruising altering mark appearance. Marks fade and change color as they heal, making documentation timing critical. Most problematically, there's enormous subjectivity in comparing marks with dentition. Unlike fingerprints with objective, measurable ridge characteristics, or DNA with mathematical probability calculations, bite mark comparison relies heavily on examiner judgment about whether patterns correspond sufficiently to indicate a match. In 2009, the National Academy of Sciences published a study discrediting bite mark analysis, stating it has no meaningful scientific validation, determination of error rates, or reliability testing. This devastating critique came from a comprehensive examination of forensic sciences commissioned by Congress. The committee reviewed available research and found that bite mark analysis lacked scientific foundation. A study by the American Board of Forensic Odontology, the professional organization for forensic dentists, found that bite mark analysis had only a 63.5% accuracy rate. This means examiners were wrong more than 1/3 of the time, an error rate unacceptable for evidence that might send people to prison for life or to death row. In 2016, Texas courts placed a moratorium on the use of bite mark evidence in court proceedings. Texas, which had been a major user of bite mark evidence, essentially abandoned the technique after recognizing its unreliability. Other jurisdictions have followed or restricted its use significantly. The most tragic aspect of bite mark evidence's failure is the innocent people convicted based on it. DNA exonerations have revealed numerous cases where people were convicted substantially based on bite mark testimony, only to be proven innocent years or decades later when DNA testing became available. The bite mark matches that seemed so certain in courtrooms proved false when objective DNA evidence told the truth. This doesn't mean all bite mark evidence is worthless. Bite marks can still document that biting occurred and might provide information about the biter, like the spacing between canine teeth suggesting adult versus child. But the confident individualization, claiming this specific person and no other made these marks, has been discredited as scientifically unsupportable. The bite mark controversy highlights a broader problem: distinguishing between what forensic methods can reliably do versus what practitioners claim they can do. Just because a technique is widely used and accepted doesn't guarantee it's scientifically valid. Rigorous testing and honest assessment of limitations are essential. Another controversial technique is the polygraph, commonly called the lie detector. Modern research indicates polygraph tests have a 70 to 90% accuracy rate, with studies showing polygraphers resolved 95% of cases correctly when excluding inconclusive results. However, polygraph results are generally not admissible in most U.S. courts unless both prosecution and defense agree, as many jurisdictions consider them insufficiently reliable. The polygraph doesn't actually detect lies. It measures physiological responses: heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, and skin conductivity. The theory is that lying produces stress and anxiety that manifest as physiological changes detectable by the instrument. During testing, subjects answer questions, some neutral, some relevant to investigation. The examiner compares physiological responses to different question types, looking for patterns suggesting deception on relevant questions. The technique has several fundamental problems. First, physiological arousal doesn't indicate deception specifically. Anxiety, fear, anger, surprise, all produce similar physiological responses. An innocent person accused of a serious crime might show strong responses to relevant questions simply from fear or anger at being suspected, not from deception. Second, people differ in their physiological reactivity. Some show strong autonomic responses to stress. Others remain relatively calm physiologically even under pressure. These individual differences create both false positives, innocent people appearing deceptive, and false negatives, guilty people appearing truthful. Third, the technique can be defeated by countermeasures. People who understand how polygraphs work can employ mental or physical tactics to alter their responses, either enhancing responses to control questions to create a normal-appearing pattern or suppressing responses to relevant questions. Research has shown that even brief training in countermeasures substantially reduces polygraph accuracy. Fourth, examiner bias can influence results. The interpretation of physiological data involves subjective judgment. Examiners who believe a subject is guilty might interpret ambiguous patterns as indicating deception. The same patterns might be interpreted differently if the examiner had different preconceptions. The accuracy rates cited, 70 to 90%, might seem reasonable but are problematic for critical decisions. A 20 to 30% error rate means that in 20 to 30 of every 100 tests, innocent people appear guilty or guilty people appear innocent. These error rates are unacceptable for evidence determining guilt or innocence. Courts have generally recognized these limitations. In most jurisdictions, polygraph results are inadmissible unless both parties agree to their admission. Some jurisdictions exclude them entirely. The polygraph's primary use is investigative, helping focus investigations or inducing confessions from guilty subjects who believe the test reveals their deception. Employment screening and security clearance investigations use polygraphs widely despite their limitations. The justification is different. Even with imperfect accuracy, polygraphs might deter deceptive applicants and provide one data point among many considered in hiring or clearance decisions. But even in these contexts, the polygraph's limitations and potential for error remain significant concerns. Voice analysis represents another controversial area. Voice analysis involves two major techniques: acoustic phonetic analysis, where human experts manually analyze phonetic elements like pronunciation, pitch range, and speaking rate, and automatic speaker recognition systems that use software algorithms and machine learning to process voice data. The only scientifically and court-accepted method of speaker identification is the oral acoustic method, which uses interpretive phonetic criteria in combination with acoustic measurements through an 11-point comparison system. The basic premise is that voices are individually distinctive due to anatomical differences in vocal tract, learned speech patterns, accent and dialect, and habitual speaking characteristics. By analyzing voice recordings carefully, experts claim they can determine whether two recordings are from the same speaker. But voices vary considerably depending on context. Speaking on the telephone differs from speaking face-to-face. Emotional state affects voice. Deliberately altering voice, speaking in different languages, or mimicking accents changes voice characteristics. Poor quality recordings, background noise, and short sample lengths all reduce reliability. The acoustic analysis measures various parameters: fundamental frequency, the pitch of the voice, formant frequencies, resonances that distinguish different vowel sounds, speaking rate, patterns of stress and intonation. These measurements create voice profiles that can be compared between samples. But the measurement accuracy depends on recording quality, and interpretation requires expert judgment about whether differences between samples reflect different speakers or simply variation in the same speaker's voice under different conditions. Error rates for voice identification are difficult to establish and likely vary considerably depending on recording conditions and examiner expertise. Courts approach voice identification cautiously. Some jurisdictions admit expert voice identification testimony under appropriate circumstances. Others exclude it or severely restrict it. The scientific community remains divided about voice identification's reliability, particularly for forensic applications where consequences are serious and recording conditions often poor. A newer and particularly controversial technique is DNA phenotyping. DNA-based predictions of eye, hair, and skin color can be made using identified genes and predictive DNA markers called single nucleotide polymorphisms, with estimated probability values accompanied by case-specific individual error rates. For example, a 95% probability of blue eyes provides investigators with more reliable information than an 80% probability, helping narrow down the number of potential crime scene trace donors. The science behind phenotyping is legitimate. Certain genetic variants strongly correlate with physical traits. The genes involved in pigmentation, for instance, are well studied and their effects on eye color, hair color, and skin tone are understood. By analyzing relevant genetic markers, scientists can predict trait probabilities. The controversy arises from how predictions are used and interpreted. The predictions are probabilities, not certainties. A 95% probability of blue eyes means 5% probability of other eye colors. For hair and skin color, predictions are often less certain because these traits involve more genetic and environmental complexity. The concern is that phenotype predictions might be used to create suspect descriptions that focus investigations on particular demographic groups, potentially introducing or reinforcing racial bias. If DNA from a crime scene predicts dark skin, dark hair, and brown eyes, this might lead investigators to focus on minority populations, potentially overlooking suspects with different features who might nonetheless be the true perpetrator. There's also concern about prediction accuracy across different populations. The genetic studies establishing trait gene correlations often involved primarily European populations. Whether the same correlations hold with equal strength in African, Asian, or Native American populations is less well established. Using predictions calibrated on one population to investigate crimes in another might introduce systematic errors. Proponents argue that phenotyping provides investigative leads where no other information exists, and that transparent discussion of uncertainty and error rates addresses concerns about misuse. Critics worry that even with disclaimers, phenotype predictions will be overinterpreted or used to justify investigations that might not be otherwise warranted. Unlike bite marks, which have been thoroughly discredited, or polygraphs, which are generally excluded from court, DNA phenotyping remains in a gray area. The underlying science is sound, but questions about appropriate use, interpretation, and potential for bias remain unresolved. The technique is likely to remain controversial as it develops and as its use in actual investigations reveals strengths and weaknesses. From bite mark analysis, once widely accepted but now discredited for lack of scientific validation and high error rates, to polygraphs with their 70 to 90% accuracy but general inadmissibility in court, to voice analysis with its complex methodology and divided scientific opinion, to DNA phenotyping with sound science but troubling implications for bias. These controversial and questioned methods remind us that forensic science is not monolithic. Some techniques are highly reliable, others are not. Some once seemed reliable but failed under scrutiny. Some remain controversial with legitimate arguments on multiple sides. The lesson is that forensic evidence must be evaluated critically. Not all forensic testimony deserves equal weight. Courts, juries, and investigators must distinguish between well-validated methods with known error rates and methods that rest more on tradition and practitioner belief than on rigorous scientific testing. The evolution of forensic science requires willingness to abandon techniques that don't withstand scrutiny, even if they've been used for decades, and to approach new techniques with healthy skepticism until their reliability is established through rigorous, unbiased testing. From the controversies and limitations of some forensic methods, we turn now to advanced laboratory techniques that represent the cutting edge of analytical capability. These methods push the boundaries of what's detectable, providing information from the smallest samples and revealing details invisible to simpler techniques. While they require sophisticated instrumentation and expert operators, these techniques deliver results with precision and sensitivity that would have seemed impossible just decades ago. Neutron activation analysis is an extremely sensitive, non-destructive technique that determines the existence and quantities of major, minor, and trace elements in materials at concentrations as low as parts per billion to parts per trillion levels. NAA differs from other analytical methods by relying on the atom's nucleus rather than chemical formulation, requiring a neutron source, gamma-ray detectors, and understanding of how elements react to neutron bombardment. The technique works through nuclear reactions. When atoms are bombarded with neutrons, some neutron capture occurs, transforming stable isotopes into radioactive ones. These radioactive isotopes decay, emitting gamma rays with energies characteristic of specific elements. By measuring these gamma-ray energies and intensities, analysts can identify which elements are present and in what quantities. The sensitivity is extraordinary. Elements present at concentrations of a few parts per billion or even parts per trillion can be detected and quantified. This makes NAA valuable for analyzing trace evidence where conventional techniques might fail to detect elements present in minute amounts. The technique is also non-destructive in practical terms. While samples become temporarily radioactive, they can often be reanalyzed after radioactivity decays. The sample isn't consumed or altered chemically, allowing subsequent analysis by other methods if needed. NAA has been used in forensic contexts for analyzing gunshot residue, comparing soil samples, examining glass fragments, and even authenticating historical artifacts. A classic application involved analyzing hair samples in criminal investigations, though this has become less common with advances in DNA analysis. The technique revealed elemental profiles in hair that could sometimes distinguish between individuals or track changes in environmental exposure over time. Nuclear forensics uses NAA to analyze radioactive materials, determining their origin and history. Seized nuclear materials can be characterized, identifying their isotopic composition and trace element signatures. This information helps trace materials back to their source, identifying whether stolen or smuggled nuclear materials came from specific reactors or processing facilities. The requirement for a neutron source, typically a nuclear reactor or specialized neutron generator, limits NAA's availability. Few forensic laboratories have the necessary facilities. Samples typically must be sent to specialized laboratories at universities or national laboratories, creating delays. The technique also requires specialized expertise in radiation safety, nuclear physics, and gamma spectroscopy. Despite these limitations, NAA remains unmatched for certain applications. When ultimate sensitivity is needed, when non-destructive analysis is critical, or when other techniques fail to provide necessary information, NAA delivers results that justify its complexity and cost. From the nuclear realm, we turn to quality assurance in forensic laboratories. The American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors Laboratory Accreditation Board accreditation program requires extensive documentation of all aspects of laboratory operations, including personnel education, equipment calibration, validation of analytic methods, proficiency testing, and internal and external audits. Accredited laboratories must submit all documentation to an accreditation review team and undergo a week-long site inspection. This rigorous accreditation process ensures that forensic laboratories meet professional standards and operate with appropriate quality controls. The requirements cover every aspect of laboratory function, from the qualifications of personnel to the maintenance of instruments to the validation of methods to the documentation of results. Personnel requirements ensure that analysts have appropriate education, training, and experience for their positions. DNA analysts need degrees in genetics or related fields and specialized forensic DNA training. Drug analysts need chemistry backgrounds and training in controlled substances identification. Each analyst must demonstrate competency before working cases independently. Equipment calibration requirements ensure that instruments produce accurate, reliable results. Balances must be calibrated regularly to verify they measure mass correctly. Pipettes must be checked to ensure they deliver specified volumes. Instruments like gas chromatography mass spectrometers must be calibrated against known standards and verified to perform within specifications. Method validation ensures that analytical techniques work as intended before they're applied to casework. Laboratories must demonstrate that methods are specific, sensitive, reproducible, and robust. Validation studies test methods under various conditions, establishing their limitations and appropriate applications. Proficiency testing provides ongoing verification that analysts maintain competency. Analysts periodically receive test samples, created to mimic casework but with results known to administrators. The analyst processes these samples without knowing their tests, performing analyses exactly as they would for real cases. Results are compared with known answers, identifying any problems with analyst performance or laboratory procedures. Internal audits, conducted by laboratory personnel, review case files to verify that procedures were followed, documentation is complete, and conclusions are supported by data. External audits, conducted by outside auditors, provide independent verification that laboratories meet accreditation standards. The week-long site inspection examines everything. Auditors review documentation, interview personnel, observe analyses being performed, inspect facilities and equipment, and verify that practices match written procedures. They identify any deficiencies requiring correction before accreditation is granted or renewed. By the end of 1994, 128 forensic laboratories in the United States had received ASCLD lab accreditation. This number has grown substantially since then, as accreditation has become increasingly recognized as essential for laboratory credibility. Some jurisdictions now require accreditation for laboratories performing forensic analyses for their criminal justice systems. The accreditation process is time-consuming and expensive. Laboratories must dedicate significant resources to documentation, quality assurance, and preparing for inspections. But accreditation provides assurance that laboratory results are reliable and defensible, protecting both the integrity of the justice system and the laboratory's credibility in court. Quality control extends to individual analyses through proficiency testing programs. Proficiency tests assess laboratory personnel performance using samples whose sources are known to administrators but unknown to examinees, helping identify reasonable estimates for error rates in forensic science. Error rate information is crucial because the reliability and probative value of forensic evidence is inextricably linked to the rates at which examiners make mistakes, giving legal decision-makers a scientifically meaningful way to assess risks of false identification. The concept seems simple. Give examiners test samples, compare their results with known answers, and calculate error rates from the frequency of incorrect results. But implementing proficiency testing fairly and interpreting results appropriately involves subtlety. Test samples should mimic real casework in difficulty and ambiguity. Tests that are too easy inflate apparent accuracy. Tests that are harder than typical casework underestimate accuracy. The goal is realistic assessment of performance on cases similar to those actually encountered. The frequency of testing affects what can be learned. Annual tests provide limited information. Quarterly tests allow better assessment. But testing too frequently becomes burdensome and expensive. Most programs balance these considerations with several tests per year. Open versus blind testing raises philosophical questions. In open testing, examiners know they're being tested, potentially affecting their performance. In blind testing, test samples are submitted as though they're real cases, providing more realistic assessment of actual casework performance. But blind testing raises ethical concerns about using resources for tests rather than casework and practical concerns about potential harm if test results are mistaken for real case results. Error rates calculated from proficiency testing provide crucial context for evaluating forensic evidence. If fingerprint examiners make errors in 1% of proficiency tests, this suggests a roughly 1% error rate in casework, though direct extrapolation requires caution. This error rate information helps fact-finders assess how much weight to give fingerprint evidence. For some forensic disciplines, proficiency testing has revealed higher error rates than expected, prompting examination of why errors occur and how to reduce them. These discoveries, while sometimes uncomfortable, improve forensic science by identifying areas needing better training, clearer standards, or improved methodology. Microscopic hair comparison has generated particular interest in error rate research. Of 19 microscopic hair exclusions in forensic analyses, 17 were confirmed by mitochondrial DNA sequencing, demonstrating that the exculpatory power of hair comparisons is quite good. Forensic microscopy using infrared microspectroscopy can identify hair fibers as proteinaceous, cellulosic, or synthetic, and can detect chemical treatments like bleaching or permanent waving. This research revealed an interesting asymmetry. When microscopic hair comparison excluded suspects, meaning examiners determined that questioned hairs didn't match known samples, DNA testing almost always confirmed these exclusions. The exculpatory power, the ability to exclude innocent people, proved quite reliable. But the inclusionary power, claiming that hairs from crime scenes matched suspects' hair, proved much less reliable. Further DNA testing sometimes showed that hairs declared microscopically indistinguishable actually came from different people. This led to re-evaluation of microscopic hair comparison testimony, with recommendations against claiming definitive matches and instead describing similarities and limitations. The lesson applies broadly. Forensic techniques often have different error rates for exclusions versus identifications. Understanding these asymmetries helps interpret results appropriately and testify accurately about what evidence does and doesn't show. From neutron activation analysis detecting elements at parts per trillion concentrations to accreditation programs ensuring laboratory quality through comprehensive documentation and inspection, from proficiency testing providing error rate estimates to research revealing the strong exculpatory power of microscopic hair comparison. These advanced techniques and quality assurance programs represent forensic science's commitment to reliability and accuracy. The sophistication of analytical methods continues to increase, allowing detection and quantification of ever smaller amounts of ever more subtle evidence. But equally important is the parallel sophistication in quality assurance, ensuring that powerful analytical techniques are applied correctly, that results are reliable, that errors are identified and minimized, and that limitations are understood and communicated honestly. Together, advanced analytical capability and rigorous quality assurance create forensic science that serves justice by providing evidence that's both powerful and trustworthy. From the advanced laboratory techniques and quality assurance programs that ensure forensic science's reliability, we turn finally to the legal framework within which forensic evidence operates. Even the most scientifically sound evidence must meet legal standards for admissibility. Courts serve as gatekeepers, determining what evidence juries hear and how experts may testify. Understanding these legal standards and their real-world implications completes our picture of forensic science as it actually functions in criminal justice. Trial judges serve as the final arbiter or gatekeeper on admissibility of evidence and acceptance of witnesses as experts, considering factors such as whether the theory has been tested, whether there are standards controlling the technique, if the theory has been subjected to peer review and publication, and what the known or potential error rate is. The judge may rule to admit expert testimony that rests on a reliable foundation and is relevant by considering whether the subject is falsifiable or testable, whether it has known error rates, and whether it is generally accepted in the relevant scientific community. This gatekeeping role stems from a landmark Supreme Court case, Daubert v. Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals, decided in 1993. Before Daubert, federal courts generally followed the Frye Standard, which required that scientific evidence be generally accepted in the relevant scientific community. This standard was simple but conservative, potentially excluding new techniques that weren't yet widely accepted even if scientifically sound. Daubert replaced general acceptance with a more flexible inquiry into scientific validity and relevance. Judges must determine whether expert testimony is based on scientifically valid reasoning and methodology that can properly be applied to the case's facts. The Supreme Court suggested several factors judges might consider, though none is necessarily dispositive. First, has the theory or technique been tested? Scientific propositions should be testable and, ideally, should have been subjected to actual testing. Methods that rest on untested assumptions are less reliable than those that have been empirically validated. Second, has the theory or technique been subjected to peer review and publication? Peer review isn't perfect, but it provides a check on scientific claims. Publication in respected journals indicates that other scientists found the work sufficiently rigorous to warrant dissemination. Third, what is the known or potential error rate? All scientific methods have error rates, but knowing what those rates are helps evaluate reliability. A technique with a well-characterized 1% error rate might be acceptable. A technique with unknown error rates or unacceptably high known error rates raises concerns. Fourth, are there standards controlling the technique's operation? Standardized procedures help ensure consistent, reliable results. Techniques without standards allow too much variation between practitioners. Fifth, is the technique generally accepted in the relevant scientific community? Daubert didn't eliminate general acceptance as a consideration. It simply made it one factor among several rather than the sole criterion. These factors guide judicial inquiry but don't constitute a rigid checklist. Different cases might emphasize different factors depending on the nature of the proffered evidence. The judge's role is to ensure that expert testimony is reliable and relevant, not to determine whether it's correct. Juries decide weight and credibility. Judges decide admissibility. Daubert's impact on forensic science has been substantial. Courts have used Daubert to examine forensic methods more critically, sometimes excluding techniques that lack scientific validation. Bite mark analysis, handwriting comparison, and tool mark identification have all faced Daubert challenges, with varying results across jurisdictions. The standard has pushed forensic disciplines to improve their scientific foundations. Methods that historically rested more on tradition and practitioner experience than rigorous validation now face pressure to conduct research establishing reliability, determining error rates, and developing standards. This has been uncomfortable for some forensic fields, but ultimately beneficial for forensic science overall. One forensic field where Daubert has had particular impact is fingerprint analysis. In controlled studies of forensic latent fingerprint decisions, 85% of examiners made at least one false negative error, failing to identify a matching fingerprint, while the overall false positive rate was 0.1% across 5 examiners. This research highlights that even experienced forensic examiners can miss valid matches, underscoring the importance of quality control and verification procedures in fingerprint analysis. These error rate studies emerged partly in response to Daubert challenges. Courts demanded to know fingerprint analysis's error rates. The fingerprint community initially claimed 0 error rate, but this claim couldn't withstand scrutiny. Research studies, including large-scale proficiency tests, revealed that errors do occur. The 85% false negative rate might seem alarming, but context matters. This represents the percentage of examiners who made at least one false negative across many comparisons. Most false negatives involve difficult comparisons where prints are partial, smudged, or ambiguous. On clear prints, accuracy is much higher. The 0.1% false positive rate is reassuring, suggesting that false identifications are rare. But even rare false positives are concerning given the consequences, and questions remain about whether proficiency tests accurately reflect real-world error rates. The Innocence Project and similar organizations continue working on cases where DNA testing might prove innocence. But many cases lack biological evidence suitable for DNA testing. Some crimes produce no biological evidence. In other cases, evidence was discarded or degraded beyond usefulness. These cases might involve wrongful convictions that DNA cannot expose, highlighting the importance of improvements beyond forensic science. Better investigation, more reliable evidence collection, fairer trial procedures, and systemic reforms addressing the causes of wrongful conviction. From judges serving as gatekeepers under Daubert standards, evaluating whether forensic methods rest on scientifically valid foundations, to error rate research revealing that even experienced fingerprint examiners make mistakes, to DNA exonerations freeing hundreds of wrongfully convicted people and revealing systematic problems in criminal investigations. The legal framework and real-world outcomes of forensic science demonstrate both its power and its limitations. Forensic science serves justice, but imperfectly. Evidence can be misinterpreted. Techniques can fail. Innocent people can be convicted despite, or sometimes because of, forensic testimony. Recognizing these realities doesn't diminish forensic science's value. It contextualizes that value, reminding us that science is a tool used by humans in human institutions, subject to human error and human bias. The continuing evolution of forensic science, driven partly by legal challenges and exonerations, improves reliability and accuracy. The development of standards, the research on error rates, the willingness to abandon discredited techniques, the embrace of rigorous validation, all represent progress toward forensic science that better serves its purpose, providing accurate, reliable evidence to help establish truth in legal proceedings. As forensic science continues to develop, as new techniques emerge and old ones are refined or abandoned, the legal standards and real-world outcomes will continue shaping the field. The interaction between science and law, between laboratory and courtroom, between evidence and justice, creates a dynamic system that, despite its imperfections, represents humanity's ongoing effort to use reason and evidence to determine truth and pursue justice. From the historical foundations laid in the 1880s with fingerprint analysis to the cutting-edge techniques of DNA phenotyping and multiomics decomposition analysis, we've journeyed through the vast landscape of forensic science. We've explored crime scenes and the invisible traces revealed by alternative light sources. We've examined the unique patterns left by fingers, feet, and tools. We've followed blood as it tells stories through its patterns and chemistry. We've delved into the molecular world of DNA and its power to both convict and exonerate. We've studied firearms and the distinctive marks they leave, documents and the hidden stories in their ink and impressions, drugs and toxins and their effects on the human body. We've seen how physical evidence from our environment, soil and pollen and paint and glass, connects people to places. We've explored digital forensics and how our electronic devices create comprehensive records of our activities. We've learned about death investigation, from the first hours when rigor and lividity provide clues, through decomposition marked by insects and environmental conditions, to skeletal remains that still reveal identity and trauma. We've met specialized professionals, from forensic accountants following money trails to sane nurses providing compassionate care while collecting evidence. We've confronted forensic science's failures and controversies, the techniques that seemed reliable but weren't, reminding us that not all evidence deserves equal trust. And throughout this journey, we've seen how forensic science continues to evolve, developing new capabilities, improving existing techniques, and subjecting itself to increasingly rigorous standards. This evolution continues today, driven by technology, by research, by legal challenges, and by the ongoing need to serve justice more effectively. The field of forensic science today is both larger and more rigorously scientific than ever before. Employment of forensic science technicians is projected to grow 14% from 2023 to 2033, significantly higher compared with other science technicians at 6% and all other occupations at 4%. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics projects a 13% increase in demand between 2024 and 2034, with about 2,900 job openings projected each year. This growth reflects forensic science's expanding role in criminal justice and civil litigation. As techniques become more powerful and reliable, they're applied to more cases. As the public becomes more aware of forensic capabilities, partly through media portrayals, expectations increase for thorough forensic examination of evidence. As cold cases are reopened with new techniques like forensic genealogy, additional forensic work is generated. As regulatory requirements increase, demanding accreditation and quality assurance, laboratories need more qualified personnel. The growth also reflects forensic science's expansion into new domains. Environmental forensics investigates pollution and ecological crimes. Digital forensics responds to the explosion of electronic evidence in nearly every type of crime. Forensic nursing expands beyond sexual assault examination to other contexts where medical care intersects with legal proceedings. Forensic accounting addresses increasingly complex financial crimes. Each expansion creates demand for additional trained professionals. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median yearly pay for forensic science technicians was $67,440 in 2024. The highest 10% of earners in this field make more than $107,490 annually. These figures reflect the specialized education and training required for forensic work, typically a bachelor's degree in forensic science, chemistry, biology, or related fields, followed by on-the-job training and continuing education. The salary range is substantial, reflecting differences in position, experience, location, and employer. Entry-level positions in small laboratories pay at the lower end. Experienced examiners in specialized roles or supervisory positions in major metropolitan laboratories earn at the higher end. Federal positions generally pay more than state or local positions. Private sector forensic work, particularly in consulting, can command premium rates. The education and training requirements ensure that forensic scientists have appropriate backgrounds for their technical work. Biology degrees prepare DNA analysts for molecular genetics work. Chemistry degrees prepare toxicologists and drug analysts for analytical chemistry. Physics and engineering degrees prepare some ballistics and accident reconstruction experts. Forensic science degree programs combine multiple disciplines, recognizing that forensic work often requires cross-disciplinary knowledge. Beyond formal education, forensic scientists undergo extensive on-the-job training. New DNA analysts might spend a year or more in training before working cases independently. Fingerprint examiners undergo multi-year apprenticeships. Forensic pathologists complete medical school, pathology residency, and forensic pathology fellowship, requiring over a decade of post-undergraduate training. Continuing education maintains and expands expertise throughout careers. New techniques must be learned as they're developed. Existing knowledge must be updated as research reveals new information. Professional conferences provide opportunities to learn from colleagues and share experiences. Professional certifications require ongoing education to maintain credentials. This investment in education and training, both initial and continuing, reflects forensic science's recognition that reliable results require well-trained personnel. The complexity of modern forensic techniques and the consequences of errors demand that practitioners have strong foundations in relevant sciences and continually updated knowledge. The field today faces both opportunities and challenges. Opportunities arise from continuing technological advancement. Techniques become more sensitive, detecting smaller samples. Analysis becomes faster, providing results more quickly. Automation increases throughput, allowing more cases to be processed. New techniques emerge, providing capabilities that didn't exist before. Challenges arise from increasing demands. Backlogs of cases awaiting analysis plague many laboratories. The volume of evidence, particularly digital evidence, can be overwhelming. Resources often lag behind needs, with laboratories struggling to hire enough qualified personnel or purchase necessary equipment. The cost of advanced techniques and instruments creates budget pressures. Quality assurance requirements, while beneficial for ensuring reliability, create administrative burdens. Documentation, proficiency testing, audits, and accreditation processes demand time and resources. Balancing quality assurance against productivity creates tensions as laboratories try to maintain high standards while processing cases efficiently. Legal challenges to forensic evidence create both opportunities and challenges. Daubert hearings and other legal scrutiny push forensic disciplines to improve their scientific foundations, ultimately benefiting the field. But defending methods in court requires time and expertise, and unfavorable rulings can restrict techniques' use even when scientifically sound. The ongoing tension between prosecution and defense perspectives affects forensic science. Prosecutors want evidence that's powerful and persuasive. Defense attorneys want evidence that's rigorously validated with clearly communicated limitations. Both perspectives are legitimate, and forensic science must serve both by providing evidence that's both probative and reliable, clearly communicated with appropriate caveats about uncertainty and limitations. Public perception of forensic science, heavily influenced by television and other media portrayals, creates what's often called the CSI effect. Juries expect sophisticated forensic analysis in cases where it might not be relevant or available. They might overestimate forensic evidence's certainty or underestimate its complexity. Forensic scientists and attorneys must educate juries about what forensic science can and cannot do, managing expectations while maintaining confidence in reliable evidence. The field's diversity continues to increase. Forensic science has historically been less diverse than the populations it serves, but efforts to increase representation of women and minorities in forensic careers are showing results. Diversity benefits forensic science by bringing different perspectives, reducing potential biases, and ensuring that forensic services better reflect and serve diverse communities. International collaboration in forensic science increases as crime becomes more global. Human trafficking, drug smuggling, terrorism, financial crimes, all cross borders regularly. Forensic scientists from different countries share information, coordinate analyses, and work toward harmonized standards and methods. Organizations like Interpol facilitate this collaboration, maintaining databases and coordinating forensic support for international investigations. Research continues to drive forensic science forward. Academic researchers explore fundamental questions about evidence persistence, transfer, and interpretation. Forensic laboratories conduct applied research, validating new methods or improving existing ones. Collaborations between academics and practitioners ensure that research addresses real-world needs and that research findings translate into practice. Some research explores entirely new evidence types. Can we determine someone's occupation from trace materials on their clothing? Can we establish timelines from the succession of microorganisms on decomposing remains? Can we extract information from evidence types we haven't yet learned to interpret? These questions drive research that might create tomorrow's forensic techniques. Other research improves existing techniques. How can we make DNA analysis more sensitive? How can we reduce error rates in fingerprint examination? How can we better estimate post-mortem intervals? These questions drive incremental improvements that collectively make substantial differences in forensic capability. Validation research establishes that techniques work as claimed. Does this new method accurately identify what it claims to identify? What error rates does it produce? Under what conditions does it work well or poorly? These studies, while perhaps less exciting than developing new techniques, are essential for ensuring that forensic science rests on solid foundations. The integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning into forensic science represents an emerging trend. Algorithms can process large data sets, recognize patterns, and make predictions with speed and consistency that humans cannot match. Facial recognition, fingerprint matching, DNA mixture interpretation, and many other applications benefit from machine learning. But AI introduces new challenges. How do we validate algorithms? How do we explain their decisions? How do we ensure they don't perpetuate or amplify biases present in training data? How do we maintain human oversight and judgment? These questions require careful consideration as AI becomes more prevalent in forensic applications. The future of forensic science will likely involve continued technological advancement, ongoing refinement of methods and standards, increasing integration across disciplines, and persistent efforts to balance scientific rigor with practical efficiency. New challenges will emerge as crime evolves, as privacy expectations change, as legal standards develop, and as technology creates both new evidence types and new methods for analyzing them. But the core mission remains constant: to apply scientific methods to questions of legal significance, providing accurate, reliable evidence that helps establish truth and serve justice. This mission, pursued by professionals in laboratories, morgues, crime scenes, and courtrooms around the world, represents humanity's effort to bring reason and evidence to bear on matters of justice, to move beyond mere accusation and denial toward objective assessment of what physical evidence reveals about past events. From the first fingerprint identification in 1902 to today's sophisticated DNA databases and multiomics techniques, forensic science has come remarkably far. Yet much remains to be discovered, developed, and improved. The field continues evolving, driven by curiosity, by need, by technology, and by the fundamental human desire to understand truth and pursue justice. As you've listened to these facts over the past hours, you've gained appreciation for forensic science's breadth and depth, its power and limitations, its successes and failures. You've learned how evidence is found, analyzed, and interpreted, how science serves justice, and how human judgment and expertise remain essential even as technology advances. Whether you're drifting toward sleep or simply relaxing, whether this knowledge satisfies curiosity or sparks further interest, the fundamental story remains the same. Forensic science represents our collective effort to read the traces we leave, to understand the evidence that surrounds us, and to use that understanding in service of truth and justice. It's imperfect, as all human endeavors are, but it's also powerful, constantly improving, and essential to modern justice systems. The traces we leave, from fingerprints to DNA, from footsteps to digital footprints, from the insects that find us to the atoms that compose us, all tell stories for those trained to read them. Forensic science is ultimately about reading those stories, interpreting their meaning, and sharing those interpretations to help answer questions that matter deeply. What happened? Who was involved? How did someone die? Was a crime committed? Can we prove guilt or establish innocence? These questions, asked in courtrooms and police stations and medical examiners' offices, find answers through forensic science. Not always definitive answers, not always complete answers, but answers grounded in evidence and scientific method, answers that move us closer to truth than we could reach without them. And so our journey through forensic science concludes, having touched on over 100 facts about this fascinating field. From its historical origins to its current practice, from its most reliable techniques to its controversies and failures, from microscopic DNA to massive databases, from the first minutes after death to decades-old cold cases, we've explored how science serves justice in countless ways. May this knowledge serve you well, whether as understanding to carry forward or as thoughts to ease you into rest. The world of forensic science continues its work, day and night, in laboratories and field investigations around the world, pursuing truth through evidence, one case at a time, one analysis at a time, one discovery at a time. And that work continues tomorrow, as it has for over a century, driven by the fundamental human need to know what happened and why, and to use that knowledge in service of justice for all.